into the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! And that is that! What an insane moment!
Hello, Brawl Stars Nation. Happy Mother's Day, friends. It is a beautiful day here in May, and we have some beautiful people on the desk and me. I'm your host, Thomas. I go by F. on the internet, joined here by Kenny and Ready Set. Ready, my man. It's so good to see you, brother.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's always fun to rock the mic with both you and Kenny. I'm super excited for what's going to be ramping up in Nate. We got a bunch of changes that we'll get into later, but it's going to throw this whole new dynamic into the game that I'm sure is going to be awesome for everyone to enjoy.
Kenny, how you doing? Great to see you again here. Another monthly finals.
Yes, sir. Glad to be on the mic with you once again, and especially for a big month like this. A lot of possibilities for MSI, some great matches ahead of us. I'm super excited about the day.
Ooh, I'm glad you mentioned MSI. We've got our eyes on that. If it's your first time joining us, first of all, welcome. Hello, how are you? And this is what we're doing here. So we've got the top 8 teams in the region. This is North America and Latam North going at it. And they're going to be playing in a single elimination bracket. Now, it's the same format you're used to in Power Match. And we're best of 3s until it gets down to the tough stuff. Semifinals and the finals will be best of 5s. And so you got to keep your eyes on that. Different game modes, a lot of different things going on here. And speaking of different things going on here, looking at this bracket, so Tribe Gaming and Stamina, we know these guys and we expect these teams to do well, but a lot of action ready has been happening here in this region. A lot of these names standing up, I'm looking at you, Vanguard, have been really, really exciting to watch.
Yeah, Vanguard definitely sticks out to me as a key team to keep our eyes on, especially with one of their players being swapped out, saying so long to Poyo, welcoming in Luffy as well. We have another player joining on our first matchup of the day. Blood Diamond in A will finally get to play Patchy Pirate, who's been a long time coming in the BSC, and I just can't wait to see what kind of performance they pull out today.
Tough stuff that they have to go up against Stamina, but honestly, this Blood Diamond team, I think, might surprise some people with how strong that they are able to come out of the gates swinging. So we'll see. Predictions on the way. I want to see if either of you guys went in the direction of those friends. Of course, you guys can make your own predictions at home. Event.brawlstars.com, a great way to watch and earn some prizes along the way. We've got pins hidden behind that stuff, so you're already watching. Might as well watch on event.brawlstars.com and sort of enhance the experience. But like I was talking about predictions earlier, I want to see where you guys went. All right, across the board it was Stamina. I'm a little surprised there, Kenny. I got to admit, I thought maybe you or Ready would be one to kind of roll the dice and go with the new blood.
I can't blame people for rolling the dice a little bit, going with Blood Diamond. I think there's a lot of high expectations coming into this. It's a lot of team name or player names that we're familiar with, and of course the addition of Patchy finally making his debut. I think a lot of people should be excited about them. I think they have a really good chance, but for me at the end of the day, I went with Stamina. Last month's champions, they're once again taking this month really seriously. I also went Obey. Vanguard recently changed names, picked up by an org that is previously known as Avengers, and of course Tribe I think is a safe bet, at least for me, but I definitely think any of these teams could do it, especially with MSI in contention. A lot of these teams are trying to show off their best stuff and make themselves that final spot.
Yeah, that's one of the cooler things here going on. You know, every year Brawl Stars gets bigger and better, and last time around we had our big world championship. This time around we've got that, but in addition we've got our mid-season invitational. So you see those 3 denoted. That's for later on. 2 teams go here to the MSI. Tribe Gaming already locked in there at 203 points. Stamina, though, they are not safe. That second spot could be taken by Vanguard Gaming if they find themselves in the driver's seat and do all the things that they need to be doing. So Stamina definitely has to put their nose to the grindstone and find themselves in the victory side in order to make it to our mid-season celebration, because that's really what it's going to be. Still technically MSI, don't ban me. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about the competition that we're getting into here. As I said, Brawl Stars constantly mixing and matching and moving and grooving, and so we are improving as well. Formerly, we had 2 blind bans. Now, today's amigos, we have 3 bans coming out here. Ready? This absolutely changes the way you have to approach the game.
Yeah, typically if you had first pick, you would be getting rid of most of the brawlers that you didn't want to play against, never had to consider some of the most powerful brawlers in the game. Now you have a little bit more freedom as well. You want to be thinking about what your enemy is going to want to start picking as well, since you have 3 bans per team and you have 3 picks per team. I think that with a potential 12 brawlers either picked or banned in the game, you get definitely a broader spectrum of some of the playstyles in Brawl Stars. I think it introduces a really interesting dynamic in the game. You got to have a lot higher game IQ, if you will, in order to draft correctly. And I'm super, super excited to see how that is going to start playing out in NA.
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit. We've seen some changes working with the teams as they try to find their optimal way to kind of draft. And right now, I'm going to draft Kenny and ban out Reddy. Don't worry, Reddy. I think you'll get in here next match because for now we say farewell. And it's just Kenny and I. You ready to go, man? We got match 1 on the way.
Yes, sir. I think it's going to be a good one. The new ban rule has been awesome. As game dev Frank, not brawler Frank, said last weekend, 76% of the brawlers got played. So I'm super excited to see what the creativity NA comes up with. It is always a region that I love watching. Pick some comps, always some fun brawlers showing up.
And you want to talk about fun brawlers? We've got fun players as well. This Blood Diamond team, like I said, a lot of fans already out there. Cute Sans, Chino, and Patchy. This is the guy. I mean, I think you mentioned him earlier, Kenny, where just barely making the cut. First time, correct?
Yes, sir, for BSC. It's been a long anticipated player, though. Patchy, of course, a really, really solid player for a long time. Somebody that's pretty good friends with a lot of people out there. And there's Cute Sans himself. Nice little studio set up there.
Yeah, I'm jelly. That's like, I mean, that might be nicer than my setup straight up. I need some of the noise dampening. I'm obviously not a quiet guy, but Sans over there, I think he's ready to go. Certainly has the lair already set to go. We'll see if he can take care in this next matchup for sure. But across the way is going to be Stamina, Mexican organization with some North American players here, Jar, OG, and Bobby. And on the other, Patchy, new to the BSC. Over here, quite literally OG, his namesake. Some day 1 players here on STMN.
For sure, and last month's champions too. This is one that's definitely playing for keeps here. They're all in one area and taking this month super seriously. There's Coach on the left, Bobby on your screen there, and OG peeking his head forward too. Look, they want this really badly. They want to secure an MSI spot, and Bobby talked about on stream of just a few days ago when I was giving him a little chat, and he said Blood Diamond was a team that they definitely feared coming into it. They end up lining up against it, and I know they take their opponents super seriously here. Should be a fun one here, and it's always good to see them still not taking themselves too seriously here as we get into game day.
I love the bear rep, and I think that was him taking a picture of him on camera. Those guys have a lot of fun. Real talk. Awesome players off the field for sure. But like you said, last month's champions, so also awesome on the field as well. We saw them at the championships last time around in Romania. So very, very cool stuff coming out from Stamina. And I think a good opposition for this Blood Diamond team, because while they're new to the BSC, they're certainly not new to Brawl Stars, or Patchy specifically, certainly not new to Brawl Stars. And like, this is a good team. That said, 86% of fans think that Stamina are going to take it. You saw the casters also leaning that way. But something that I always want to remind people when we do these fan votes is that this is not how lopsided the match is going to be necessarily. This is just left or right. Who's going to, find the dub? But just because 86% of fans think that Stamina is going to win doesn't mean that this is going to be overwhelmingly in their direction. I'm expecting a lot to come out of Blood Diamond. We start on Knockout, Bells Rock, and there go our bans. Very quickly, we jump in here. I see some interesting stuff, some Gene saying no, and some Sharpshooters banned out. But Patchy with the first pick, Sprout. I love the Sprout selection.
I think this was very intentional too. Look, a lot of the times Tick and Sprout are going to be the top 2 throwers in this map. We've seen Grom a little bit more since the change to 3 bans apiece because it's just the next best thrower. But what they did instead, they throw out the Grom ban. I'm assuming anticipating that they're either going to get to grab Tick or Sprout of their choice, or assuming that Stamina is going to ban one of the 2 as well. So I think they grabbed the best thrower available. There might not really be another one that Stamina can go for that's reasonable on this map. They're going to elect to go with Lola and Byron. I'm a big fan of Lola in the current meta. This is something EMEA has really pioneered a lot and seen it a decent chunk here. So even on Bell's Rock, I don't think this is a bad choice at all.
Yeah, no, I think Lola's one of those characters that can kind of fit into any composition specifically, and Byron is maybe the king of that description. Just stick him in mid. I really don't care who else you pick. He'll shoot and heal and deal. That's what he does. But full composition here on the other side. Look at Chino bringing in some of the other characters out here.
I'm going to be on Bow Watch all day. This is a region that I've seen in practice use it a decent bit, and a lot of other regions have really started implementing Bow since his buff. I'm definitely more of a fan of him. I think he has a lot of viability, but even on Bell's Rock, he's showing up when there's other sharpshooters available, so I'm super interested to see how this turns out. And the Fang pick last. That's very interesting too. They're going to get something really aggressive, I'm assuming, to try and deal a little bit better with Sprout. However, Fang's somebody I haven't necessarily been as big of a fan of since his nerf as well. I definitely think it took him down a pedestal. He's not really in that top 5 kind of talk for me anymore. So very curious, very interesting lineups. I think Blood Diamond had a very specific strategy in mind, of course, like I mentioned with the Grom ban, and I can't wait to see him put it to work.
Yeah, I like this composition here from Blood Diamond being kind of like the combination here of the sharpshooters totally works out, real classic. Sprout's gonna fit in there and we'll see how it works. But we are off to the races, folks. Set 1, game 1. Blood Diamond NA versus STMN. I'm looking at OG here trying to get out, but Bobby's doing a good job of healing up what Cute Sand is able to deal out. And so this right lane seems to be kind of 1v1, with the left lane being a duo rather than left, mid, right.
Yeah, and a team watching this, a lot of anticipation is going to be CMG. It's another team that is looking to try and secure a spot for this MSI, and if stamina goes down, it certainly helps their cause a lot. And to start things off, pretty normal so far, just a lot of back and forth. Everybody trying to charge those supers, and somebody like OG is going to have to be very cautious about it, as these long-range brawlers do outgun him a little bit here. OG taking a lot of heat, 150 HP, going to get the takedown on the Bobby. Another one for Cute Sands too. Czar landing on the mines, and that's a swift round for Blood Diamond NA.
You know, it's funny. I did not expect Blood Diamond to win in that form. I expected them to get a pick, and then another pick, and then another pick, where STMN, I think, has the waterfall comp, where, you know, Fang and Lola get 1 and they get 2 and it's over real quick. But Blood Diamond just collapsing on the opposition, doing a great job there, and taking the first round, looking for a second, completely blocking off the left side. Blood Diamond not really letting anybody work on out there. What's the difference maker coming into this one, Kenny?
I think in terms of strategy, a big factor is going to be this Fang pick. Look, the dash is so strong, but you have to charge it up. You have to get that super. And in round 1, it's just a real tough thing to do, especially when you're lining up against a Bell. I think Cute Sands going into that is very favorable. OG with the dash, though. Roundhouse kick takedown. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of Stamina. Patchy going to be weak here, too. Chino falls. And just like that, things looking good to turn it around here with only 42 HP. I imagine Czar just gets the job done there. 1-1 overall.
See, that is what I meant by that's how I expect. That's how Stamina kind of has to win. They have to just like, all right, are we good? All in, and if it succeeds, they win, and if it doesn't, they kind of don't, because all of a sudden Fang is like in your face, right? So that's how they have to do it. Blood Diamond can play a little bit more metered, I think. Really, I think it's Stamina that holds the ball here, so to speak, when they go in and how they do so. Blood Diamond can sit back and either let the game come to them, or like we saw in round number one, excuse me, sort of like step forward and push. But here we have Fang going in one more time. OG takes down Chino, but the answer from Patchy is too much to handle. And now we've got a 2v2 on our hands.
And we got our thrower and our aggro out of the way. It's just going to be a couple mid to long range brawlers going at it. Connection there onto Cute Sands, tripping up the mines on this right side for Czar. Getting those out of the way will be very crucial. Nice connections on Patchy, though. The pinch coming through. Cute Sands going to be all alone here trying to deal with Czar and Bobby. And that's going to be a takedown there. Stamina with game number 1.
I love the Lola play there. That was intentional. The way that Lola kind of used the clones to come from both angles. There was no safe space for the player. Chef's kiss. Let's get into it. Game number 2 here, and we're right on back to it. So you mentioned earlier that you were going to be on Bow Watch here. What is Bow bringing that a different sharpshooter might not?
I would say a little more utility. I just think overall with the buff towards Bow, it's helping his shots out a decent bit. He already does a good chunk of damage, and then adding on the extra speed definitely helps too. You can place the mines on the ground. Cute Stance take down this top right-hand side though. OG gonna be weak here too. Very tough scenario for Stamina. They're trying to bob and weave just a little bit. The heal's coming into OG though. We'll keep him up for now. Nice damage amplifier though. Now things looking really tough here for STMN.
Yeah, you can really see, there it is. Patchy taking down Bobby. And again, that was Blood Diamond letting the game come to them. Just slowly but surely, they allowed Stamina to kind of fall into the machine and get taken down. Very different approach than what STMN comes with for sure. But you keep bringing up that Bow buff. So it's a 7% increase to projectile speed on basic attacks. So we're looking at that. Yep. And you right away, you know, they did say they expected a little bit more tweaks, but right away you can already see the impact of these quicker shots coming out here. Bo's able to land 2 shots when he might have only landed 1 after a player finds a dodge out. And so that's a big deal. That is a very, very big deal. And it definitely, I think, contributes to what Blood Diamond are doing here. Stamina, if they want to take this second round here like they did in game number 1, I think they need to be the aggressors. I just don't think this competition works if they sit idly by.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. They got to keep OG up as well. His super is a big part of their combination here. Taking down the Lola Ego. Chino getting that job done. Patchy taking down the fort there. OG getting a dash in, roundhouse kick. And they take him down pretty quickly, though. Cute Sands, 761 HP. They're going to keep him up for now. Zar, though, squeezes on by. Some shots going through. Bobby trying to keep the teammate up as well. And now Patchy going to be tasked with a 2v1 situation, but to no avail. STMN exactly the same as game number 1. Taking on our second round there, and now a round 3 approaching.
Real scary stuff there if you're rooting for Stamina. OG went in, right? And got the kill, but almost got punished for it. And if that winds up happening, then the favor is in Blood Diamond almost infinitely. And so we have one more time, the bing, bang, boom! And that's the way they drew it up. Stamina takes game and round, so they'll be moving on here. Unconcerned, I'll be honest. They look rather unconcerned.
Yeah, always good to see some big grins. You definitely respect. They just look like they're having fun, you know, despite all the competition. They don't take themselves overly seriously. They're just enjoying the game too. And I love seeing that as well. Very deserved to win there too. And a nice pop up there at the end for OG on the Fang. It just shows the show. Look, he did get the nerf recently, but that's his big key factor. His regular shot, nothing too special from a distance, but once they started charging up those supers every single round, they start with that. It changes things up and how Blood Diamond has to approach it too.
See, this is what I was talking about. Stamina do ultimately wind up taking this round, but it's more, it requires more labor because OG isn't able to just kind of like finish it off right then and there. Here we have the 2v2, which I think is in Blood Diamond's favor, except Lola can literally make it a 3v2, and so they were able to change it there. OG one more time goes in and again gets punished, and all of a sudden we're looking at a different game. But again, look at Stamina's placement. And then that's it. That is why you pick Fang, right there, to do that. That's the entire reason, to do that right there. And so with that, Stamina finds the victory here in game round as set number 1 comes out here, match number 1. We're moving on to the next game mode.
That's right. And a good team effort there for the side of STMN. 5-4-3, and the kills, a pretty even distribution in terms of team damage. Everybody did their part, which is always a great thing to see. I will say though, Blood Diamond certainly looked in that. I don't think that they weren't competitive. Dry Season though is a very mechanical map and mode. Very similar brawlers. I'm curious to see if we see some different strategies come in. Again, I'm going to be on Bow watch a little bit here, maybe slightly less, but again, I just think Bo's in this really good spot right now where he's not necessarily going to be in my ban phase, but maybe is one of those next 6 brawlers for some of these teams, and they look to implement him for their strategies.
I think he needs a little bit more love. I think the increase in the basic attack, that is what you want to do and look at with respect to a sharpshooter for sure. But I'm definitely going to keep my eyes big picture on Bo and see where he goes, because looking at these older characters kind of come back into the meta, I think is really, really interesting, especially when you compare, you know, just the capabilities to look at what Fang does compared to what Bo does. And so trying to build those characters up and modernize them, certainly an interesting look. We're headed to dry season here in Bounty, and so I expect more sharpshooters again. Should be an interesting look as we jump into this one. Some of my favorite play comes out of Bounty because I think that you don't have to be as careful as you might want to be in Knockout, but the name of the game is still being careful and finding those kills. And so as we jump on a dry season, map specific, what comes to mind?
For this one, there's a couple things. I'm really curious to see if Squeak ends up in the ban or the play phase. It's a brawler that was really, really strong the previous weekend, and then after some emergency nerfs coming in, they did tank his gadget a little bit. I want to see if they end up choosing him. I think Eve is somebody we're going to continually see banned a lot here today, despite a nerf as well. Eve is somebody that's just very strong right now. Piper off the board too, I think. Also just a very good brawler to take off the map, period, but especially for STMN, they are known for their Piper skills, both with Bobby and Zara, to be honest with you. So I think that's a good elimination there for Blood Diamond as well.
Yeah, and I look at Stamina across the way. I love the Bell ban. I think that, yes, just ban a sharpshooter. Also, Blood Diamond show that they like to play the Bell. So we'll see some of that. Bobby locks in first selection, and it's answered with a bow.
Ooh. And then followed by a Colonel Ruffs. This is somebody that when I've talked to Coach Sword, who you can see on your screen next to Bobby there, they love Colonel Ruffs. And especially after this most recent balance change, I think if anything, his stock went up for me. I think taking that off the board is a very safe pick. And on this map too, there's a lot of different strategies you can roll with. I think his passive heals to your teammates, add HP with his star power, compare really well with different brawlers, especially if they want to end up taking something like a Sprout here at the end. I really doubt STM is going to go with a double thrower composition. They've got that in their back pocket if they want, or they could try and get some kind of counter pick to what Stamina ends up drafting with 4 and 5 here.
Yeah, the thrower, I totally understand the direction for the throwers against the Colonel Ruffs. That said, dry season relatively open compared to other maps. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, at least in the middle of the map, it is a fairly open section. You got, those 4-pronged walls that look like a compass there, and then a couple others on the sides. But most of the walls come in at the spawns, which is why a lot of times, like you mentioned, sharpshooters are really valuable here. We don't see Piper or Bell, though, and they're still going to go with another one. B going to be in the reserves, I think it's a decent choice here, especially with Byron, Bell, Piper off the board. I think it's a good, not my first sharpshooter, but can certainly work here.
Absolutely. I think B is an interesting, B might be the most unconventional sharpshooter around, if you will. Sharpshooters generally all do similar things, and I think B combining here with the rest of the squad should be a nice look. And Patchy's selection here of Sprout is really what you want to do, right? Kenny, you were bringing up the idea of like, all right, maybe they'll have multiple throwers. No, they're going the sharpshooter direction, which means the Sprout direction is absolutely excellent because, well, they can't throw anything over the Sprout wall. It really is just 1 + 1 = 2 sometimes. And so I love this response. And I think it was Ready that said, with the advent of the draft system, with the advent of 3 bans, etc., you're going to need a higher game IQ in order to get things done. This was a great example of Blood Diamond NA really understanding what to do, how to do it, and they've gone in the right direction. That said, rare is it do you win a game in P's and B's, so we will see how things roll. Stamina doing a great job of already removing a lot of the walls that Blood Diamond have to hide behind.
Yeah, a lot of early aggression here and opening up the map too. That is something that's going to hurt Sprout's cause here. Sandbags going down as well. And B getting a little aggression. Czar on the tick can be a great brawler to get some good area control, little chip shots in. Heals very quickly right now because of the gears as well as his star power. Now they get the gadget in there too, quickly taken out, which is good. Blood Diamond does have a composition that can definitely play a little more defensive. They've drafted Sprout knowing that Tick was already off the board. Very unlikely that Stamina would go that direction. It seems Bo is a brawler that they really enjoy, as we've now seen this twice. Ooh. Nice takedown for Cheeto there onto Bobby. It's actually gonna give them a 3-0 lead here, and they've now charged up a super, got the sandbags down. If you can't have walls on the map, might as well make your makeshift ones with the sandbags.
I think Bo does really well against Tick as well. You can see just the shots coming out really deal with the head really, really strongly. I wanted to ask about this Sprout pick. So I was really amped up about the interaction between some of our sharpshooters versus Sprout, but as we get down to the waning moments of the match, I will put that on hold. Blood Diamond has 3 stars, and it's up to Stamina to step forward. Bobby's able to steal some from Chino, tied at 3, but keep in mind, blue star on the side of Blood Diamond. 9 seconds to go. That's my lucky number. Which team's lucky number is it? Is the question. 3, 2, 1. And it's all about the blue star this time around. Blood Diamond NA take it. Great, careful play towards the end, not giving the enemy a chance.
Yeah, it really came down to the wire, and sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles on maps like Dry Season, especially for a composition like Blood Diamond. They've got a thrower, they've got Colonel Ruffs, which is typically more used in a defensive manner, and Bo with his totem. Sometimes they're just going to make the decision to stick as a team, use that Colonel Ruff star power to give them a little extra HP. I imagine they're going to get this blue star and just try and back off slowly. They're going to take advantage of these walls for Chino to get the chip shots in. Cute Sands can charge up super, power up teammates, and in addition, if they stick up close enough to Cute Sands, they're going to be able to gain some HP here. Definitely think they had a very specific strategy in mind, and I think they executed it very well in game number 1.
So my concern with the Sprout here, you know, like I said, against a whole bunch of sharpshooters, Sprout seems pretty sick, but with how open the map is and how easy Stamina has, how easy of a time Stamina has blowing up the few structures that are there, I mean, are you now asking too much of your Sprout? We saw a crazy wall towards the end that by the way, which was really sick, but like, are those the only walls that we're gonna get a chance to see?
I definitely think things get tough when Brock's in the picture, right? If there's not a lot of wall break going on the map, I think Sprout definitely does fine here. Nice shots coming in though, nice takedown into Czar. OG also trying to stray away from these mines. Good job there by Czar, just going ahead and eliminating those while he has a safety bubble and respawning. But I do think Sprout definitely works here. I think my concern is drafting into Brock can make things a little bit tougher, but if Chino can do a great job in the Sprout, I certainly think they can still find value out of it.
About half a minute to go. 3 stars to 2. Blood Diamond in the lead. Also has the blue star, which is important because it literally won the game last time. So we'll see if they're leaning on that one as well. Stamina got pushed in their own half earlier on, which is really dangerous for them. Chino able to secure another one, and that might be it for Stamina. B puts down the hive and finds the kill on Patchy. They need one more, but Colonel Ruffs provides the defense. Chino puts one down, and just like that, the match is over. And Blood Diamond take this one. Cute Sands feeling good about that. Let's go. I can read those lips. Let's go.
Yeah, another really good set there. Like I mentioned, this is going to be a competitive one. Debut for Blood Diamond in the BSC this year. For a lot of these players, they're longtime players that have been great at the game. Patchy showing up for his first BSC. A lot of hype around this matchup, and now it's going to come down to the wire here. It's going to be safe zone to decide it. Remember, it's only a best 2 of 3 in our quarterfinals, and truly anything can happen here. I definitely think this could go either way at this point.
Here we're getting a second look at this one. This was a 2-0, and so listen, Knockout was kind of evenly matched, if you ask me. This one, Blood Diamond seemed like the king. Stamina seemed not ready to... They just seemed outclassed. I hesitate to say that, but like, this was not their set.
Yeah, and I think the stats can break it down a little more too. Look, in terms of kills, it was only 1 more in favor of Blood Diamond, but to me, it did feel like Blood Diamond had a lot of control for the most part. Knockout isn't always about getting a bunch of kills, you know, in your more casual games out there in ladder, you're going to see crazy high scores, but a lot of the times in our pro player scene, it's not going to be that case. You know, we got a lot of 4-3 scenarios, even a 3-3 at one point. I think the blue star obviously makes a huge difference. Blood Diamond really went for a passive aggressive comp. They're going to be trying to get back. They're going to take advantage of the Colonel Ruff passive heals, Sprout with hiding behind the walls, Bo with a totem. I think they had a very specific idea in mind, and they executed it really well. And I think it shows here. Obviously, Stamina still pretty much kept up in terms of kills, but even 1 behind can put you down 2 games. And it's crazy to think that 1 kill made the difference for 2 games.
that was the thing, is that, like, you know, listen, I always get yelled at by the spreadsheet daddies and the real stat heads out there, but sometimes numbers can be deceptive. And yes, Stamina only lost by 1 kill, but map control, just overall approach in that whole set was Blood Diamond up and down. And trust me, like, bias caster, listen, I've got the Stamina jersey. Those are my friends. And I think that they kind of got dunked on in that set, straight up and down. Something I want to mention as we jump into safe zone here is in both sets 1 and 2, both knockout and the last one that we just watched, a more passive, defensive, not straight up defensive oriented approach, but more defensive than offensive has been the approach from Blood Diamond NA. And so with their bans out here, Blood Diamond doesn't even ban anything specifically scary, minus the Piper, with respect to Stamina. They're just banning stuff they don't want to play against, which I think is a nice look here. Lola on safe zone, what's your take?
I love it. I think when paired with those bans too, it makes a lot of sense. They're just getting rid of things they don't want to play. Like you mentioned, they have the first overall pick. They want the best brawler available in their minds. And to them, that looks like Lola. I think a really strong choice right now, just in general, but in Heist, arguably one of her best modes, high DPS brawler, especially with the ego you can drop down. Adding that shield onto it helps a team so much. It's just free chip damage, or it can shield for you. A lot of different versatility for Lola right now. I think somebody that's really crept back into the meta despite not really being touched since around World Finals time. To counter that, though, they go with a Colette. Great long-time strong brawler on this map. Bell going to be a great way to answer the Lola. The bounce shots off the ego can definitely help them out. Don't mind this draft either from Stamina so far.
I mean, that's something that I very rarely take issue with when it comes to Stamina. I like their drafts. They have certainly leveled up with respects to the draft format. I don't think the guys liked the blind pick. They always have a cohesive, concise strategy. Doesn't always win, but I like their approach in general here. And so we've got Lola and Byron. 7 seconds to figure out what Blood Diamond are going to round things out with.
I'm again impressed with the Blood Diamond draft here. Yeah, again, really impressed. I think taking a Byron away from Stamina is one. Byron's already a good standalone brawler, very solid choice. But if they pair that with the Colette, it can be really deadly. That's a long-time brawler combination that does quite well, especially with Colette with a shield, heals coming in, does 10% every time you use a super on the safe. So I think taking that away does make their combination a little less lethal. I'm a little bit surprised to see a B here. Again, I think it's just because it's the next best thing in terms of sharpshooter. And to finish things off, they do end up taking Squeak. This is somebody I wanted to see how he interacted at NA specifically, but across other regions, a little bit of mixed reviews. I do feel like some of the regions don't value him as much anymore. Some were still continuing to ban and play him a decent chunk. So I definitely think this map in particular, going against these brawlers, very solid option. I think both sides made some very informed decisions. We'll have to see how it all goes down. This is going to decide who will be moving on after our quarterfinal one.
Interested for sure. I prefer this Blood Diamond composition, I'll be honest. I just think what they bring to the table might be a little bit more devastating. I'm staring at Chino. He played so well, and this is a big set. So if Stamina wins this one, they're going to MSI. Chasmic out of the running. It's Tribe and STMN. However, Blood Diamond have not played like they're just going to give it up. I think that Stamina, like, this is a very big deal, and Stamina might wind up losing this, and I guess that's technically an upset. Blood Diamond, though, the way that they've played here, Kenny, I don't know if I can call it that in a vacuum, because they are absolutely on the level with SCMN and some of the stronger teams here in North America and Latam North. So I'm watching this Blood Diamond team. I'm watching Chino. I'm watching Patchy. Welcome to the BSC, man. You're killing it.
Yeah, great debut performance so far, and a lot of back and forth here. Each side trying to establish a little control, and one takedown onto either team can certainly do that. Bobby gonna be laning up against Patchy, and I do like this matchup for Patchy. B has way more range than Colette, and that's typically what Colette struggles into the most. However, Bobby getting really aggressive here, finally has a supercharge, which I imagine is why they did that. They're just trying to look for any damage they can get. Nice little chunk there, 12% down the drain, and that's gonna be enough for a lead for now. Chino pretty much trapped on this left-hand side, and they even got a damage amplifier. I think Squeak's done a great job of just maintaining this side. Look, not losing the lane, not winning the lane, but certainly Chino has struggled to move up here, which has provided a small advantage for STMN.
I just, all I hear, like every now and then I let the game breathe. It's fun to hear some of the sounds as Bobby goes deep and gets punished for it. But all I hear is squeaking going on. So.
Right.
Maybe we'll try to be good casters and fill all the time. Right now, Stamina, though, a couple of dives from Bobby results in 74% remaining here for BDNA. Whereas Stamina, on the other hand, they're chilling. Nobody has touched the safe just yet. Cute Sands getting in position, and the position is underground. Big kill from Bobby. That just might do it. We'll count down from 13 as Czar has to play defense against 2. But I don't think they can do 26% here in just a couple of seconds, Kenny. Set 3, game 1 goes to Stamina.
I think some great execution there too. They played their strategy well, never got overzealous. They just held down the lane. This matchup so far, all 3 sets have really not been super aggressive. It's been a lot of picking your spots, very calculated, very careful. And I think that's the right thing to do. I imagine Blood Diamond will try and switch things up a little bit here. Squeak did a really good job in this left-hand lane. I think Lola struggled into it a little bit. Looks like they're going to switch Chino onto this right-hand side. Cute Sands with a little extra range, maybe to try and land some tags onto Czar. They're going to put Patchy in the mid here to face off against Bell. Can certainly keep up in that long sharpshooter matchup.
Stamina again playing for the big picture. One step closer to MSI with this win, should they get it. Blood Diamond NA had some trouble in that last game. Like you said, Stamina just played their composition perfectly. They just waited it out, got a couple of roll-ins, and, you know, Colette did the Colette thing here. But already Blood Diamond have a larger lead than they did in the entire game last time around, taking 9% off of the opponent's safe, nice and early. Cute Sands answered the kill by Jar. The 2-on-2, is it a big enough window? No. Bobby steps forward, deals with Chino, and Patchy stuck in the corner. Great offensive, defensive move, if you understand what I'm saying from Bobby there. 1, 2, 3 on the clock.
And now we need to see Blood Diamond make a push here. Here goes the ego, the shield going up as well. OG forced away at that moment. Squeak trying to deal with it. And throwing down a gadget as well. And this is one of the reasons that Squeak was so strong last week. They did nerf that gadget. It only lasts for 10 seconds now, but every time somebody steps into that area, they do get slowed down drastically. And especially when paired with sharpshooters, it's very easy to land those tags and really punish the enemy team. But a big thing for this map that I really like Squeak for is that there's really only one lane of entrance straight up the middle. So if you can cut that out, 3 gadgets a game, 30 seconds total, that's a huge chunk of time. And one reason why I'm a really big fan of Squeak on this map.
One of the cool things that you see, I always like to, you know, these players play a different game than I do. You know, I'm an average player at best. And how important one shot on the safe is. You see OG just take one shot, and those can be the difference makers. 7% separate our 2 squads. Colette has dove a couple of times, but those individual shots will absolutely matter here. Kenny, we're counting down from 17. Stamina still have the lead. We'll see if it changes.
And for now, STMN just need to body block a little bit, play some good defense. The dash in from Bobby, it's now going to extend their lead just a bit. Chino, the only one left standing here, and a takedown. STMN getting the job done. A 10% lead here. And due to this as well, Chasmic officially knocked out of contention for the MSI, and the boys are celebrating.
Oh man, I can get used to seeing the team cameras for sure. One of the cooler things I think we've seen as the BSC levels up is the inclusion of player cams, and we've seen a couple of teams here get everybody in the same spot. Stamina doing it as well, and doing it on the field for sure. Cute Sands not loving the loss here, as he's got to contemplate how things have gone down. But I'll be honest with you, listen, Patchy's first jump into the BSC, this is a new look for Blood Diamond NA, and they really brought it to Stamina here. I'm not one that gives out participation trophies, but this was a quality loss, as cringe as that statement might be sometimes. I think Blood Diamond did a great job. On this safe zone, I think they were a little outclassed.
I think they should be proud of their performance today. And look, a lot of NA people who know these guys, they'll recognize the team and the player names. But for all the people throughout the world, this is definitely somebody to keep an eye on for the year. You know, we get double points here pretty soon going into the second half. This is certainly a team that could grab a second, third spot in the region, just even missing the first two. I really think these guys have a lot of potential. I'm super excited to see them play out for the year. And they took on the previous month's champions, a world-class roster, and they did a great job with it. I think overall, definitely something to be hopeful about and look forward to in future months.
Absolutely. I mean, Stamina is one of the best teams in North America, and when Tribe has a bad day, they might be the best team in North America. No hate, I promise. Anyway, these are the stats that we saw here on Heist. Safe Zone was a fun map, and yeah, a lot of work being shared amongst everyone. I like to see that. OG, though, with 43%. Big part of the damage on the opponents. However, I think some of the other players were really fun to watch. Gino, like I said, this is just the stats we have here for the Heist mode, but we'll roll into the MVP section here, and Bobby is the one reigning supreme. 3 kills, 4 deaths, and a whole bunch of DPS, and a lot more votes given out to Bobby. Of course, you guys can get involved in the MVP vote as well. Just make sure you're watching at event.brawlstars.com. Gets you in the position to vote for MVP, put down your predictions, as well, Kenny, as taking some other prizes home.
I know I'm looking for that Thorn pin this month too. So far, so good with our predictions. We're one step closer, F. Dot, in our next one. Hoping to do the same. I think this one will be a really competitive one too, though.
Yeah, certainly very interested to get into our second one. Obey Alliance taking the field here versus Nando Lovers. We'll see how these ones all work out, see how cheeky these matches get. You know, Nando's is more of a European thing, so I think it's kind of funny that we're here in NA and Latam North, but you know what? I'm here for the crazy stuff. That's quite literally why we do Brawl Stars. And so let's take a look at our squads here. It's Alec, RC, and Raz coming through for Obey Alliance. An old school name in esports and some old school players here. Alec has been along for the ride for a long time here, Kenny. And I'm glad he's getting a chance to really play at a competitive level.
Yeah, I am too. Alec and Raz both been around for a while. We can see the man himself on camera here. Super jazzed up for them. I think this is another team with a lot of potential. Of course, these players have a lot of experience and BSC caliber players for sure. I think they have that upside potential for a lot of different teams. They've certainly given Tribe and S-Team and some really top level teams some competition in the past. I think going against Nando Lovers will be a good test for them to see where they really stand in this region. Excited to see what they can do.
Well, here's their opponents, Nando Lovers, Angel U, Ozen, and, well, there he is himself, Nando. And do I love that logo? I think so. It's delightful. That's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm going to say. It is delightful. Little love for Carl there. I think Angel with the Carl hat. So, anyway, here we get a chance to see some of the players. Angel out here repping the set and looking ready to go. And so my question here is, what is the expectation out of this squad?
I think they should have high hopes. They certainly have the ability to take this one. And I'm kind of expecting this to be kind of a 55, 60, 40 kind of matchup. Look, Obey Alliance has some long-time players, but these guys have sure shown promise. When I casted qualifiers, I was really impressed with what I saw in the past. These names are a little more familiar to some of the people that are, again, in a home base. But for the rest of the world, this is certainly a team to recognize is pretty solid. I kind of going into this and feeling that 60-40 in personal opinion. I picked Obey Alliance here because of the long-standing players that do a great job overall. But I definitely think Nando Lovers has potential to win this one too.
Yeah, I am definitely less familiar with the Nando Lovers team for sure. But like you said, Alec and Raz have just been around for so long that you've got to sort of, give them, I suppose, the benefit of the doubt at first. Once we jump onto the field and we see how everything goes, I am more than willing, and I might even want to have my mind changed because that means it's interesting. So let's get things going. Gem grab, double swoosh. We'll be starting out here. A very fun map, a classic one we've been playing for a long time. And as we jump into peaks and bans, what are your thoughts? Where are you thinking? Who do you want to see banned out in double swoosh?
For me, I feel like you got to get rid of Eve. I just think immediately off the rip, somebody that I still feel like is really strong. I do like the Squeak ban too. I think that's one that I immediately think of. And man, for the first time in a long time, this may be the first time we've actually seen replicable bans. I think Frank last weekend didn't see it. I don't remember seeing it this weekend at all. It's very rare to see both teams just get rid of the same 3 brawlers. And even crazy enough too, they're picking Bo first pick.
So Bo first pick. Listen, we spent a lot of the time in our first set talking about Bo's buff and how strong it. I'm not sure if first pick is where he's sitting. I look at the Byron selection and I'm happier about having a Byron than a Bo on my team. I don't think Bo is bad at any stretch of the imagination, but do you think Bo is first pick ready?
I mean, I think it's debatable. If anything, before this was one of the maps that I've seen them show up a bit. Again, when I had a conversation with Sword, I showed him through some of the Latam South drafts, and even before the buff, they were starting to implement him a little bit. And he said they'd used it before too. They preferred other mids, and right now I'm kind of that way too. I think there's some other ones that I would prefer, like a Gene. I think could be an excellent option here. Byron is probably even going to be a lane here. I think there's some really good choices overall. I don't mind it though. Clearly, this is a brawler that NA is really starting to favor. They're always ones that tend to go when others zig, they zag, and I think, you know, Bo really isn't too crazy here. Tara, Mr. P. Mr. P was another one that I was going to shout out to. I think that's going to be a great counter to Gene. Can be a really sneaky mid here. Again, never necessarily my first pick, especially when brawlers like Eve exist and even Squeak exist, but those are off the board. I think they do a pretty solid job overall. I definitely think this combination can work. I do love the Amber response too, though.
I love the Amber. I love this Amber pick. I think Amber is going to do so. The Bo first selection here, you know, it's so funny. We're all focused on the buff. I mean, listen, there's a lot of grass. Bo's interesting, right? Like that's absolutely, you know, where his wheelhouse. But I love this Amber selection. I think this really is where, excuse me, I want to go with this composition and this map. Like, y'all want to hide in the grass? Okay, what if I remove it? Like, what's up to you, man? I'm just gonna look at what Amber does here. Just shooting down this whole hallway of grass. You're not safe. There's nothing you can do about it. I think it's a great selection for this map specifically. And then we're just gonna have to see the other 2 players kind of make the big moves as far as like the pull, the kill. Oh my goodness. Amber's just here to like sort of play defense essentially.
Amber definitely plays some great defense. I love Amber on this map too, just for revealing the bushes, but she kind of double dips here a little bit too. It's going to be a good way to deal with the Mr. P Porter since her ammo is not traditional where it's, for example, Gene has 3 shots and you got to reload. Amber's is kind of more continuous. It's very different, and that also dips into the Tara minions as well. Those shades are definitely going to have a harder time. They're going to have to find ways to deal with that. Nando barely staying alive on this right-hand side. Angel Yu stepping up though to help out. Raz going to get a takedown in the meantime though. Ozin on the left-hand side trying to deal with Alec and burning him up. I believe this is a trade here. And now Angel Yu trying to dodge some mines, barely doesn't escape it, but I think it's just out of harm's way for now. They're going to hold on to their 7-4 gym lead.
Big play there coming out from Raz. Winds up trading for sure, but still an important kill. Alec getting lit up by the Amber. Long range shots can't catch, but the fire does. And Nando lovers now find themselves in the lead and then some. 8 gems in the pocket, make that 10. Countdown rolling here for the red team, and a kill on Obey strips everything away from their pockets. We got 10 seconds to go, Kenny, but I can confidently say that Nando lovers are going to take this one just like that. Fantastic play from the buzzer. Game 1, easily in favor of the red team.
Yeah, and I think I do like the Nando lovers composition here just a little bit better. Again, I do love my man Bo. I think he's definitely improving right now. For me, first pick overall, not sure how to feel about it yet. I kind of want some more information, see how he does this weekend, but there's definitely a method to the madness, of course. I think Tara, very solid brawler, like Gene, who has the pull. Tara has one that is similar in terms of just changing up the complete game. Sometimes in Gym Grab, it really is one kill. KD isn't always the stat line to focus on. It's more about how many gyms you can pick up, holding positioning, and right now that was a great job by RC playing into a favorable matchup against Gene, getting a takedown there, and now he's going to go extend and try and grab these while dealing with Nando all at the same time.
Ooh, that was an important kill on the left side. Unfortunately, Obey unable to take advantage of it and can't move up the mid. And so because of that, they'll find themselves a little behind. This time around, though, an equalizing kill in the left lane, and now they have pressure. Pushing up, Angel Yu being chased down by the clone, and Nando himself being pushed down by whoever it is. There's 3 players shooting him. He does wind up getting away and taking a kill though. So 5 gems in the pocket for Obey Alliance. Nando lovers now taking their stride forward, and we've resumed equilibrium.
Back in action here. 5-3 overall. RC going to be in the mid, just trying to own control. I really do like this in a long time now. Mr. P has been known to be a great counter into Gene. Raz getting really aggressive here too with very low HP, I might add, and going to go down there. Might be a little bit of an overextension, but they do need to gain some control and try and hold on to this gym lead that they have. And a big factor too, Angel U does have the pull, an unfortunate miss though, and you really got to make those count. And now things looking even better for Obey as they have an 8-5 lead.
Nando lovers, though, as soon as you say that, Nando lovers are able to find a kill, step forward, and another one. Kill goes down, gems picked up, oh well. But mid control over on the red side, just barely. Raz stepping forward, chasing the left lane out, and that will open the door for the blue team to step forward as well. Neck and neck this time around. Game number one was Nando lovers from the beginning to the end. This time around, yes, we're in countdown, but Obey has 8 gems. Obey are at a decent spot. Can they do it? 10 seconds counting down. The kill on the Raz makes me say no. Alec can't find the spot. All 10 gems are on Angel. One shot is not enough for the kill. And Nando lovers again takes the game, and they take the set. And so we'll move on to set number 2.
Very solid performance overall. He's nice. Yeah, you love to see it. Just nice and jazzed up. And I think they should be. I liked their composition just a little bit better, I would say. I think the brawlers that were selected for Obey were not bad brawlers by any means. All of them can work on this map. But I think Bo first pick had me questioning it a little bit. I just kind of want to get a more understanding of where he's at. Again, solid map for him. You know, you get the mines in the middle. Can give teams trouble picking up some gems, but still got to be able to charge that up. And I'm a big fan of the Amber into that composition too. I think it's a final selection there for Nando lovers. It did a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I was obviously very excited. I think I said before that rarely games are won in picks and bans. Now, I didn't say never because I'm not a Sith, but I will say that I think the Amber selection might have won this set. Might have won this set just a little bit. Like, just a little bit, man. Very, very impressive stuff. Here we've got the Byron stats on screen for you. So Byron, still just a great all-around selection. Like, really just a fantastic all-around selection. I think he's one of the better first picks, not because he's the best brawler, but because you can fit him into so many different compositions. You can play him so many different ways. And here, the way that Nando was playing certainly was good enough.
For sure, 7-4, and look at that DPS number. That's huge, especially for somebody like Byron. Team damage 45%. Overall, just a really strong performance. And rather than putting him in the mid, which is what a lot of people would expect from somebody like Byron, they utilize him in the lane. You can really start to use some sharpshooters in the lanes on double switch specifically. It's something at a pro level they're doing a lot of the times. I've even seen brawlers like Bell, Byron, kind of getting that mix there on the lane, which is always super interesting to watch. So rather than use him as the traditional mid, which he does, they even utilize him as a lane, which I think goes to show just how good Byron can be right now.
Jumping into the next one, we've got Hot Zone, and it's a Ring of Fire this time around. And so this is definitely a game mode and a map where we'll see some specific selections. This is where do you think we're going to see things wind up here?
I think, again, we definitely see things like Eve bans. I think Squeak's one I'm looking out for, too. Again, this is a single hot zone kind of map. So if you have that gadget, you can really cut off where opponents can go for 30 seconds of the game. That's a huge factor, especially when there's one target area you need. And look at that. Nando with the first overall selection going to pick Squeak, and I can't say I blame them. Also, a big fan of the Pro and the Lola bans here. I think those are really strong ones. And, of course, the Doggo, once again, banned. I think Colonel Ruffs is in a really solid state right now. And, you know, when there was only one ban, never really got to a point where he was typically the most banned brawler, but I think now he's certainly in consideration for a lot of different maps and modes to just be removed.
Completely agree. I think that the Sandbags just offers so many different applications. Like, obviously I'm going to block the safe with it, or I can help out it. There's just so many different approaches, and then, you know, everything else he does. So yeah, I think Ruffs is a strong ban here for sure. The Leon ban is cute. I think that Leon is one of those characters that either you can play against him or you can't, and I don't think there's a bad thing in saying, listen, let's just ban him. I don't want to deal with him. And I think that's what Nando does here right now. So teaming up with Squeak, What do you want to see here? Do you want to see area denial, or do you want to see more offensive stuff?
I think they need a nice, well-rounded comp here. I would love to see him take some kind of sharpshooter with either picks 4 and 5. There's the sharpshooter of their choice. They're going to go with Piper, and definitely want to give a shout to Lou here. It's been a while since we've seen Lou showing up in the meta. He has gotten a little more love recently in patch notes, and this is a historic map for him. Typically, he does really well. If you can be a really strong Lou, typically, to me, one of the harder brawlers to play, just given his shot formation. Not an easy task, but can do really well on this map in particular, especially when there's one hot zone and his super can cover the majority of that area. It can be really troublesome, so I'm super curious to see if Obey Alliance can excel at that pick.
Last selection. All right, the Cactus comes on out. Obviously, Spike, I think, does a really good job of controlling certain areas, and so we'll see how that one works out. And the Surf Boy being picked up for Raz.
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled by this pick. This is something that I've seen, you know, on other maps show up in some practices for NA players, but I have not seen him on the big BSC field. I believe this was actually one of the brawlers that Frank even specifically mentioned last week that we hadn't seen anywhere. And this is going to be a very NA style pick here again. This is a region known for their creativity, some little off-brand picks, but certainly think Buzz has potential here. I'm curious to see how they utilize him. I don't typically see him on a map like Ring of Fire, and Hot Zone is not my first candidate if I were to choose him to show up. So very curious to see how this does as we hop into game number 1.
Well, something we're going to see as we increase the bans from 4 to 6 is we're going to see more of these characters that don't necessarily like perfectly fit the scenario, and we're going to have to wind up seeing more character specialists, you know, players that are just excellent at one brawler specifically. Maybe that's the case here for Buzz as Ozin lining things up and making some room. Nando lovers need to get on the point, and they finally do here. Trailing by about 15, but we are counting all the way up as Angel gets the long-range shot. Obey Alliance steps back on it. They still have the lead by about 20%.
Yeah, pretty strong start here for them. Ozin gonna be creeping down this right-hand side, approaching RC. A nice connection there with the super, though, gonna force Ozin into a tough situation. Gadget goes out too, and Ozin's health's gonna dwindle away. Nice trade, though. Better than going down by yourself. Now Alec just kind of lurking in the shadows. That's gonna be what Buzz does best. He's gonna be going for the stun connection onto Nando, and that's gonna be a takedown there. He's going for 2. Angel U gonna fall as well. Ozin, the only one left standing, and the aggression is paying off so far for the side of Obey Alliance.
Big plays for Alec, gets the pull and the kill. All right, they answer back, but Buzz finding the kills on the back line, certainly a good look. Opening the door here for Angel, however, as when the dust settles, it's Nando lovers that find themselves on top. Separated by about 9% here. Obey looking to push forward. Nando lovers all eyes on Raz, but he's able to dodge and get healed up. Spike versus Raz. Raz puts one in the dome, and just like that, another walk forward for Angel U. This is what we keep seeing this, Kenny. Angel's sitting in the back providing some long-range shots. Everybody goes ham and runs up in melee, and then everybody's dead except for Angel, who just casually steps up and drops a pin.
Yeah, there's just been so much back and forth, and once again, another Alec gadget slash super. I feel like he's just been chaining through those the entire time. Finally, though, RC able to step up, get a little control here. Now a 10% lead for them, but Angel U, the sharpshooter, coming forward. Another dash in, but this time a double for Alec. RC gonna get the takedown along with Raz, and now a commanding lead starting to form for Obey Alliance as they get the freezing down on the ground over towards their spawn.
Yeah, man, I just want to point this out here as Obey Alliance takes this one and runs away with it. Almost 40% in the lead there. Who do you think was the most impactful brawler on that map?
I think it's kind of interesting. It really, this is a map where all 3 of them kind of had their own roles, right? I think Byron's just the super steady mid that gets the long range shots, but I mean, we saw Raz put in work with the supers that keeps the side of Nando lovers off it, and Alec was getting so aggressive and constantly cycling kills. I would be very surprised if anyone had more kills than Alec that game, and it just felt like at any moment he was cycling through supers or gadgets to pick up 1 or 2 at a time. I definitely think it paved the way for the side of Obey to get some nice percentages.
Yeah, my answer was Alec, the Buzz, that we were all like, what? And yeah, that's what happens. So Nando Lover starts things off early. but Alec looking for the flank. The threat of activation, just by standing there, Nando had to run away to the left-hand lane. Here comes Alec from the backside, dealing with Angel, but the range belongs to Piper. Nando Lovers has just won this top to bottom. Alec looking for the flank took way too long, Kenny, and just left his team 2v3. And then when he finally got in position, wound up just dying. So the long range flank just did not work out there for Alec this time around. And now Obey trail by 63%.
Yeah, this one's going a very different direction. Ozen also managing to stay up here, dropping the life plant as well to shield from Raz. And in this lane matchup, I do love Spike going into this. Look, Lou has a lot of utility with his super and his gadget, but it is very difficult to land shots like I mentioned, but some really good ones coming in for Raz there. They are backs against the wall, but Alec now in position, Raz in the middle too, and Alec going to go ahead and cycle out his super there. Does get the takedown to Squeak, but it does cost him his life. Now going to be a 2v2 situation, and Raz just trying to hang on to the middle, but forced away due to the Spike super.
Rough stuff there. One of the big deals to remember about Hot Zone is that, like, you know, that 80% came all at once, and it could just stay 80% while Obey Alliance step forward and bring it to 100. So that is something that you can be, you know, you can turn the tides very easily. And Obey does have mid control. Alec falls down after a duel with Angel, and that's going to give control over to Nando Lovers. And I believe the phrase is Caster's Curse. Alex steps forward and gets taken care of before he takes care of business. And we're going to a game 3. Oh, no, excuse me. Nando Lovers takes it. We're going to a set 2.
Yeah, so we're going to have a nice little match point coming up here, I believe. Nando Lovers now tying things up 1-1. It is going to be close here, and I think one big thing here is that they have to cut off Buzz immediately. I think even dropping a gadget here and cutting off what lane he can go would be a good option. However, Alec going to be dropping the gadget here, just going to be approaching the enemy. No kills, though. That's a very tough sight there, as it's now going to be a 3v2. Nando now flanking the left-hand side. Piper deep in the bushes as well. Connection onto Raz. And Raz barely staying alive. Finally going down. The Byron heals are the only thing keeping him up standing. And Alec now forced to try and approach them. It's just not going to be enough. They do have a little bit of luxury to work with here. And I think a huge cutoff in that grass is a big deal, as Angel U gets that super off too.
Tight game this time around. Hilarious. Game 1 was lopsided. Game 2 was lopsided. And now game 3, very, very close. Raz taking down Nando at the backside. And Angel just dodges out. Blue team on the spot. And Angel in no man's land, just popped by Byron. Alec in the back line doing exactly what he's picked to do. And yeah, I mean, they're invincible, buddy. You're gonna die. Okay. Blue team still has the lead.
Value there. Yeah.
Well, actually, no. Listen. He dies there, and all of a sudden, Nando Lovers are able to step forward. Maybe Alec should have backed off, but who knows? Right now, they certainly have a good lead.
Yeah, and the Squeak gadget helping them out a little bit too. RC being forced all the way back, and great team effort there. They are down by about 50%. However, like you mentioned, this is a mode where if you can just spawn trap the enemy, really keep them back, Alec is going to have to close this gap as a Buzz. Lou, not the easiest brawler to play. Byron, not the highest DPS in the world, and it could be a tough one for them, as now they're starting to close this gap a little bit. RC stepping up to the plate. Ozen going to be weak here. Super going down to keep himself up, and now they're creeping towards a win here with only a few percentage points to go. They're just going to need to remain tight here, and they are going to force a set number 3.
Listen, man, there's our Buzz player right there, unaffected, just like, yeah, obviously I won with the Buzz pick. Why wouldn't I? That's Alec right there, right? Like, I'm real talk though. I mean, the Buzz, very, very cool looking over there. I think that is what, like I said, we are going to have to keep an eye on, not Buzz specifically, but oddball selections. Now that we get 6 bans, you're gonna have to go down the tier list, and 2 things happen. One, we have a different tier list for each map and mode, right? And so you have your perfect selections. You're not going to play your perfect selections. Sorry, folks. They're gonna be banned out because of this level. Everybody knows what the perfect selections are. They've done the same amount of homework you have. And so how do you find these victories while being sure not to be banned out? Well, sometimes you gotta dig deep into the brawler pool and go and find something that is just your specialty. Alec didn't do anything here that was Hot Zone specific. He just gadget, super, kill you. And that allowed his team, it gave the space to the team necessary to find themselves finding the hot zone. And so I think that's where we're going to have to be looking a little bit more. Not even the top killer, or excuse me, not even the top DPS here, but certainly the top killer with 15 in the pocket for Buzz. So I think it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising. Spike with 14 kills there, and a 14-8 ratio is pretty good, 268 DPS, and Buzz still got a lot of value, right? KD isn't everything. I think he did his job really well, and I think he made a great point, right? It's very tough to catch your opponents off guard. These are all professional players, but I feel like this is a strategy that I definitely wasn't prepared to see. I imagine that these pro players were probably not expecting to see a Buzz and a Lou show up on the same map at least. And look, I think that's something very respectable. Obey taking a combination that I certainly was like, what's about to go down here? How are they about to utilize this? And they made it work. A Byron Buzz combination is a good combination to have. You got the healer with the tankier brawler that's going crazy. And I think it worked out. I think this is 2 maps in a row now that we've seen Obey Alliance just whip out some combinations that I'm not expecting to see. And if I don't know what you're going to do, if your opponent doesn't know what you're going to do, how are you supposed to prepare for it?
Completely agree. As we take a look at Flaring Phoenix on Knockout, love the aesthetic of the stunt show patch, by the way. Really, really cool to see what's going on here. And who doesn't love Stu? So bans out just like that. And this is Knockout again. So 1 life to live, friends. Drastically changes the way you want to approach. And a first pick thrower. I do like the RC selection, or I do like the tick selection here for RC. I think that, again, when it comes to Knockout, this is a good look.
And I think a great response to Tick, going to be an excellent thrower, but I would be very surprised if Obey Alliance was looking to take another one. So Nando lovers can take Brock, who's going to break up some walls. They're going to take Byron, a very overall sharpshooter, very well-rounded player. And I think if they really want it, they could draft with that 6th pick, sprout in their back pocket, or take a counter pick, depending on what picks 4 and 5 are.
So that's huge, and I want to follow up with that great little nugget of information you gave us. Like, so Obey Alliance probably aren't going to select another thrower. Maybe they will, and who knows? But most likely, when you do your Brawl Stars math, 1 throw on the squad works out. So Nando lovers don't have to pick their thrower right here. They can wait, see what Obey picks, and then answer with their 6th selection, their 3rd selection for them, with whatever counters, whether it's literally a rock to scissors counter or just something nearby the enemy squad. And so waiting for that and just selecting your sharpshooters first and foremost, I think, is a great look here coming out from Nando lovers. These are real basic picks and bans. If you play other games with picks and bans, these are kind of like basic tenets that we're hitting. Picking also being a ban in some way, shape, or form. But this is a new style approaching Brawl Stars, and I think we really have to sort of like start at square one, so to speak. Obey Alliance lock in the bow and the bell for their 2 sharpshooters. So bow shows up one more time.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they're giving a lot of love to it. There's the final Sprout pick. Again, they can make whatever decision they want at that point. If they feel like there's a strong counter pick, they can roll with that, or they can just go with the stereotypical thrower that does a great job, very safe pick. And I think it's fine. It's going to synergize and give them a nice, well-rounded composition. They've got Byron, who's a good, healthy medium of just about any skill you need. You've got Brock, who can play the sharpshooter, break down some walls for you, give Tick a little more trouble, and Sprout, of course, can hug by their own spawn side walls and get those picks.
Man, Alec, so it's funny, Alec's been playing the game forever, and I always picture him playing Bo. I don't know if that's a result of that's actually a character he loves, or I don't know, he's just been playing forever since Bo was one of the only guys to pick. So it is fun when you associate players with characters, and with the band selections and then the band system the way it is, again, we're going to see more different characters. What was the number that you said we saw last time around? Like 70%?
Yeah, according to Frank, it was roughly, I think 76 was the number, but somewhere right in that range on the last week.
Very
I can't
cool.
wait to see the stats for this.
Very cool. Very, very cool. 1 kill already dead, and 2 kills. So just like that, Obey Alliance certainly look like they're about to take game number 1. Angel running around, and that be that, folks. But Obey Alliance able to take this one rather simply. We'll see how things continue to press forward with this composition.
And starting up for a third one, or a second round two. Things looking pretty similar here. Thrower v thrower battle on the right. Tick can't expend a little bit further, but Angel U getting really aggressive here. Nice connections as well. Is going to force RC to pop a gadget here just to make sure he stays alive. Burning through one of those can definitely help in the long run. Sprout does have a wall too at their disposal if they want to cut off Raz or Alec, who are more sharpshooter brawlers and can't get over it like Obey RC can. Just a lot of back and forth right now. This is very typical for Knockout. Just trying to charge those supers and put yourself in prime position to get a nice takedown.
Very, very safe play. Raz actually steps out of position to take down Nando. Can't find the kill. Winds up being double teamed themselves. So Nando and Ozen combined for the kill against the enemy Bell. 2 versus 3 now. Not completely hopeless, but with Alex stuck in the corner, that be that. And we're going to a game 3, folks. Nando lovers doing a great job there of taking advantage of one player out of position. Right there in the mid lane. So we go to a game 3. And we'll see how this one winds up going. Or round 3, excuse me. We'll see how this one winds up going.
Tick super going to be cut off there. Going to the left, a missed damage amplifier from Raz too. And RC can work with this wall. Can certainly send his shots over it since he's a thrower. Ozin with the super, Nando with the super. Good opportunity here is now they've got some aggressive footing going in. Nice connections onto the left and the right player for Obey there. And Angel U once again getting really aggressive, landing some nice tags. Forced away though. And nice takedown there onto Bo as well. It's going to be a 3v2 scenario now. Obey with their backs against the walls for game number 1.
Is this winnable 3v2? Because Obey are making some plays here. Never mind. He's stuck. RC can't get out. Bat be that. So for a moment, I really thought that they had a good position where I think it was RC was up in that right-hand corner and was kind of dealing with 2 players basically because of the way the map was. And if they were able to find a kill early, that 3v2 might have wound up being a nice and even 2v2, but I think the opponent realized that and made some moves quickly and quickly forced us over here. So Nando lovers gets 1 feather in their hat. 3 games, or excuse me, 3 rounds, of course, in the game. So game 1 goes to Nando lovers, and this is a new game. Best of 3, one more time to see who takes it. Round 1 of game 2 of set 3. Stay with us, folks. All right, so Alec in the mid lane, dealing some shots against the opposing Byron, and almost gets the lucky blind kill. Can't find that last shot. And so Byron walks away to live another day.
They're going to continue to fight to stay up here. Tickhead going to go down immediately. And Alec, very aggressive bow plays right now as Raz is forced to step away for a moment. Nando going to receive some heals from Byron as well. Playing the mid here, very smart decision. Long range brawler, plus can heal either side if they need it, but a nice takedown for both sides. In fact, it's going to be a 2v2 scenario. Alec now all alone here. Angel, you very weak though. Could be close here. He actually can get this takedown if he lands the connection here. A miss there though. Nando recharging, hits the shot, and that's going to get it done. Now a match point and just 1 round away.
One of the more exciting rounds we've seen in a while. Angel getting stuck behind in the corner. Not a great look. Turns it into the 1v1, but we will re-roll and try again here. Right side. A little bit of damage on a Sprout, but Angel unconcerned. I love the Brock play here from Nando, really taking every opportunity to find a shot towards the mid and just sort of dealing with Raz. The target is Alec, but it's honestly the Raz that falls down. Trade out, and now it's a 2v2. Nando dealing with RC. RC finds one over the top, brings him down. Angel also going to sit down. We go again to a round 3.
Once again, Obey being tested, and they've got a round away from taking this game and bringing it to a 3rd. Nando lovers doing the same, except they can end the match right here, right now, if they choose. Raz on this left-hand side trying to deal with Nando. Alec gonna be stepping forward a decent bit here. The super coming through, and he's gonna fall. It's now gonna be a 2v3 scenario. Things looking bleak here for Obey.
Troublesome stuff. Not ready to give up just yet. Obey Alliance of course, against the winning point here. Nando lovers, if they take this, take the game and the set. But they're not willing to push up and go completely crazy here. Still a metered approach from Nando lovers. Kenny, question, are they playing too safe? Are they giving Obey too much of an opportunity to fight back into this one? Well,
doesn't look that way right now. Ticket still going forward, but Sprout can take that. And now RC all alone here as a thrower. It's going to be very difficult to take out all three of these brawlers when they space the floor. Smiles coming out from Nando. A little spinning, a little dance move coming in too. And nicely done to Nando lovers. It came down to the wire. And a nice fist bump there for Angel. Congratulations to them. Very well played to both sides, but the side of Nando lovers taking this one.
Super excited. Angel out here loving the victory here for Nando lovers as they get their win in knockout and ultimately get their win above Alec and the rest of Obey Alliance, who, you know, I think Obey, like you said, 60-40, this wasn't an overwhelmingly top card situation, but I do think this winds up being an upset, and a great one at that.
Yeah, I think a little bit. I mean, great job overall. I think Nando lovers, of course, will give them a nice run for their money in the next round. They will be facing off against STMN, very formidable opponent, but they've got potential here. And I think Obey, credit where credit's due. They have some very untraditional comps they used and excelled with even. I love seeing their drafts play out. I love getting into their thought process a little bit. As a Brawl Stars nerd, it was very fun to see what they brought out. And again, making the games really fun to watch as always. I definitely expect to see them in future months as well. And again, I do think they have that upside where they can try and claim one of these world spots.
Absolutely, you know, and again, you know, both of these teams, Obey and Nando lovers, I think came out and looked like either one of them could have taken it. If this is the best, put it this way, if this is the best of 5, I'm not sure the Nando lovers wins. I'm not saying that Obey Alliance wins for sure, but I'm still you know, this wasn't a total trounce coming out from Nando lovers, and so I'm eager to look at the rest of the scene as things continue to move forward. But well, I understand why they love Nando now. 55% of the damage coming out from the titular Nando here. You love to see it, man. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's all started to come together for me. I mean, to be honest with you, 5, 2, and 6 there, they just had significant more kills, and in knockout, that truly is everything. I mean, Ozin by himself combined for what Alec and Raz ended up putting together. Really strong performance. I think overall a very solid set, and 55% from Nando. I mean, that is a very, very high statistic right there.
Yeah, I mean, those are great numbers coming out for it. And the MVP voting, well, everybody loves Nando, like I said, for good reason. A very, very big contributor on the squad. The MVP votes coming in spades here for Mr. Nando. 5 kills, 2 deaths, and over 200 DPS coming out from that guy. Wonderful stuff coming out for him and his team. And of course, all the players recognizing that and getting their votes in on event.brawlstars.com. But Kenny, that's our first 2 quarterfinals. We are going to say a farewell to you for now. We're going to bring Reddy back in the mix. But right now, a word from our sponsors.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
And just like that, we are back in action. It's me and it's Ready Set. Ready, what's good, buddy? Are you ready? No pun intended, I'm sorry.
Well, of course, I was, well, this name was not assigned to me at birth, but I was born ready in a certain way, and I'm super ready for our second couple of quarterfinals. It's going to be extremely exciting as we get into Vatra Gaming versus Vanguard Gaming.
Taking a look at some of the sets that we just got done, we saw STMN get taken to the limit by Blood Diamond, but Stamina ultimately wind up taking it. And then Nando lovers in a slight upset against Obey Alliance comes on through. Again, 3 games needed in total. Vatra Vanguard, I think, might be our tightest matchup here. And then we get a chance to see Tribe and Chasmic Gaming go head-to-head, who Chasmic actually in a rough spot here. Because of Stamina's win early on, they are not able to make it to MSI. So they will have the grand scheme of things. They can still wind up getting their dubs and finding themselves at Atlanta later on, but mid-season, not going to be in the cards for them this time around. As always, just a reminder to join us at event.brawlstars.com and watch us there. We've got some cool stuff coming at you. As always, you see the MVP votes? That's where you vote. So get your predictions in and get some free stuff as well along for the ride. But you want to talk about along for the ride, ready? This is what we're talking about. These teams going head to head. Payne, Guerrero, and Carlitos here for Vatra Gaming. This is a strong squad here. What can you say about Payne and the boys?
Yeah, that's the deal. I think Payne is really the titular player here. Guerrero and Carlitos, phenomenal players as well, but I think the world round is familiar with Payne's tank play, right? And here we have Payne, the man himself as well. I saw a tweet at one point. You ban one of Payne's good tanks and he just plays the other one. And I think now with 3 bans in the mix, that's something that the players are going to be keeping their eyes out for.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big things. Having a deep brawler pool is going to be a very big deal here. We've got Betucci's Killer and Luffy here for Vanguard, and these players, we know these guys. These formerly known as the Avengers, and Vanguard, this is a strong squad. We've seen what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, previously they were avenging the Latam North part of NA and Latam North vibes. I bet you didn't know that was the entire saying. Well, now you do know. They are also picking up Luffy this month rather than Poyo, waving goodbye to him, at least for now, where he received Betches as well. Expect a whole lot from these players in the upcoming match, and I'm curious to see how Luffy integrates with the rest of the team for this month.
Yeah, that's always the question when you see a roster change like that. Poyo was a big part of that team and certainly played with them for a while. So Luffy coming in here, not necessarily a good or a bad move. Roster changes could be an improvement. That's why you make them. But immediacy is always the question you want to ask. How immediate will this click? Later on, yeah, sure. Everybody that made that choice thinks this is going to be better. Why they made the choice. But right now, how do things work out right now? That's what we're going to be seeing, and we're going to be seeing it on beautiful Super Beach. Oh, I love this one. It really does feel like a beach, and we've got Brawl Ball in front of us.
It is going to be spectacular. Love the side lanes. Love the pretty long lane opened up at mid. I think it's probably my favorite Brawl Ball map currently in the game. It used to be Backyard Bowl until we saw it a little too much in competitive, and 8-bit was also a thing that just dragged things out. Super Beach really does lend itself to some max gameplay. We will see Vanguard actually banning out Ash, which totally makes sense, and it especially makes sense when you realize that, yeah, you are facing versus Payne here, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of any of that pain. Vatra Gaming do get the first pick here, though, so if they do so desire to play some tanks here, now would be the time. They are going to be picking up the max, actually, RBM no less, and Vanguard Gaming, it's up to them to pick up something to slow down the max. Keep in mind that Vatra has banned out the Crow, which is the typical counter to this brawler.
Certainly a good look. That's why they ban out the Crow, because they know they're going to first pick the max. Again, players aren't able to see the opponent's bans, but they do know who picks first. And so if you are first pick, you kind of want to keep that in mind and, you know, not ban out what you want to be playing, etc., etc. So Betu one selection here as we wait for our third pick. I mean, the Gale ban is interesting. Gale does a lot of work on Brawl Ball. Ban material, would you say?
Yeah, I wouldn't really say anymore. Used to be he was extremely good when his gadget actually gave him 2 levels instead of 1. Now it just gives him 1 level. And yeah, I mean, there was a huge benefit to getting 2 levels, being that it immediately sent you to level 3, where you have that range that you pretty much need to succeed as Surge. Your #1 mission when you pick Surge is to get level 3 as fast as possible, and then sometimes hang on to that super if someone gets in close range, or you die and you respawn and you need to get back to that level 3. We will see the Lu, actually, which is Vanguard Gaming's way of slowing things down by freezing, also laying down a little bit of area control with Lu's super. Vatra Gaming, yeah, I think that is going to be a pretty tough brawler to respond to, so actually we'll go with the Daryl. I think they're just going to double down, or maybe even triple down on the whole speedy tank idea. Payne being on the Daryl is definitely one that I'm a little concerned about, at least for Vanguard Gaming.
Last pick here for Vatra. Squeaking on through. All right. This is a very interesting composition, I think, coming out from everybody. How do you respond here with pick 6, I think?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's a tall order. How do you counter out a single tank, but also play it relatively safe? I'd say maybe like Tara or something could be a pretty safe pick here. You also want to think about how Squeak isn't going to be too great at firing around walls, so that, plus you also want to be able to stun out a Daryl. We will see actually a brawler that does get a pretty good stun here. We saw Alec pull it out earlier, even though it didn't lead them to victory, unfortunately. The Buzz, actually, one that we've been seeing less and less in competitive recently, but I think we can owe a lot of that to the prevalence of Fang. Now that Fang has kind of gone down in the meta significantly, yeah, the primary AoE stun is no longer going to be Roundhouse Kick. It's going to be Buzz with his super. So I definitely see the gears turning from Vanguard Gaming. I don't feel like it's a seriously cohesive comp, unfortunately. It's a great response, I think, to Vatra Gaming. It seems like it's entirely reactive, and that's not something Vatra Gaming had to worry about at all.
That said, so when you're playing reactively with respect to the picks and bans, well, all right, take it on through. Sorry, folks. I was just completely surprised. I just did not expect just being able to just clean up, but we will zoom in real quick here and take a look. Vanguard 1 goal in the lead, and they'll push up just a little bit. But you know, playing reactively in the picks and bans, I don't think is in and of itself a bad thing. However, it can be a bad habit if you continuously find yourself playing the opponent's game as opposed to yours. And right there we get to see why the Daryl pick comes out here for RBM. Fantastic, just rolling on in and getting it done. So Vanguard take one from a long distance, and then RBM dunks as close as possible. How will the winning goal be scored? Is the question we've got to ask ourselves here, as Payne in the mid shoves the ball in the left-hand corner. Killer stuck here, dashes forward. Payne stunned and done. RBM rolls forward, alive for the moment, but taken care of. And with a minute on the clock, Vanguard has reset and will push the ball forward.
I'm not really sure who I'm rooting to win in overtime should we make it there, but both teams do have pretty good scoring combos before all those walls break down. RBM, especially, just with a ordinary super, he'll be able to protect that ball, stun anyone who tries to block it along the way. Big speed coming in from Payne. Juan Carlos on the right side looking for some value versus Killer. That is going to be a tall order, though. There's a whole lot of damage that has to be dished out by Squeaky. He has a pretty long reload speed. He doesn't have amazing DPS potential. There's a kill onto RBM, though, and this is looking like a game-winning strat. Juan Carlos can't get in front of the ball, and Killer puts it in. Vanguard Gaming takes game number 1.
Huge play there over there on the corner. You know, I think the first 2 goals that we saw were kind of just like, all right, man. That game-winning goal, though, that was a real big cohesive play coming out with a kill on the left-hand side, and you know, we'll see how things go forward as we have our second one here. Lead right now belonging to Vanguard Gaming. RBM gets a kill, and this should be open. They're actually going to look for the kill on a Beto first and put it on in. Payne with the first goal. They worked for that one, Reddy. They worked for that one, and they got it.
No doubt. And look, this is a strat from Vatra Gaming. They have a pretty sizable health pool, just marginally more than Vanguard Gaming, but that's really what I think they were going for when they were choosing this comp. RBM is going to go down. iPayne has to escape from Killer on the back left side. They went very, very deep and ended up paying the price, actually. We'll see if Payne is able to help take care of Killer. He's going to need some help from RBM. Here's the speed to enable that. Sort of a missed grapple there by Killer. Almost could have been a scoring combo potentially. He did have to thread the needle there. It's a difficult shot to hit. We'll see RBM actually get frozen and then stomped on by Betiches as he upgrades to level 3 for some additional range. It's Payne versus the whole world, and it's looking like a goal opportunity. No, iPayne's able to slip this one to the side to RBM, and there's the cornering of the ball. Vatra Gaming just have to find their footing and play defense, but it's going to be so hard with Luffy throwing down one super after the next.
Juan Carlos spawns up, walks to the left-hand side. Payne spawns up, walks to the right-hand side, and somehow, some way, Vatra Gaming get out of that one. Insane defense.
Crazy.
That was something.
Yeah. It's unreal. I mean, Luffy was making them all slip around with his super. You can't strafe into any sort of shot, right? You cannot anticipate it. You just get stuck walking in the same direction as you were previously. Here's a ball cam, safe and sound in back right corner. Vatra Gaming just need to play good enough defense in order to keep that ball in its little hidey hole. RBM gonna actually roll out of the slippery super. Killer does managed to finish the job though. 20 seconds left. Vanguard Gaming gets closer and closer to this ball as clock ticks down. And their time is running short. RBM could finish off the kill here and keep up the defense.
Oh!
Vanguard Gaming to take this one.
Juan Carlos here. Not enough time for the goal to come on through. And just like that, Vatra Gaming able to go ahead and take this one. Bang! And they move forward. Brawl ball going in the pocket there. So a nice look. Both teams kind of found a little bit here and there. Ultimately, this game mode was not overly convincing as we head ourselves to round number 3 for the rubber match here. Because as I said, I wasn't convinced in that second one. I think both teams kind of played average. I want to see some cool stuff happen.
Yeah, we can observe what the main weapons are from both teams. From Vatra Gaming, it's the combo of the speed from Pain and RBM getting that roll in, having a whole lot of health, and being able to send that ball into the goal. From the side of Vanguard Gaming, it's all about the AoE stun from Killer. He isn't able to quite get that ball. RBM has to defend, but he can't walk towards it. Killer is able to snag it up 19 health, and there's the goal. The inaugural goal of the game from Vanguard Gaming. And they're just one goal away from taking us into set number 2. Juan Carlos does throw down the super. No targets hit with that slow. We'll see if he uses a gadget here to slow things down as well. Doesn't look like he will. Gonna be playing a little bit more conservatively with that gadget. It's up to RBM also to keep Killer back. There's the pass forward. Killer almost gets the kill. And now it's time for Luffy to help pinch these enemies. Keep Pain away, keep RBM away as well. Looks like RBM's gonna be circling that ball over the left side. In fact, maybe we can see a scoring combo out of this.
That was a big play from Vatra. They found themselves kind of isolated on the left side, but Vanguard didn't pick it up. And they just kind of let that happen. Now Vanguard has the one goal in their pocket, and we see the same strategy that we saw from Vatra last time around. I always call this castling because I'm a big nerd. It's a chess term. But like, they've just shoved the ball in the corner. You can't get me, ha 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 ha. So Vatra really needs to like all out win a brawl fight in order to go ahead and get on in there. RBM looking to do just that, but Luffy just takes a back step and says, "What are you doing, buddy?" And Vanguard are feeling real confident right now.
I would be feeling very confident if I were Luffy in this very moment. Surely proving to pull his weight as a new addition to this roster, but battle's not over yet. He has to keep on cycling out these supers to protect the left side. Killer, though, is going to be helping out significantly with that. Here's a speed in from RBM. Will Luffy be able to get the stun? RBM isn't able to do it. Pain does get this kill on the left side, but there's no one to come support him, and that is going to be the game decider. Vanguard Gaming are taking game number 3 and thus set number 1.
I like the shot from Vatra there towards the end. You know, the idea is you've gotta make it happen. Thumbs up, buddy. We'll see if you wind up number 1, but you know, you gotta just trust your teammates. And a jump in like that, it's all in. It's single player, like you know, just getting ready for it. Kenny, on the other hand, I think he's ready as well, and so you know, we'll say hi to him real quick. And looking at the way some of these players have been, you know, rocking things out, I think has been really, really impressive. And you've just got to trust in your teammate to kind of be ready to rise to the occasion. Just like that. There he is, back in action. And it did not happen for Vatra that time around. So they find themselves on the downside, but maybe they can shake it off and go to parallel plays here one more time.
Yeah, I think that Hot Zone is definitely going to be a more 50-50 game mode than Brawl Ball, but I think this was not really decisive either when it came to Brawl Ball. We saw great clutch up plays from both sides, and honestly, I gotta hand it to Buzz and Daryl for making the plays on their respective teams. Another thing, though, is Vanguard Gaming. They were very wise to be picking up the Lu here. It's not one that I believed in a whole lot, but after seeing it in action, right, I am definitely a believer in it. Yeah, I mean, it's effective for slowing down the. It's effective for slowing down the max, sure.
The spike
but
pick.
it's almost. It's like. It's a great way of dealing with not having Gale available to yourself because it was banned out.
Yeah, like I said, it kind of fills that spike role of like slowing down. Like I see where it's coming from. And again, I also wasn't a believer, but you know, I won't go there. then I saw his face. I really wanted to fight it, but you know, at some point you gotta give in. At some point you gotta give in. Oh, we're so cringe. Anyway, parallel plays on the way, folks. Hot Zone one more time, and this is where, you know, I really like expect to see, you know, some of the stranger bands out there, see some of the weird selections, because Hot Zone 1 caters to a selection of brawlers that the other game modes don't necessarily cater to, because it's all about area denial, and 2, people just play weird on Hot Zone. There's so many different approaches to playing Hot Zone. You can wait for an all-in, you can dive the enemy team, you can do a lot of different things. Parallel plays, though, different from the Hot Zone map that we played earlier. There are 2 zones instead of just the 1, so this as well will change things up. I kind of want the Colt Crunch, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think that Colt Crunch is pretty fire. I mean, like I have a knockoff Colt Crunch poster in the background. It's if I could have some Colt Crunch to power me up in the morning. I mean, I know Stu is sponsored by Colt Crunch, and that's certainly a brawler that
I believe that. Yeah,
seeing in here. Yeah, I buy into it. We'll see what Vatra Gaming picks for pick number 1.
Well, the Gale ban, unsurprising to see that. And the Doggo ban, yeah, very, very standard. See, Vatra Gaming, this is my approach to Hot Zone. Amber, Gale, Colonel Ruffs, these are the characters that I want to see on Hot Zone. But like I said, there are so many different ways to approach the game that, like, you see 3 completely different bans on Vanguard's side. First selection here, Crow, how do you feel about it?
I like it. I think they're pretty much saying, no, you don't get to play Max. Please don't play Max. It must have been frustrating for them to deal with last time. They did have to pick the Lu to deal with it last time, and I don't think that's really going to be an option here. We will see the Stu, actually. So definitely speedy brawler that can dodge a whole lot of damage if you're able to play him right. You get the 0 ping Stu action. That's what we all love to see. Pick number 3 could come out here, though. What sort of counter pick could we see from Vatra Gaming is honestly a big question in my head. I think that Spike is going to be a pretty good contender. We will see the Byron to keep Stu healthy as well. It's up to Vatra for pick number 4 and 5.
I've always liked Sandy in this spot, but we've seen so much. We have seen just a waning of Sandy selections over the last couple of months that, you know, I just don't think that's where the meta is at the moment. But, you know, when we talk about being able to deny area and change the battlefield, like, that is a big deal for sure. So, pick number 4, the Penguin. And that makes, that again, like, different approaches here. Having the spawner come out and do the thing. Not my number 1 approach to Hot Zone, but that's the fun part about this game mode. You know, I think there's a right way to play Heist. I think there's a right way to play, well, we don't play Siege anymore, but I think there's a right way to play that. And I think that Hot Zone is, there are just so many different approaches that you can do. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and on parallel plays in particular, the one that I see has the highest rate of success is pushing the enemy point first and then setting up there for as long as you possibly can and have maybe like a single member of your team defending your own. And as far as brawlers that I see defending the Hot Zone from the side of Vatra Gaming, perhaps Crow, perhaps Pam, they could definitely very easily get double teamed, and there's no way that I see Mr. P being able to hold that off on his own. We will see the Bell actually, and I definitely understand this one. It's sort of a response to the two turrets from Vatra Gaming. You have the porters, and you also have the healing turret from Pam, so it absolutely makes sense. Bell's projectile is going to be able to bounce back and forth, and that's also a risk, right? You never want to put all of your eggs in one basket, and having two brawlers that spawn turrets is going to leave you open to that. My personal pick would have been Jessie, but I completely understand the Bell because she's able to throw down some nest eggs, and when your opponent might get, you know, about 3 chances per game to push your hot zone, well, lucky you, Bell has 3 nest eggs, so you can deny them every single time. We'll see if Vanguard Gaming is able to put that to work. Let's get it started.
Blue team here, Vatra, or no, Vanguard is the team I wanted to talk about with the sharpshooters. You know, this is completely the opposite approach that I was talking about during the entire pregame. This is just pick dudes that kill people, right? There's no attention to area denial. There's no attention to being able to kind of work around the hot zone. This is just pick brawlers that brawl real good and kill them enough to get on the point, which, listen, that's just as viable a strategy as anything else. I'm not here to hate on it whatsoever. Because again, part of the reason I love this game mode is because there's so many open-ended questions to be asking. 50-50, and now we're going to see the game really open up here as 1 kill goes the way of Vanguard. And the second, is it enough to allow them to push up, though? The question seems to be answered with a no, as Vatra steps forward and Juan Carlos is able to just kind of position and stick their heels in the ground.
Okay, we'll see iPain keep on pushing up here. Going to be able to almost take down Betiches. Actually, the healing from Killer is enough to keep him in business. Betiches is going to go down. Luffy also having a rough time holding this position. iPain also acutely aware of the positioning of the nest egg. Wants to get a teammate in here to help out before he trips that thing. And he will actually go down to Luffy on the right side. We'll see Betiches also trying to push in versus Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos hanging around his turret. There's Luffy taking it down, looking for a little bit of damage on Juan Carlos. In the meanwhile, Juan Carlos also getting a kill on the left side versus Betiches. Now Killer on his own hot zone, trying to keep up the defense, but there are just too many mobs on the screen. We have the Porter, and there's iPain, and there's also RBM taking things down on the left side, and this is looking decisively in favor of Vatra.
Vanguard Gaming have 0% on the enemy's position, and Vatra has just done a much better job of being able to honestly do exactly what their composition wants to do. Crow dives deep, misses the target, but Luffy gets surrounded by everyone. Winds up taking down JC. But Luffy does fall down to the wayside, and so does Vanguard. Just like that. So, again, like I said, this was Vanguard, or this was, this was them playing their composition really, really well. We saw the Pam. When I see Pam, I see a composition that wants to pick a spot and defend it. And you noticed they didn't really pick the enemy hot zone. That's generally too difficult to do. They picked this mid spot where Stu has his nonsense right now. And by sticking in that mid spot, it just made the approach to the enemy hill so much easier and less problematic. And plus the harassment of the spawners. Yeah, man, this comp worked out really, really well. The brute force of the sharpshooters across the way from Vanguard didn't seem to be as successful. And second verse, same as the first, folks. This one looks very similar to what we saw before.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Pam definitely is an important player here, but for me, I've personally been watching the Mr. P because we were a little bit apprehensive about the Mr. P, saying, okay, well, obviously this is Latam North here, right? And they do love their Mr. P, but the other thing, the other side of that coin is you're playing versus Stu and Bell and Byron, right? These are all single target brawlers, so you can actually counter them pretty hard if you're smart about it, and that's exactly what we see from the Mr. P play so far. He's just kind of lacking on the damage front, and that's where RBM comes in as well, to make sure that each bit of damage is pretty much final, right? Deny the healing on the enemy side, or at least mitigate the healing that Killer is able to pump out with the attacks from Byron. So far, though, actually, Vanguard Gaming is doing a pretty good job of finding their position and pushing up. iPain is out of gadgets by the looks of things. RBM also hanging on to his last couple of gadgets here as well. Big push in from Vanguard Gaming. If Ike can somehow make it to the enemy side, he can disrupt this, but from the looks of things, this game is about to turn around in favor of Vanguard Gaming.
Yeah, real quick, like Vanguard is able to kind of find themselves in a position, and look at this. Well, they are trying to find the same home base that Vatra did last time around. Vatra has maxed out the southern circle. You saw them make some moves on the northern circle earlier on. Their goal was to limit the amount of time they had to spend up here and just kind of win on their home turf. They did not get there. So 21% blackjack is what Vatra is looking for. Meanwhile, Vanguard have done the same. They've maxed out their end, so they're at 83%. They need to win on the enemy side as well. That said, all of life is a race against the clock, and this hot zone match is no different. 20 seconds to go. Vatra are actually in a good spot. RBM has to fall if Vanguard wants to win this one. But as we count up from 95% and we count down from 10, just like that, Vanguard are able to, or excuse me, Vatra are able to get this one. And we take a look at Pain. It's all about the heart there for Vatra.
And I gotta show some love for the fans out there. You know, sometimes that's what keeps you going, is knowing that you're doing the right thing, right? And winning, of course, is also the name of the game, and they've done just that, and quite decisively as well. Brawl, I wouldn't say it was. Yeah, I think this was much more decisive than set number 1, which went to Vanguard. And now with Kaboom Canyon on the horizon, I have pretty high expectations for what Vatra can pull out here. I really liked the pick of Mr. P, and I didn't really like the response, or rather lack of response, from Vanguard Gaming. It just didn't seem like they thought that Mr. P was going to be too much of an issue, and I think that was a large mistake. They did pick Bell, which was fantastic for dealing with Pam, but it proved that Mr. P was just too much of an issue to focus on any other brawler when it came down to that final pick they had available.
Yeah. So I said before, it's really interesting. I warned before about playing too much of the opponent's game, right? You brought up a reactive picks and bans, and that by itself isn't necessarily dangerous, but if you play completely reactive, then you're not playing your game, you're playing your opponent's game, and well, they're probably better at their own game than you. Well, there's also the flip side where, dude, you have to open the window a little bit. And it just looked like Vanguard came here and they were like, these are the brawlers we're picking. And that's it. I don't care what else happens. And like, again, by itself, not always a negative. Sometimes that's what you need to do. These picks and ban situations are there's so many variables that you have to look at it every single time. Listen, if you want to pick your 3 best brawlers because it's, you know, the end of the match and this is how you win, okay, sure, I don't hate it, but this is the example of it losing. I think that Vatra came through with a cohesive, smart, intelligent plan here ready. They executed, and they won easily because of it. And so now we go to the rubber match in Kaboom Canyon, like you were talking about here. It's gem grab time, and I do not know who has the momentum lead, to be honest with you. Vatra won that last one real clean, but this is a new, I think it's a new game 3.
Yeah, a new Game 3, and kind of a new-ish map being reintroduced into the competitive map pool as well. I missed you, Kaboom Canyon. I really did, but I don't think a whole lot has changed in terms of which brawlers are going to be super good here. I'm definitely looking at the Lolas. I'm looking at the Pipers, the Nannies. We'll see the Nanny ban, actually, from Vatra Gaming, which I think is pretty prudent. They have second pick. They don't want to allow that for Vanguard Gaming. And really, that is the #1 brawler here. I think we can draw a lot of parallels between Kaboom Canyon and Shooting Star, in that it's basically bounty, except there's a safe at the end. You just got to get control of mid, and then you can start playing the actual objective. Yeah, I mean, look, you got to take down the enemy team before you can get any chance at taking down the safe. I don't think anyone is going to be base racing when it comes to Kaboom Canyon, where things are just so open and these sharpshooters dominate.
You think we get to see the Colette again, like we did earlier?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, well, with RBM picking up the 8-bit, perhaps. I would definitely love to see Byron 8-bit, and Byron is certainly on the table. Byron could be coming in for pick number 3. If not, Vanguard Gaming will have that in their realm of possibilities. We'll see the Bell actually. I actually agree with this from Vatra Gaming, because does Bell work amazingly with 8-Bit? I wouldn't call it one of the titular synergies of the game, but she certainly is a strong counter to 8-Bit. And Vanguard Gaming are being, Vatra Gaming are being smart about picking this one up already.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. Sometimes your pick is your ban, and that's exactly what they're doing there. A lot of time, and in fact, so a lot of times you will see. This is why first pick isn't always exclusively the best, right? Like we talk about having the first pick. There she is. The first pick allows you to pick the best brawler. Cool. Second selection allows you to pick a character and then something that complements them really well, or prevents your opponent from really teaming up. And so what's better, first pick or second pick? Depends on who you ask. And the comes out as the bzz is locked in. What are you thinking about, Reddy?
Yeah, we love Luffy on the B. I mean, look, Luffy is fantastic at this brawler, and I mean, we could see the brawler change hands a little bit as players swap out different brawlers, but I think Luffy's going to be sticking with the B, and I think it takes a lot of confidence to pick that, especially over Byron, since that is still was still available to them. Byron Colette was such a strong combo, and there's a Byron from Vatra Gaming. I think Vanguard Gaming knew full well what they were getting themselves into, and they're not really phased by it. The biggest issue for Vanguard that they are evidently prepared to deal with is that Colette is outranged by every single brawler on the enemy team, and they have no one to heal her up. Vatra Gaming have all long-range brawlers, plus they have the 8-Bit and Byron combo. I think that from Vanguard, they're probably going to be doing their absolute best to pinch RBM here, or at least deny him the possibility of a super, because that's the only thing that's going to be keeping Vatra Gaming in the game.
Set number 3 is the decider, and this is a huge one for Vanguard here. They need to win everything. They need to win it all, this one included. So Vanguard falls down here. They just can't get to MSI whatsoever. Even if they win here, there's a whole another element to it with stamina and trying to win. But really, all they can control is their own games. So Vanguard need to win here. Unfortunately for them, Vatra seem to be doing work in the early stages of this one. RBM just continuing to bring the pain. Oh my goodness, so much damage coming out from this mid lane 8-Bit. He's really going to town, man.
Yeah, I think that I agree with the 8-Bit a lot more when the bushes are up as well. And this is something that has changed in a large way since the last time that we saw Kaboom Canyon in competitive rotation is we got gears now, man, and bushes equals speed. And not having speed, i.e. playing a brawler like 8-Bit, not too much of an issue, not as much as it used to be, especially when you're playing versus sharpshooters. If you're invisible, that is basically a gimme. And we saw RBN go down there just a little bit earlier. He revealed his position. Betchiz is going to go down here. This could be an opportunity to push up. RBN takes a whole lot of damage from Luffy, but there's a final bit of damage coming in from iPain. And Vatra Gaming are looking high and dry as we stand. Vanguard Gaming don't really have any abilities, with the exception of Betchiz, that can break open these bushes, and I think that that could end up taking Vatra Gaming to a victory here, at least in game number 1.
Certainly something they've got to keep their eyes on for sure. Vatra Gaming, I think, has it's funny, I think Vatra Gaming just has played better Brawl Stars overall, which is, you know, why they find themselves in the lead here. But that doesn't always translate when it comes down to Heist. So counting down here from 18, and the lead significantly in Vatra's favor. Nobody is making it past the midpoint, and team wipe. And it's all but a broken safe here. Can they actually bring it down to 0? And yeah, they're going to let him.
Man.
Vanguard just kind of sits down and allows Vatra to go ahead and do the do, because yeah, it was over, boys. Like, that one was so the first one, ready, Brawl Ball, evenly matched.
Yeah.
The second one, a little bit more of a lead. This one seems dominant from Vatra.
Yeah, I just think that Vatra Gaming are very very well practiced on this map. They've obviously scrimmed it a bunch. We see the reaction actually from Vanguard Gaming though. They're being very prudent about taking down the 8-bit as fast as they can, taking down enemies as fast as they can as well. At first it was a bit of an issue that a couple of picks were treating this like bounty. We saw the Piper, we saw the B. This is not Shooting Star, but if you play like Shooting Star and you end up getting kills like on Shooting Star, then you know what, power to you, because for the time being, Vatra Gaming is in the lead with a 25% lead. Nothing so far, or rather Vanguard is in the lead. Vatra Gaming still needs to get some damage on Vanguard's safe, and we also see the wall break, or rather bush break more appropriately, from Betiches.
Yeah.
And that's going to be actually a serious issue for Vatra Gaming. I don't really see a whole lot of rebound potential for Vatra as we stand. Minute and a half on the clock, and Vatra Gaming has not made it past mid.
That was going to be the number one, you know, what's the number one adjustment Vanguard needs to make? They need to deal with RBM. How do they do that? They need to deal with the bushes. What do they do in the very first minutes of the game? Exactly that. And so Vanguard knows why they lost, how they lost, and how to fix it. Can they execute? Well, they're in the lead by 39%. So I'd say kind of, sort of, yeah. Great kill there from Betiches as Killer comes in, and, well, seeing Colette use the dash not on the safe is usually concerning, but yeah, man, 50% done by Vanguard just like that. The answer really was as simple as opening up the mid, and this team is anything but mid. Nice kill by Juan Carlos. That was cute.
Oh, that was amazing as well. Killer is going to get the last laugh in the end. We'll see if he's able to take down RBM. He probably will, though, since RBM is seriously lacking in terms of speed. A whole lot of damage from Byron, though. Betiches doesn't care, though. He has that snappy sniping, and he's going to keep on chipping away at the safe. Luffy doing much of the same. There's practically no way for Vatra Gaming to come back from this one. Maybe Pain will get to deal a little bit of damage to the safe as a statement. Nope. Well, actually, never mind. He'll get 2%, but still, statement more of a whisper there. Yeah.
I thought they were going to BM. I thought they were going to bring him to 1% and just sit there and just wait the clock out. I was like, guys, come on. That's not right. That's not nice. Thank goodness. So, game number 1 was dominant. Game number 2 was dominant, but by different teams. Was it really? Is Vanguard done? Is it really just as simple as clean up the mid, and you're done? You win.
I mean, for the sake of Vanguard Gaming, let's sure hope so, because a lot is riding on this game. Any chance they have of making it to the MSI completely rides on this game. It's double match point. There's nothing beyond this if Vanguard gets taken down, but it looks like just the opposite's happening. Betiches is popping off at mid, and he has a super as soon as he needs to abandon post. He might actually use it right now. Here he goes. He is going to die mid-air, but it's not too much of an issue. RBM has yet to get a super as well. Killer's taking a whole lot of damage as well. Vatra Gaming still trying to push up. They will get to take up residence at mid for a little bit. Good kill onto Luffy. And now Vatra Gaming get to start working this, but with the loss of Pain, that could be a severe injury and entirely keep them from pushing in here.
Hilariously, Betiches has been the one that's been running this game for Vanguard, providing a lot of the damage, a lot of the important kills here. And then Vatra finally take care of him, but they couldn't make any moves because mid was still under control. So Vatra right now actually getting some damage onto the safe. 20% in total. Vatra still has a whole lot more. And so that is a problem for Vatra. But Vanguard and their fans feeling really good about this one, as they've, like I said, opening up mid completely changed how Vatra has to approach. They weren't ready for it in game number 2. Game number 3, a slight adaptation, but you can see it's just a lesser version of what they did in mid.
Yeah, and I think another big thing that Vanguard Gaming is focusing down here is RBM on the 8-bit, though RBM will be able to make contact with the safe. Now so much damage rolls in, so much healing from iPain as well. Is the healing going to be enough to keep him alive? The dodges are insane as well. 20 seconds left. Luffy has to circle back. There are the heart bombs from Betiches as well, and the damage is locked in on the safe. They can do it, though. Will they be able to pump this out? They got 25% to deal as a clock takes it down. We got to see good dodges from Vanguard as they push in. 5 seconds left. It all rides on this, but the damage isn't there, and Vatra Gaming wins this at the double match point.
Oh, man. Oh. Yo, Payne, it went to double match point, my guy. You can't play this like you were just chilling and vibing, but you know what? I'm here for the theatrics. You've earned it, my guy. Unfortunately, because of that, Vanguard do not get a chance to go to MSI. And like, honestly, I really thought they had it, but esports is about adaptation. It's about how you adapt to what your opponent does. And I think this last one, this Heist box, this was a great example of that. Game number 1, Vatra comes out and they go, we're just better than you. Look at our strategy. We sit in the mid, you can't deal with it, and like, oh well, dude. And that really was it. Piper opens up the block in the mid, and RBM said, thank you. That was their response. Thank you. Because it just allowed Vanguard, or it allowed Vatra to do this. So then we come into game number 2, and Vanguard figures it out. They take care of mid, and they take care of business. Game number 3, Vanguard takes care of mid, and Vatra responds by setting up camp on the left side in the left grass instead of mid. Wasn't as effective as game number 1 because we saw how close this one got ready, but the adaptation of Vanguard to Vatra's strategy, and then the adaptation of Vatra to Vanguard to Vatra is what made this a great match. It's fantastic stuff, and both of these teams, sure, excellent job, but really every call was answered by each team, and that's good Brawl Stars.
It's fantastic Brawl Stars, and you can see the stats right before your very eyes, especially Juan Carlos here with 49% damage. Ridiculous stuff, and I loved seeing the way that this was played. It did go to a double match point, and I think for very good reason. We saw a very solid strategy from Vatra Gaming and a solid response from Vanguard as well, but in the end, 8-Bit was able to slip through the cracks, and look, the strong combos are just something else. So fantastic stuff. And I'm here for it, man. Another thing to consider, though, Pain pumping out so much damage on that save. He wasn't bringing a whole lot of the brawler damage. He was being kept at range, but check out these stats over the course of the match. Phenomenal stuff, and homie accidentally popped the Sandy Gadget there at the end, too. Going to sleep. He's going to need a fat nap after this one, but you'll see him in a sentence.
Yo, this is a real person laugh. This isn't a caster laugh. You got me really good. When you said pop the Sandy Gadget, I was like, what match are you watching? Oh no, Reddy's making a mistake. But no, you got me for real there. Great stuff. Great stuff out of Vatra and the boys. And again, great stuff out of our friends at Brawl Stars. You can watch it, event.brawlstars.com. Same action. You still get us. Either sorry or you're welcome, but you also get the opportunity to participate in some votes, some predictions, and take some cool stuff home as well. So make sure you jump in there. And I just want to bring up real quick that with that dub, that actually locks STMN for MSI. So when you're looking at the leaderboard, there's stuff you can control and there's stuff you can't. And so Stamina, we're rooting for Vatra, and Vatra done did it, which means Stamina's going to MSI. Congratulations for them. North American Latam North representatives will be them, and Tribe Gaming NA as well. So we'll see Corey and the boys line up as well. And well, guess who's playing next? Surprise, it's Tribe Gaming. Zulon, Tyrant, and Easy Livy coming out through here. Should be a nice kind of look at the black and red for sure, as these guys are generally your #1 team out of North America. And, you know, we've got a chance to see them play for pretty much ever. And there's my main man with the plan, Zulon, bro. This guy, I've been casting him for years. So much fun. Very, very talented, and a loud guy at LAN, too. I'm really glad we got him on cam because I think he'll have some fun for sure.
Yeah, I mean, as far as team captains, though, I think, like, Zulon's absolutely the hype man, and he absolutely makes up for it on the battlefield. Another player from Tribe that I'm especially looking forward to seeing this month is as Livy, right? You know well that Squeak is his favorite brawler, and now that Squeak is far more than meta, I think that Chasmic Gaming is going to be banning out that brawler a lot. It's Toast, it's Minwoong, it's Fade from the side of Chasmic Gaming. Fade, your favorite popcorn enjoyer in the entire NA scene. I don't see any popcorn this time, but I'm sure it'll make its debut at some point as well. Love it seeing what these guys are able to pull out. Of course, they are on the leaderboard, right? They've made numerous monthly finals appearances. In fact, I think they've been in every single monthly final so far. It is their misfortune, it appears, at least you guys think so, that they are facing up versus Tribe Gaming, starting off on Crystal Arcade, 90% to 10. I don't think it's going to be that decisive because I think Tribe has their eyes set on the grand finals and Chasmic Gaming have their sights set on just making it past the quarters.
Yeah, Chasmic unfortunately got knocked out of MSI contention, and so now, of course, you know, like I said, finals still absolutely in the cards for a lot of these teams, right? Mathematically, we're not even close to ending the year, and so you got to start thinking about that. But you're making some noise at these bans. What are you looking at?
I just saw a lack of Squeak, and I thought maybe as Livy would bless our screens today, but it does appear that Zulon is going to be picking Sandy. But it's cool, it's fine. We can see pick number 4 and 5, and maybe we'll get to see the greatest dog water brawler in the game. But we will get to see the dog himself on the side of Chasmic Gaming. Min Woong shows us what the dog is doing. In fact, he is going to probably be breaking open some of those walls on the left and right side. Toast occupying mid, Tyrant similarly going to be occupying mid, unless we see something a little bit unexpected for pick number 5. Never know. We'll just have to lend it to these guys to pick out that 5th brawler and see what Chasmic has to offer in terms of counter.
Gene mid. That's it. I don't want to see Gene other places unless I have like a weird map. But at the end of the day, yeah, the guy with the pull, put him in position to pull everyone, right? You know. We'll see. We'll see where these other characters go, because Spike and Sandy also want to make big use of their big AoE supers in the middle of everything. And so, with that in mind, there's Squeak. Last pick, 6th overall, Squeak.
Sag, honestly Sag here, because I was really hoping to see Squeak on the side of Tribe Gaming NA, but after thinking about it a little bit, I can totally see why. Chasmic Gaming, they have the dog, they can break open walls very effectively, and if you pick Squeak, right, Squeak's a fantastic brawler, don't get me wrong, but one thing that hasn't changed with the balance change, the buff that made him so viable, is that he lacks in range, right? And that gadget that is so powerful and is brought to the forefront of the meta is in exchange for the one that gave him more range for 3 attacks. So I think it totally makes sense why Tribe Gaming NA did not pick that when a counter was still available to Chasmic Gaming NA. We'll see what Tribe Gaming has to offer here. They are being kept back very effectively, and Fade is going to be strategically breaking open one of these narrower walls on the side of Tribe, playing the long game here, not anticipating Tribe to be pushing in anytime soon. And from the side of Tribe, yeah, it totally makes sense. They are still pretty much lacking in range. Zulon doesn't have a whole lot of long-range damage here. Neither does Tyrant, neither does Livy. In fact, he'll be taken down by the supply drop from Fade, and this is looking decisively in favor of Chasmic Gaming NA. However, if Zulon's able to get a pull at just the right time, that could completely change in the blink of an eye.
I mean, that's the fun part of Gem Grab, right? Is the idea that, like, yeah, it's 7-0 right now, but 1 kill in the right place, and it's 7-0 in the other direction. That's not what's happening here. Chasmic just has 10, and they're running away with it. There's 8 seconds to go. Min Woong continues to find the kills, and here comes Spike. I don't think it's going to happen, folks. Game 1 goes to Chasmic.
Youch. That's pretty much all I got to say. That was so decisively in favor of Chasmic. Yeah, I mean, that cannot feel good for Tribe, especially when you are positioned at number 1 in NA by points. You're locked in for MSI, but clearly it doesn't phase them. Just mentally reset and get ready for the next one. I think that this is an interesting gadget choice from Fade as well. I think in numerous ways it makes sense. He anticipates that he'll have the matchup versus Tyrant, so he's not going to be using the sandbags. They would just get pierced by Tyrant's attack. Tyrant does win the 1v1 actually with the Sleep Stimulator, or rather Sweet Dreams. We'll see Zulon take up residence on this bush more towards the side of Chasmic Gaming in a very aggressive play, but I think this is what Tribe Gaming needed as opposed to last time. They were a little bit more control focused last time. Now they're shifting to a more offensive strategy. Not very characteristic of Tribe, but it's certainly getting them the dub thus far.
I mean, that's what you've got to do. You've got to be able to, you know, like I said, esports is about adaptation. You've got to be able to adapt on the fly, and that's what we're seeing here. Great kill from Tyrant as he backs up and deals with the aggressor. 7 gems to 2. Tribe Gaming looking for some sort. A good pull, and then the follow-up is strong, but Fade hits Tyrant. Tyrant's way too far up and winds up falling down for it, but ain't no harm. Mid control goes to Chasmic, but Tribe Gaming with a very big lead has a little bit of time to play with.
As a total turnaround from last game, actually. It was looking so decisive for Chasmic Gaming in the last one. Now, Tribe Gaming, oh my gosh, a max range pull there from Zulon, and as Livy is safe and sound behind this life plant, he is going to be staying alive for the remainder of the game. Tyrant and Zulon hanging on to that last gem as well. Very safe and steady gameplay, I think, from Tribe. Even though they had to play extremely offensive in the beginning, they seemed very comfortable with it. And I think that that's something that, as a spectator, you can seriously appreciate. But as a professional player, you can appreciate it even more because that was certainly difficult to make that kind of a strategy switch. You're using the same exact brawlers, and you just got totally dominated in game number 1, and you totally momentum shift.
And also, like you said, that's not really their Tribe Gaming's traditional play style. We don't always see them go all super aggressive. They generally play a little bit more controlled, and I didn't bring it up because it didn't actually happen here, but knowing that as Livy is this great squeak main might bait other teams into pick and squeak, maybe, you know what I mean, like that. And being able to just do things that you are not known for is very important. And so that's how Tribe Gaming winds up taking game number 2, and as we're a nice chunk into the 3rd one now, the decider. Bit of a tie game here, give or take, as Livy deals with Fade. And the 2 red players on the left-hand side find a tie. 5th gem picked up by Zulon. Every time I stop talking, I just hear a squeak, dude.
It's something else. I mean, look, as much as I love the dog water, and as much as I love the dog himself, they do have some of my, some of the most persistent sounds in the game, especially Ronin Ruff's up here, just the wobbly sound, and then every time the squeaky sounds from Min Woon. Though don't let that fool you. Tribe Gaming in A is certainly holding their own versus the dog water and the dog. As Livy and Zulon on the right side, holding their own big pull from Zulon, and Toast and Min Woon still hold their position on the left side, but that's not the objective. The objective is going to be handed over to for Tribe Gaming for the time being.
Great play from these teams, and also Tribe Gaming, you know, making this a horizontal match instead of a vertical match. 9 gems, but 1 gets reset. All right. Zulon here one more time, has to count down from 15. Gene in the right corner, running away, being kept at bay by Tyrant and as Livy. As Livy falls down, 4 seconds to go. Zulon running from right to left, falls! And it's a reset. All the gems picked up by Spike, but we gotta do it again. Spike's alone, and Spike, not exactly the tankiest character on the map.
I don't like these odds for Tribe Gaming here. Though, if Zulon's able to hit this max range pull, that could all change. And there's the invis. The sandstorm from Tyrant could completely change this. He is going to go down himself, but Chasmic Gaming have to play extremely cautiously. Zulon is still hiding here. He has been found out. He's on low health too, and that is going to allow Toast actually to push up and grab a couple of gems here. Got to see Zulon go down in order for Chasmic to keep this countdown rolling, though. And Toast might be able to get a safe gem here. He's all alone. He's not going to risk it. And the countdown is going to go back to Tribe.
All right, so as Livy is holding 11, that's a big deal. 15 gems knocked out. Chasmic picked up some, but not all. They're on the offensive now as they have 4 seconds to take down as Livy, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Match over. Tribe Gaming take the set. A great look there. And Zulon, I said earlier that Zulon is fun to watch when he wins and such. That's a sigh of relief, okay? Zulon's just like, whew, that one was a little too close, boys. Let's get back to it. Like, that's sometimes how you gotta react. So I respect it. Chasmic comes through and fails, but gives Zulon and friends a little bit of a scare.
Oh yeah, I would be definitely concerned if I were Tribe, but after winning set number 1, they are operating from a much more comfortable position with the Sneaky Fields coming up next. I'd say that's a pretty inconsistent map as far as which brawlers and which teams can take the victory. I think
it's so wildly different.
Draft, yeah, the draft is certainly important, but the actual gameplay and some of the clutch plays, I think some of it does come up to chance a little bit. Tribe Gaming, though,
sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
I just really want to bring attention to this because I said it before and I think it might have been, weird. I said like horizontal gameplay instead of vertical gameplay. Like we're so used to seeing players play from, north and south of the screen, the top and the bottom of the screen, because that's where you spawn from. But they, as Livy and the guys on Tribe shifted and they played east and west because like the structures in the grass were just better for their composition that way once the mid was blown up by, I think it was Ruffs that did a good job of just providing some wall break. And so they just turned it around a little bit. They rotated the entire map essentially. And a seemingly small adjustment was actually really, really big. So sorry to jump in there, but we had it on screen, it was in the moment. So.
Yeah. No. And I totally agree as well, right? I think one of the big things that Tribe was able to take advantage of, most notably with the Zulon, was keeping himself in defensive positions that were just in range of getting that pull. And at many points during that last game, we saw Toast on the Byron trying to pick up those gems, but he just couldn't, no matter how close to his side they spawned, because there was that threat of a gene pull, and it could be a threat once again. I wouldn't personally pick him on Sneaky Fields, but a good brawler that can go for pulls here would certainly be Tara. And I think that Tribe Gaming NA might be particularly partial to that brawler as well. Either Tyrant or as Libby could be rocking the brawler. They're going to be going actually for the dog this time, trying to break open some of the walls. Woof. And especially the bushes as well. Yeah, woof indeed.
I love Colonel Ruffs, not just because he's a dog, but there's so many different ways. Again, if you have caught on, I like characters or maps, or I just like when there are multiple approaches to the situation, and you can play Ruffs offensive, you can play him defensive, you can play him a whole different way, a lot of ways, and I think that's really, really important. Tara, like you said, would be a nice pick, but we are going to see the opposite. We are going to not hide in the bushes. We're going to burn it down. And that's what's happening here for Tyrant. And I like the choice because of the first pick from Chasmic. If Chasmic picked a different character, we might not see this Amber selection right away. But because Chasmic from selection 1 showed their hand and went, we're looking to look for the bushes. Tyrant went, no. And so that's going to be a big deal for Tribe Gaming for sure.
Yeah, and also take a look at the bans from Chasmic Gaming NA and how that has influenced the choices from Tribe Gaming NA. We see the Frank, the Gale, and the Imps ban, and that absolutely screams, I want to play tanks, and you can't do anything about it. And Tribe Gaming NA says, okay, go ahead, play tanks, but you're not going to have any bushes or walls, so deal with it. And they have another brawler to cap that off as well. And Chasmic Gaming right now is pretty much coping with the early pick of Rosa, because I don't think Rosa is going to be a power player here once Tyrant and Zulon have done their thing and had their way with the bushes. And what do we see from Tribe? Lola totally makes sense.
Lola. Yeah, so I'm going to let you dive into Lola in a second, but this is a great example of how the game changes when it comes down to picks and bans and the system that we've got going on here. Like, the idea that if this was blind pick, Chasmic would have Rosa and all the tanks in the world, and it would be really, really happy. But because they went Rosa and they showed Tribe what they wanted to do, they had to completely divert from their original, plan. And so, like you said, they were coping with their Rosa first pick. And I think it was excellently said, because they're just kind of like, okay, well, we got Rosa now. Okay. And so, who knows? The fun part about it might just win, as Fade is the first one to get a kill. The second kill comes from Min Woong, and the walk-on in happens right thereafter. So what do we know? Rosa's on top.
Unbelievable. And look, this is the name of the game really for Chasmic is we have the health pool. Let's just get that ball in the goal as soon as possible and then try and survive for the rest of the game. Because as soon as that first super inevitably comes out from Tribe Gaming to either break open walls or break open bushes, what have you, there's practically no goal scoring opportunity anymore. And we will see Fade, Minwoo, and Toast all hang very close to those bushes. If Tyrant is able to get another supply drop here, it's almost definitely going to be going to as Livy. He's going to be a primary damage dealer. Fade is able to get a kill, and the supply drop knocks him back a little bit, but it doesn't even matter. He heals up so much, and he's able to walk that into the goal as well. Chasmic Gaming NA have finished off the game just like that. It's about the health pool, and it's not about the control. And I agree with it, right? They're playing Brawl Stars, and I think that they adjusted very well and very intelligently. And lastly, I think they're playing Brawl Stars against Tribe Gaming very effectively. They know Tribe is more comfortable with the control, and they're just not going to let any picks from Tribe divert them too much from that pain point.
I agree. I think that so the strategy and the grand scheme also, you know, this is the other side of things. As Minwoo tries to walk it in and just gets it done. Listen, Chasmic, that was, I think, a drop of the ball by Tribe Gaming. They just, Zulon needed to shade over the left side. I mean, maybe it would have been much ado about nothing, and who cares? But I think there was a defensive opportunity there, unlike the first two goals that we saw in game number one. But so sometimes you can also overthink things. And we're sitting here talking about Rosa and the ability from Tribe to just get rid of everything Rosa needs and this, that, and that. Well, what if Chasmic just doesn't give them a chance? What if Chasmic just hits the gas and wins before you can remove the walls and the grass and all the stuff that makes your composition smart? Chasmic, this is brawn versus brains. Chasmic's just like, me tank, me run fast. And Tribe's like, well, if we use math and take away their optimal positioning, and Chasmic's like, we too fast to deal with strategy. And like, that's what worked the entire time in game one. We'll see if they can bring it home here. But yeah, man, wow. Surprised, but delightfully so.
Oh no, and just like that, that is gonna be a goal for Fade. Oh man, it reminds me of a meme. No, you can't just push get for the entire game. Rosa Gopher. Is what I imagine. Oh, okay. No popcorn this time, but we do see a sip of the energy drink. That's what it's all about, baby. Unbelievable gains here for Chasmic Gaming. That's what it's all about. I loved it. I loved it entirely.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. That was awesome because again, you have these assumedly like big brain casters up here doing all the math and breaking down why Amber's a great selection and how, you know, Chasmic just isn't gonna have. They scored. And like, you know, this is just an awesome way. Look at the way they're going to be able to keep Fade out of the end zone. And okay, he just walks it in. All right, well, that was just game one. We'll reset for game number two. And well, okay, all right, fine. You know, we still have another chance. They killed us, and it's over. Like, you can do all this, all the math, all the stuff, all the big strats you want. And here's the thing to remember. Tribe Gaming did they did the right thing in picks and bans. This wasn't a composition failure. Chasmic Gaming won despite the fact that they had the negative composition here, so to speak. And that's why we play the game. I say it all the time, like games aren't won in picks and bans, and that's why. So, I mean, super cool stuff coming out from Chasmic. Can they do it again and keep Tribe Gaming out of the semifinals is the question. As we take a look over here at Layer Cake on Bounty, is this, so I was going to say unpopular opinion, but I don't know if I love this map. Is that unpopular?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, look, your other options for bounty are Dry Season and Shooting Star, and I think Shooting Star is a fan favorite. Layer Cake, I would definitely place kind of in the middle, but I'm sure some players really enjoy it a whole lot. We'll see the bans come out as well.
Yeah.
And Tribe Gaming NA know full well that they need to get rid of a couple throwers. I think Sprout first pick is going to be the move here. Yeah, from Zulon. And that totally makes sense. I mean, they banned out the first best and the second best throwers here, and they also got rid of Ash, but that's not going to keep Chasmic from running some kind of tank. In fact, it wouldn't totally shock me if they picked Rosa here, but I don't think she's going to be a very strong not a super strong brawler on offense, but they could totally pick something else, some other kind of close range tank that can make it happen and get some defensive ability. We'll see what Tribe Gaming NA has to further play for control here, because that seems like what they're going for. Rico, okay, I'd say that totally makes sense. Yeah, something to I'm not really sure. Yeah, maybe like a bell or something to continue to slow that down. Maybe a crow as well, but I don't know. This one has left me kind of lost for words.
Yeah, it's Tribe Gaming just kind of picking good stuff, which is all, you know what, especially coming off of the last conversation we had, sometimes, you know, you have a composition about character A's gadget complementing character B's super, and it all comes together, and sometimes you just pick good stuff that you are good at, and like that seems to be more of what Tribe is doing here. Now, you know, they've got the 2 long-range sharpshooters plus a Sprout, all that makes sense totally, but yeah. Sometimes you just, I play a lot of card games, and, you know, in drafts, sometimes you just play 3 color good stuff. All right.
Oh, no.
And,
oh, no.
The Mortis comes out.
It just never trust the creature of the night. That's always a possibility for a 6 pick, and I feel like Tribe Gaming were telling themselves, nah, they wouldn't. And Fade once again,
they won't. They won't. They won't.
Yeah. Once more, this is a case of the coping, I think, or perhaps the convenient denial that there's no way this is going to happen. We'll see Toast actually taking up the Mort here. Fade is going to be going for the blue star by the looks of things. He is being kept pretty low. There's the phase shifter as well to keep himself out of there. Now Tribe Gaming NA has to play offense, which is actually going to be quite easy for them. So the main mission for Chasmic Gaming, and really their win condition, is going to be how can we lure Tribe Gaming into a offensive position they're not comfortable with. Well, they weren't able to do that so far. Tyre gets a good kill. Same for the combo of Zulon and his Livy, and it's not looking good for Chasmic to boot.
Love the Sprout played there. You know, in comes the Mortis, and Tyrant goes, all right, you just can't go home. How about that? And then Zulon combines and finds the kill. So that's what I think Tribe Gaming, they're going to look to chow down on Tostadas the entire time if they need to. Honestly, they'd rather just stay away from him for sure. But, you know, Mortis doesn't always let you do that. Fade here in the middle. Dodge is out of the way. I definitely thought he was going to die. And the dodge caught me by surprise. But lead right now to Tribe, 4-1. Asterisk on that as the blue star is in the hands of the red team. Mortis goes for the first dive in and gets shut down easily. Minwoong also easily. So Tribe Gaming now, they are using this composition very well. Keep everybody at bay. Drop the B stuff if you need, and just use your range, baby. And that's the second time Tostadas goes in, and the second time he dies.
Yeah, and that might compound even further. Tyrant's going to be going for the kill here on Fade, not quite able to make it happen, but he didn't even really need it, as Livy is going to pop what looks like the final gadget as well, but doesn't even matter. He doesn't need to conserve anything. There's the Brawly as well from Toast, and we're heading to a match point for Tribe Gaming in a dominant stuff. Zulon definitely just saying up. It's another day in the life of me, right? Going to match point once more.
Yeah.
And definitely with his eyes on those semifinals, I think Chasmic Gaming NA might have overcommitted on this fast-paced, tanky strategy, and
completely
that
agree.
is currently hurting them. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that, you know, Chasmic, this was last time, well, I don't even know if I want to like call it an overthink, but it's just, you know. And here's the problem. I don't want to dunk on them too hard because this is an oddball strategy. You know, the Mort coming out, it's weird, it's interesting, and great play by Sprout. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Tyrant. Who cares what I was saying? That looked so cool. Oh, it stinks that he didn't get the kill, but you know, listen, they're trying something weird and it didn't work out. But that doesn't mean that the approach in general is busted. It doesn't mean, you know what I mean? So like, I'm glad to see Chasmic Gaming kind of, I think they outsmarted themselves here, or like they outplayed themselves here a little bit by going super esoteric with this composition. And that's, you know, like I said, most of the time games aren't lost in P's and B's. Most of the time. And that's what we're seeing here. And that stinks. But, you know, Chasmic, I'm glad that they got to this point and decided to like, all right, this is the rubber match. Time to do something weird. Like, I'm here for that. I like the overall thought process. Unfortunately, you know, it's not really what you expect to win. Here, Tribe Gaming, though, has to walk in here already. They don't have the blue star, but they do have 2 kills.
Yeah, they just needed to get that 1 kill onto Fade, and that was the game decider. Toast isn't going to be able to push forward. Tyrant goes for the kill. He's able to get it. It's up to Fade and Minwoong to try and bring this back, but with just a few seconds left, it's looking almost impossible. Minwoong can get in here and get a kill versus Livy, but it won't get him the blue star, and that is going to be Tribe Gaming heading on to the semifinals. Kind of a photo finish right there. Yeah, Zulon definitely very pleased with that. Great stuff for Tribe, and unfortunate for Chasmic. Yet another tough matchup for these guys in, oh goodness.
My man, you're on camera.
I expected a victory dance. Oh gosh, Fade kind of scared me there for a moment. Yeah, I mean, look, it was mortifying me with the Mortis, and now he's striking some fear into my soul with that glare as well. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, Chasmic Gaming, like I said, you know, I would rather look, especially, so it's interesting. If Chasmic was still up for MSI, I don't think they pick this Mortis. I don't, and let me specify, I don't think this was a troll pick or an intentional loss pick, or they were just messing around. I think that this Mortis was, you know, you're putting it all on black. Either you win big or you lose big, and there's no in between. And they had confidence in it because, I mean, yeah, who doesn't want to go out? Like, yes, you need to win here. I think they pick a more reliable composition if they're still in contention for MSI. But again, I don't want to knock them too hard for picking like a strange composition, because this is how you lead from the front, man. If you just follow the meta, are you ever going to be number 1? So I like the approach here. I am going to make fun of 8% damage, though. Sorry, got to do it. That's funny. You lost.
Yeah, I think pretty much at every single turn, Toast was shut down. And
completely.
That does really stink, because Mortis is kind of supposed to be the power player. He's supposed to be the antithesis to Sprout. And what ended up happening was, in that entire time he was trying to push up on Sprout, he got chipped once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Now there's a hedge in your face if you decide to push me. And that was every single time. And we didn't even see Sprout running the gadget that healed himself up. It was, let me recover my wall and make another one. You're not going to be getting anywhere close to me, Toast. Unbelievable. And yeah, a little bit disappointing that we didn't get to see the slashing and the dashing there. But of course, things have been shaping up in a rather... I wonder who our MVP... Okay, as Livy, our MVP. I like it. Usually our MVP is Zulon, but as Livy, I totally understand here.
Yeah, I agree. I think as Livy kind of came out here and really played well, and I love to see because MVP can sometimes be a popularity contest, and like, you know, Zulon's just like the coolest, handsomest, goes to the coolest restaurants, etc. So like, obviously he's going to win MVP all the time. But so I like to see some of the, you know, lesser known, as Livy is in a small player, but you know what I'm saying. I think it means our fans really were watching the game, and they're in here not just voting for their favorite player. So, you know, big fan of what was going on there, and that's the end of our quarterfinals. Let's take a recap of how we got here. Blood Diamond NA really did a good job of playing up against Stamina and brought him to 3, just like Nando lovers. except Stamina won, and you know, Nando lovers did as well. And then we had Vatra and Vanguard as well, which was also fun to watch. You know, formerly known as the Avengers. So, what's your take? What was your favorite quarterfinals to watch here? Ready?
Honestly, I mean, it was super entertaining watching STMN versus Blood Diamond NA. I love seeing Patchy finally in action. But for me, personally, I found Vatra Gaming versus Vanguard to be the most enticing. Probably because I was a bit of a contrarian here and I bet on Vatra Gaming to take the victory over Vanguard, which is kind of a wild one considering Vanguard is number 3. But I had my faith in the boys in Vatra and I wish them good luck versus Tribe Gaming NA, but it's certainly going to be a tall order.
Absolutely. Just a reminder, you know, our MSI teams here for this region are locked in with Stamina's performance today. They're going to MSI alongside Tribe Gaming. Very, very cool stuff for them. But again, a reminder, the end of the tunnel, Worlds at the end, all of these teams still in contention. So you definitely want to keep on keeping on. As far as us, we are going to keep on keeping on in just a matter of moments. Semifinals here at the BSC coming at you after this.
チョピです。
クルです。
天才です。ゼータディビジョン0でキャプテンをしています。2ヶ月連続初戦でゼータディビジョン1と戦うことになっています。
やっぱり運命だと思います。
先月は惜しくも負けてしまったんですが、今月こそはリベンジを果たしたいと思います。
This is showtime, baby, right here. Everybody low, and the Choppy's able to confirm it. This is an all-star matchup.
into the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it.
No way!
Plus one.
And that is that. What an insane moment.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. If you're just tuning in, this is NA and Latam North Monthly Finals. I am Kenny, joined with me, Reddy. What a great day it's been so far, Reddy. A lot of very close matches in our quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was absolutely exhilarating, and we saw an underdog victory as well, and even a very close match with some large implications on the docket of our first match of the day. We've also seen MSI competitors locked in for the region as well. So much has happened today, but there's also so much to come as well.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at what's to come in just a few moments. Here's our bracket recap of the day. A lot of 2-1s all over the place. Very close overall. We're going to be hopping into Stamina and Nando lovers in just a moment. After that, Vatra Gaming and Tribe Gaming NA. Reddy, what are you most excited for in the semifinals?
Look, I really want to see Vatra versus Tribe Gaming NA. I held a lot of belief in Vatra Gaming over Vanguard in the first one, and I want to see how they stack up against Tribe, especially considering that Chasmic Gaming did pull out a pretty solid performance versus Tribe as well. We're pretty much looking at the #1 team in NA on the bottom side of the bracket. STMN, though, was our last monthly finals champions. I think we have high expectations for both STMN and Tribe to make it onto the grand finals.
For sure, both these teams are definitely going to be tested here. I mean, STMN and Tribe Gaming each have a championship of their own in our monthly finals so far. Of course, two longtime teams that have performed excellently. And I think Stamina, once again, showing their stuff. Blood Diamond definitely showed off in the first quarterfinal as well. I think people need to watch out for them in future months. And yeah, what did you see in Vatra Gaming that really led to that decision, Reddy?
Look, I've just seen a whole lot from iPain, Juan Carlos, Guerrero. Like, these guys have been sticking together for a very long time, and in Vanguard, they had a player switch out, which I thought might give the upper hand to Vatra as well. So I wonder if that kind of synergy from Vatra is going to be enough to take on Tribe Gaming NA. They have a new addition to their roster themselves, but they've been playing together for the entirety of this year, and they've been, of course, Tyrant and Zulon have been playing together for years and years and years at that point. So we'll see who has the better synergy, or perhaps who has the better mechanics overall. I think it's going to be closer than a lot of people expect, though. I think Vatra will probably take at least a single set off of Tribe Gaming NA, which is a feat in and of its own.
That is definitely true. Tribe Gaming going to be a tough one here, and due to that, you are going to have a leg up in our predictions so far. Reddy with 3 of 4, while me and FDOT sitting over here only 50%. It's got to feel good, Reddy.
It does feel good, right? Because I'm kind of a contrarian, and I love to believe in the underdogs, and sometimes that clouds more my logical judgment, like, okay, should Vanguard take the W? But no, I put my faith in Vatra today, and it completely paid off. It feels nice to have more predictions correct for once, and this is the only time and it might be the last time, so I'm really going to savor it. I'm never going to shut up about it, by the way. So just prepare yourself for an earful of that.
Hey, that's totally okay. Great performance. You can talk a little jive to us if you'd like. And speaking of, if you want to make predictions of your own at home, be sure to tune in at event.brawlstars.com. Earn those exclusive pins. I'm well on my way to a Thorn. I'm sure Reddy's even a step closer with the predictions here today. So be sure to share your opinions at home. Vote on things like MVP too. It's always a good time to have a nice interactive part in the show here today. But now we move on. We're talking about our first semi-final matchup. To start things off, we've got STMN. It's going to be Bobby, OG, and Czar. How are we feeling about Stamina going into this one, Reddy?
Look, I got high expectations. Bobby and OG, they're the dynamic duo. Czar bringing something new to the table. He joined the roster last year and just has these insane mechanics on very technical brawlers. We're talking Stu, and of course with these, oh, what is that dog doing? Interesting stuff. STMN always having a lot of fun on the player cams as well. They got Sword, the coach, in there as well. Yeah, Bobby as well with his excellent. I feel like I'm being mocked at this point. Maybe it's maybe this is the cue that I need to quit talking.
I was going to say, that's not the doggo I know. That's a different dog. Going into the other side, though, we've got Nando lovers. We've got Angel U, Nando, and Togi, who had a pretty strong performance overall, I thought, in the first quarterfinals. What are the odds of them winning this one? Do you think there's a chance they can upset STMN?
Oh shoot, okay, Angel U's got the respect. He's saluting the brawlers out there, all of you. And as far as the odds of these guys taking it, I think, look, you're always going to have a really tough challenge ahead of you when you're facing versus, okay, now he finally cracks. when you're facing versus last month's monthly finals champions, right? But I think Nando lovers, this is absolutely a matchup that they had their eyes peeled for. I think Obey Alliance was probably their main focus coming into this monthly final. STMN maybe a little bit secondary, but I think STMN is definitely going to be a more difficult challenge. As far as odds, I would probably rank it as like 70-30. I don't know about you though.
Yeah, I think that's completely reasonable and makes a lot of sense. They would focus on Obey, as it is their first matchup. A lot of the times these guys are just looking to go one match at a time, and this will certainly be a huge challenge for them as we approach Dueling Beetles. I definitely think I'm kind of feeling that same range too. STMN should be a clear favorite in my eyes since they won last month, and once again they're replicating the same formula they did last month. They're all in one room together, same place, with the coach in their ear as well, giving them strategies, and it seems the people at home are in agreement with us. Remember, this isn't necessarily, like F. always says, an indication of what the odds are. However, 88% of you at home are voting for STMN, and a strong few going for Nando lovers. I wouldn't 100% count them out by any means, but understandably so, just given their accolades. STMN going to be a heavy favorite here as we hop into Dueling Beetles.
Okay, let's get these three bands out. One of the things that we love about this new format, Dueling Beetles being itself is going to lend itself to some good opportunities for Squeak. Naturally, we'll see that banned out. The Eve from Nando lovers totally makes sense as well. We'll see Mr. P and Sprout also banned out. And then there is the Crow pick from Bobby. I like this so far. I think that that's going to be pretty good for dealing with any kind of healing strategies. In the past, we've seen some major issues when Poco comes into play. I don't think Poco is going to be too much of an issue, at least with Crow in the game, but also just as he is right now, kind of weak. And I think pretty much cast to the wayside. Here is the Crow counter, though, in the form of Spike. Then Bell as well to get some significant range. STMN gets to block off mid with their 4th and 5th picks.
I'm really curious of what STMN's about to do here. The Mr. P ban is a little curious to me, not in the sense that it's a bad one, it's just not a very frequent one. To me, it kind of feels like they have something in mind there, that maybe they want Mr. P off the board. I think Sprout's one that's definitely eligible for a ban too, but it seems like two brawlers with some similar mechanics. Maybe they want the spawners out of the way. I'm not really sure what they're trying to do here, but it definitely has my Brawl senses tingling, if you will, just of what they're about to do. And it looks like that answer is going to be Bo. That's one that's shown up a lot here today. Reddy, how are you feeling about Bo overall right now?
I like Bo, right? I think that really STMN is just trying to lock down some certain lanes, and that's certainly going to make things easier for Crow, most importantly. It's also going to be a pretty good wall breaker as well. You don't get to decide on which walls you want to break. You got to rely on an enemy to walk over them unless you are running the second gadget, which I don't know why you do. Maybe, though, if your teammates are Crow and Brock, it could totally make sense. Nando lovers will probably be thinking about a brawler that can operate well without walls. And that would probably be a sharpshooter. But the thing is that STMN has the say-so on which walls they break open, and they can very much decide that they're not going to break open any at all. So Nando lovers are going to have to be very cautious about this final pick. I don't really see a whole lot of counter ability potential. There's the Stew, actually. And I think maybe they were trying to lock in that Stew for themselves with the pick of Spike, making sure they counter that out and leave it available for themselves as well. I like the matchup on both sides, I'm going to say personally. I think that Nando lovers can operate well without walls. I think STMN probably will still focus on breaking open some of them. Overall, I think it's going to be a pretty fair matchup, but when it comes to survivability, I think OG has some, well, he does have the most health out of all the brawlers throughout this pick phase, and he's probably going to be doing the majority of the capturing on the zone.
A lot of respect here too. Bobby instantly taking down these walls, even on their spawn side. They're just opening up the entire right-hand side of the map to start off so far. And nice slowing toxin coming in there. Bobby getting at the finish as well, and Togi already down. STMN securing a little more of this mid ground to walk it forward. You need to be careful about that nest egg right there. Looks like Bobby's going to step right on it, and nothing is going to work out there for him as Angel U dashing forward too. Zar with a nice finish there, trying to trade out, and that could have been a lot worse for them. However, it's still going to result the same. Nando lovers now with the hot zone secured for themselves.
Okay, and they've only made it more difficult for STMN to capture now that those nest eggs are down. OG is going to look for the kill onto Nando. He actually is going to get the kill onto Nando, but Nando will get the kill on him as well. And with pretty much everyone absent from the side of Nando lovers, they are going to get to trickle back into mid at this point. And a lot of walls broken open. This is going to be quite difficult for Nando to deal with, actually. For Angel U, he kind of gets to work this and do whatever he likes as long as he's able to get in range and get that super. We saw earlier he pulled off a double kill simply by cycling out that super. The zero ping stew is what we love to see. See Toji on the right side also trying to lock down Zar. He does have longer range. Not going to make the connection on that mark, though. Still, the important thing is that Nando lovers have been on this point for a longer period of time, 60% and counting, in a decisive lead over STMN.
Bo using those mines to try and make it more difficult to step on to the hot zone. That might be one reason why all these teams are starting to favor our good friend Bo in modes like this. Nice takedowns there too. They are down by a good chunk. And Angel U continuing to step on it as well. They're going to replace the mines here. Angel U now slowed as well as Togi approaches a jump in as well due to the stun, and Zar going to cycle out there. Angel U still staying up as well. Nice takedown. The aggressive play has paid off. Only 5% to go, and Nando lovers sitting comfortably. Game number 1 going in their favor.
I liked it a whole lot. I especially was looking at Angel U playing the stew here. I think he absolutely stole the show for me. And another thing is consider how many walls were broken open by STMN in a way. And you pointed this out. Bobby's going to do it again. In fact, he's going to be breaking open the wall on their side, which typically you'd want that for your own team. But as we saw in the last game, Zar kind of got stuck on the lane on the right side, and he needed those walls in order to succeed. He's going to try and tend more towards the left side in this game, getting blocked off a little bit by the life plant, not too much though. Nando picks up a little bit of ground. Angel U also gets to push up. Gonna be looking for a kill onto OG, not overcommitting, it doesn't appear. No, never mind, Bobby is able to get that long range kill, but Nando lovers still have the advantage in terms of capture, and they've locked down the nest egg as well. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult for STMN to walk on this point.
And Bobby playing on Brock, certainly a comfort brawler for this team. However, it's definitely not one that is super familiar to dueling beetles. It's been a long time, I feel like, since we've seen a true just wall break strategy like this. Nice connections coming in from Zar and Bobby as well. That's going to be a takedown into Togi, and now Stamina reclaiming the lead here as Bobby pops a gadget. They're going to try and take out that other wall. Not sure if that was intentional and trying to land on Angel U or just a misplay at that wall there, but either way, it's going to remain for now. Zar with the super as well. I'm going to get a slowing toxin in there. The jump going through, take down to Nando. It's going to be a trade though. Angel U getting aggressive once again, and this is where they excelled last time. Great connections from OG though, and it's going to allow Stamina to take over hot zone in their favor.
Unfortunate here for Nando lovers. They don't really have a whole lot more to work with. Angel U doesn't have any gadgets, which he kind of needs in order to succeed as he works for that super to boot. We will see Zar actually take him down to STMN. Their points, their percentage on the point are only mounting. OG gets to throw down a bit of area control on the left side. Angel U still looking for any connections here, but they just are not appearing. Though STMN has backed off the point a little bit. This could prove to be good for Nando lovers. Big jump in from Zar. There's the kill as well. A kill onto Nando, and this is looking decisively in the pocket of STMN. I think we're headed to a 1-1 set. There's just no way that Nando lovers can come back from this. In fact, I think that fact right there was pretty much decided about an entire minute ago, as we saw so many of the walls broken open, and I think the ability or the inability of Angel U to get in because of the barrage of projectiles coming his way seriously did hold them back. We'll see how they play in the early game for game number 3.
And the same exact strategy again, they're sticking it to it. And I think one big factor last time is just Angel U got shut down a lot more, I feel like, in game number 2 than 1. His aggressive plays couldn't necessarily be done because they focused him so well. And to start things off, though, Angel U getting a takedown, now a 2v2 scenario. Togi going to be standing the ground to trying to fight Zar and OG here. Nando, nice connection, though, and another one on OG. That's a double. And now Bobby going to be left all alone as Angel U returns. Really good plays so far, and continued lead for Nando lovers.
Oh man, Nando, the namesake here, got such good dodges versus Bobby, and I find that particularly interesting. In a way, closer to Brock is the more optimal place to be, which is definitely counterintuitive, but you don't have to deal with his AoE once you are closer to him, and his projectile is a lot slower than it used to be as well. Nando lovers have captured so much on this point. Togi is going to go down, but it's not too much of an issue, and Zara is going to start tripping these mines up. That is going to be a free kill for Angel Yu. Angel Yu's looking to pick up Bobby as well. Will he be able to do it? Doesn't look like it. Nope, not now. He needs one more bit of damage, but he got too greedy, and OG was able to get the kill off of him as a result. But still, Nando lovers are going to cross his 80% threshold, and it is looking quite grim for STMN, yet not impossible.
For sure, that's a huge factor of Hot Zone. You can get a lot of those points if you can hold the line. Nice placements for those mines. However, Angel Yu, a great candidate to dodge through him with his super. He does survive for now, too. OG going to be very weaker. Takedown coming in. Angel Yu holding the line for now. Bobby trying to connect with a super, but nothing is there. And now Nando lovers get the final percentage points they need. A swift victory in game number 3. This one is going to go to Nando lovers for set 1.
If I were Angel Yu right now, I would be like jumping up and spinning IRL. Like, I would be so impressed with my own performance on Stu, because he for me absolutely stole the show. 100% the MVP of that last matchup. It was just ridiculous. We love the Stu play, and we love seeing it be put to work as well. Of course, none of that reaction, right? Still a whole lot more Brawl Stars to play, and you got to keep your composure when you're faced up against a team like STMN. Hot Potato is going to be up next. I don't think we'll see any Stu gameplay on there, but certainly can anticipate to see some more of that wall break strategy. And now that's on Nando Lover's radar, because STMN has shown that they are prone to choosing this strategy, and you got 3 bans on your side. I think that this is definitely going to be kind of brewing in Nando Lover's minds for the next one.
I think that's a great point too. I think really well executed from them, and now that they've seen this strategy on a map like Dueling Beetles, where this is a little more untraditional, certainly on Hot Potato it is very realistic to see something similar here. Don't know if it'll necessarily be a bow and a crow paired with something like a Brock, but that's certainly in the wheelhouse of STMN. Again, Brock as a brawler they're quite good at, very comfortable with. Sharpshooters are right up their alley. But you mentioned Hot Potato, that's our next map. It's been a very interesting meta on this map recently. You know, we've casted a couple this past weekend and last week, and we've seen anything from Bull, Daryl, these shotgun brawlers that are very untraditional. We get some Barley in here. We've seen some crazy compositions here ready. What do you think is the best play kind of going into this map?
Look, it's quite interesting, because I feel like some of the stuff that we've seen previously has not been the best play. We've seen a little bit of BB, actually, which I don't totally agree with. It has worked in some situations, but look, let's talk about some of the Bulls, some of the Daryls as well. I think Daryl is pretty prone to being banned here, so if you want to have a tank on your side, then I think Bull is probably going to be like one of your best options. Let's also talk defenders, though, because we've seen in the past that Gale can be pretty devastating. I know that you're very familiar with Gale having the Rango Gale on your side, but also having seen how this one-man army can pretty much single-handedly defend all kinds of tanks. One brawler that I think in particular that is going to be picked here is Rico, and as a consequence, Barley.
I think it's a good shout. For me, if they're trying to go with that more tanky approach, I think somebody like Imps does the job even better here, but a lot of times ends up being banned, so that's not always an option. My boy Gale is a great defender, but I'm not as big of a fan on maps like Heist, unless it's just a super hard counter. It deals with everyone on the other side. I just feel like there are other brawlers that may be able to handle that a little bit better, and we'll figure out what those bans are in just a moment. Looks like we got Colonel Ruffs, Brock, and Lola from the side of STMN, actually. I think Lola's a very good ban, but they're actually taking Brock off the board, and Nando lovers thinking the same thing too. We got Squeak as well. Now it's pick number 1, could be Rico, but I would be a little surprised just given the more recent Brawl Stars history, but they go for it. I think a really good call too. If there's no wall breaks available, I think that's probably part of the reason why they go with this. When you see Brock off the board, that's really the main wall break candidate in my eyes on this map, and somebody who's had a long standing on this map. This is the first time in a while, though, I think I've seen him first pick, so really good call already.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yeah, and I'm going to sound like a broken record too, but look, I think the opportunity is completely lending itself to Nando lovers right here. They got 6th pick. I'd say that they will probably go with Barley for that 6th pick. So STMN can play around with this a little bit carefully, but they still don't want to pick something that can get countered out too well. Looks like Nando lovers are not going to be playing around really. They might go for the wall break regardless. they've been presented with the opportunity to pick a couple in a row if they so wish. And here's the other deal is if there are walls broken open, Bobby is going to have a tough time. We'll actually see Angel U. We saw how well he was able to play on one of these very mechanically demanding technical brawlers such as Stu in the last one. Now he's going to be on Daryl in this one. Positioning is going to be absolutely key. I'm certainly excited for it. We'll see what STMN does to respond because they already have Rico, which is going to be a pretty good counter to Daryl. So we'll see if they double down or maybe pick something that's vulnerable to that, I think, in my opinion, impending Barley pick.
I think Barley is one of the best ways to kind of deal with Rico. Of course, being a thrower, having these walls to work with. Rico can only shoot around them. He can't get through them like a lot of throwers can. So I love Barley. A lot of damage can be done on that safe too. I love him as a candidate here as a late pick for Nando lovers. And I think Colette into Daryl is going to be an excellent choice too. Great brawler for Heist overall. Every time you use that super through the safe, it's a minimum at 10%. That doesn't even attribute for things like damage gears. So I definitely think that's a very viable option too. Curious to see what they do with pick 5 and pick 6. Could very easily be something good for them too. All right, now that we see Stu in the mix, things do get a little more interesting. I think you got to tread a little lighter with Barley here if you want to go for it, but definitely a great candidate to kind of deal with both Colette and especially Rico.
Okay, OG, Zar, Bobby, all on to pretty good brawlers to deal with the existing picks from Nando lovers. We'll see if Angel U is able to have any assistance that accents him or perhaps deals with Colette a little bit. We'll see Toji actually go for the Spike pick here, which I totally agree with. I think it would have been interesting to see a Barley. I really would have liked it, but I think with OG threatening some breakthrough gadget wall break action here, that was a bit out the window. So comps are locked in. I'm pretty happy with both comps here. I think that Nando lovers is going to be particularly vulnerable to Bobby on the Rico here.
I think so too. A lot of DPS coming in from Rico, and I do like the Spike pick too. I want to see how it kind of plays out a little bit. Since the nerf to the life plant, that is the reason that for a long time Spike has been such a viable option going against Stu. Takes multiple shots for him for a long time, and now it's a lot easier for him to deal with. However, Nando lovers so far just marching down the field. They're going to get a takedown there. Zar going to be weak in tier 2, and Angel also trying to go in. Togi now with the dash forward too, and a hot start here for STMN.
Okay, Nando on the right side going to be reduced to very low health, but OG doesn't bat an eye. He's going to move right into that safe, and we love the 6,000 clean damage off the safe, a perfect 10% taken off. All the while, though, Nando lovers have done a phenomenal job, most notably with Togi at taking down some damage on STMN safe. We'll see a breakthrough from Zara. Doesn't really break open too much, actually. Togi almost slicks through the cracks, opts to go down to Bobby instead. OG forced to play defense as well, and Nando and Angel U get to walk all over the safe. Huge stuff rolling in from Nando lovers, and STMN is really just trying to keep up here. They're having a tough time countering out Nando on the right side. Zara just doesn't have enough range, and OG isn't able to get consistent enough damage as his attack continues to lose DPS as his opponent decreases in health.
And a continued effort here from Nando lovers. They're going to trip up this final mine as well. Finally, STMN can claim a little position here. Rico super going off as well from Bobby. Going to have to deal with a big, healthy Togi right now on the Daryl, though. It's going to distract him for a moment. OG also going to be outranged just a little bit by both Spike and Bo. That's super contributing to his downfall there too. Zar doing his best to keep up in range. Nice connection there onto Angel U, and Bobby with the connection too. He's going to fall to the mines though, and those pesky Bo supers just continue to be a problem. However, some nice damage coming in from OG. Still down 32% though.
Oh, it's always the mines. You always hate to see it. You hate to be on the receiving end, but it feels kind of nice. It does feel kind of cheap if you are the Bo. But look, that's what Bo is all about, is getting those stuns. We'll see Toji actually get a kill on Zar over here. He's going for that final bit of damage on STMN safe. All the while, we see Colette trying to get the last bit of damage on her own. OG goes down, unfortunately, and Nando lovers will be taking this game, and that is going to be 2 in a row for Nando lovers, and this could almost be 2 sets in a row for them as well. Shooting Star is a pretty mechanical map, I would definitely say. As far as potential sets where you get knocked out of the semifinals, that this is one of the ones that lends itself more to the underdog in that situation, so it's not the end of the world. We'll have to see if STMN, though, is able to clutch up and change their gameplay style from the last game, and hopefully work to their advantage. We're already going to see Toji on the safe, though. A whole lot of damage. We see the rotating gadget as well. Didn't hit a whole lot of damage, but Angelu was really able to put it to work. Already 48% taken off of STMN safe, and they have not even touched Nando Lover's safe.
Good takedown there on the Angel U, though. OG with the dash forward as well. Things starting to look a little more up for the side of STMN. Angel, you can be forced to defend here. OG with a gadget popped as well. However, Nando getting very pesky, actually makes a connection onto Zar. That's going to be a takedown there too. But OG continues to put up work on the north-hand side of our map. Bobby with a nice super 2, and they've lessened this gap by a decent chunk here. Only 13% between the two. And now a little more of a stalemate as we set up this mid-ground. Zar with a nice wall break, though. Going to be cycling in and out, getting aggressive onto Angel U. If he just lands a couple, it should do the job, but they're still transpiring up there. Survives longer than expected. Now rolling from Togi to OG, kind of close with that, though. I'm sure in that situation, they'll take a trade out overall. Nando going to fall here, too. But just a lot of back and forth right now. Still a continued lead for Nando lovers.
Look, I'll hand it to STMN. They are absolutely beaming their enemies, but what they're not able to quite do is get enough damage on the safe. However, OG is going to quickly put that notion to rest, getting 10% and counting off on the safe. But Bobby also going to go for this kill on Nando. Nando is in the eye of the hurricane, avoiding all that damage, but Zar comes in as well for the pinch, and it's up to Angel U to lock down this right lane now. Toji also not really equipped for defense, and seemingly not really equipped for offense once all those walls have been broken down, going down to the flames from Zara's super, and Nando lovers keep on losing health on this save. Bobby is in a bit of a trickier situation compared to before, though. He's locked into this one little area versus Nando, and Nando's just going to let him wither away in the stick around. It's up to Nando and Angel U to help Toji push in for this last bit of damage. It is a race to the finish. No way.
And Nando are the ones on top. What a play there. I'm in shock. I really thought that was going to be a close one. STMN definitely had a little bit of a chunk of a lead there to work with, but all three brawlers touching down on the Heist safe. I think a missed super there from OG made things a little more difficult too, not quite making a connection. The mine tripping him up on the way back. Overall, very tough stuff. Nando lovers coming out swinging here. It is 4-1, but a bigger note, 2-0.
I think that had STMN just played defense there, they absolutely could have had it. And look, if there is any evidence of how quickly Nando lovers are able to beam down the safe, just look at this, right? We saw a whole lot of damage come in from Toji, and already that was 34% taken off the safe once more. So much damage just coming in from Nando and Angel U, actually. And Toji able to push onto that safe in the final few seconds. Just remarkable stuff. I mean, man, Nando lovers have been very, very solid when it comes to Heist. Look at this once more. The damage from Nando and Angel U was able to bring this down to 50%, and that was within the first 25 seconds of the game. I think that STMN thought that the game was already over in their favor, and that's why they decided to commit on the enemy safe, but it's never over till it's over. And in this case, the bag has been fumbled, unfortunately. You can see how decisively that was in favor of STMN from the kills and the damage, but Nando lovers were able to pinpoint that opening that STMN allowed and take the victory for set number 2, and we're heading into set number 3 with a 2-0 lead for Nando.
Yeah, and Togi, even though with 2 kills, was very effective there. I think overall, just a great performance and a solid showing in Heist. They're really giving STMN a run for their money right now. And Shooting Star, I think, is going to be a huge test for them. This is a map when I think people think of a roster like STMN, they think of a lot of sharpshooters, some mechanical brawlers that they can excel at. And I think this will be a really good test to see if Nando lovers have it in them to steal 3 straight sets. This is certainly not what a lot of people at home were expecting. And I think Shooting Star, if they can get it done here, would be a true showing of their dominant performance here today.
Okay, let's see the nanny ban. Whoever bans a nanny has the second pick. And no nanny ban. Okay, well, Nando lovers is going to pick nanny probably, unless they do the unthinkable, which is not pick nanny, but I don't really think that's going to happen. Piper? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess if you don't want to be choosing nanny, okay. No nanny. I'm honestly taken aback. Is there like some counter to nanny that as of yet or until now has not been discovered? I guess we won't know. Okay, Czar, thank you.
There,
but
okay.
I think third pick, yeah, that's kind of late. Maybe Nanny is not favored as much as she used to be.
Yeah, it is really interesting. I think when I see Piper get drafted by Nando lovers on the side of STMN, I am certainly thinking it immediately. You know, back-to-back picks there. Maybe Nanny would have been their first one too. Who knows? But Jean and Nani are going to be very good counter picks into Piper. Jean, somebody that historically does really well against Nani, against Piper due to the high HP. Nani, of course, because of the return to Cinder, does really well in the sharpshooters. Nando Lover's going to pair this with a Leon, and anytime you got Lollipop, a drop, and a sharpshooter, things can get really tricky. I think both sides have very solid brawlers so far. However, I will say I do like Nani and Jean going into their first pick of Piper.
I definitely like that too. Here's the problem is that they're going to be faced up versus a Lollipop drop. That plus it's going to be Byron on the other end of the arena as well. Now, I think that Leon with Lollipop drop, or rather, let's say Piper with Lollipop drop, is a tough enemy to face against. Now, Leon just by himself is a pretty easy opponent to face against, in my opinion. And generally, Leon doesn't end up doing a whole lot of the work. So for Nando lovers, this is going to be about getting good value out of the Lollipop drop. Now, that said, Angel U is very good at getting in close range and leading that charge. So I'm definitely leaning more towards the successful side when it comes to Nando lovers running this comp. STMN, they're going to respond with OG on the bell. I think it totally makes sense. It can also trip up Leon just a little bit if he decides to go invis. He'll have to navigate around some mines. He can lock down some choke points for brawlers that you don't necessarily see and can't pre-fire at.
I'm with you. I think very solid comps on both sides. Now a battle for the blue star commences. Bobby taking a hit there. Togi gonna be the first to strike. However, Bobby with a quick finish up there. Togi gonna fall. And now a 2-1 lead and a blue star for the side of STMN. Strong start to kick things off in game number 1.
Yeah, certainly strong for STMN. For Nando lovers, I'm not really feeling it. We saw the Lollipop drop actually used on the lane versus OG, which once more, I'm not really feeling it. We'll see if Angel U decides to trip the nest egg here. He is trying to get a feel for exactly where it is. Good shots being lined up by OG. A whole lot of healing coming in from Toji as well. No connection on the mark either, which is definitely a good case for Angel U. He's going to get some solid damage versus OG and some good dodges as well. But here's the peep. Heading up the left lane, or perhaps even towards Byron. Angel U's forced to use that Lollipop drop to tank. I don't really know. Oh, big pull by Bobby, and another good finish by Czar. Angel U has to retreat here, but he might try and turn that into an offense with Invisiview.
It's going to make himself known on this left-hand side. Nice connection from Bell too. OG is just tapping right now. And now a little lane swap for everyone here. Angel U getting really aggressive, but Togi going to fall to the Czar Nani peep. Nicely done here. 8-1. Now Angel U can be very weak. All it takes is a couple Gene shots. They're going to waste a Lollipop drop there to make sure that they can keep themselves alive. I suppose not a waste, but certainly they would like more utility out of that rather than just being a body block for them. And with 20 seconds to go, Nando lovers are down by a decent margin. They're going to need a couple kills at a minimum here to take the lead.
Okay. Doesn't seem like the countdown's going to be really helping because STMN are not really going to be playing defense, at least not Bobby. 1-2 kills. We need to see one more. It could be on either Bobby or Czar. Is Angel U in position? Doesn't look like it. And OG is going to help out tanking for Czar, and that is going to be the ball game going to STMN. And look, I think that we've seen very close games so far, back and forth a bunch. In fact, I think it was quite a robbery, game number 2 of set number 2. But for STMN to take this back, it totally makes sense on Shooting Star. This is the map to do it. And I think momentum now is on their side, especially since they are keeping themselves safe from the, of course, terrifying prospect of a match point for Nando lovers.
I definitely had to hold my breath there at the end. I definitely couldn't help but smile because it got very, very dangerously close. Once again, STMN very close to having another game stolen from them, and I agree with you. Huge confidence booster just taking one game at a time here. And so far, so good. Blue Star lead for STMN. Angel U approaching once again, though. No Byron nearby to give him heals. Bobby choosing to get a little more aggressive here with the Vengeful Spirits. Then Nani head following through. A nice Lollipop drop, though, to block that off. Good connections from OG, too. And for now, Nando lovers are going to stay up in just a back and forth as Stamina holds their 1-star lead.
Okay, we'll see if Nando's able to do anything. Of course, really, one of the biggest challenges is going to be taking down Bobby, because if you decide to go aggressive on him, yep, that's what happens. And I don't even think Toji was going aggressive on him. He just kind of stepped out of line, and Bobby had his finger on the trigger, ready to pop that super. Another kill as well for STMN, furthering their domination. And an attempt at a tank. Actually, Angel Yu's going to tank yet another Peep, which is fantastic. That's the second one that he's tanked. He is going to be marked, and he's going to be slowed, and Bobby finishes him off with the smoke from the end of his attack. And there's the mark onto Toji as well. Look, this is a runaway show for STMN. I almost see no way that Nando Lovers can bring this back unless they're able to replicate the thing that they did at the last seconds of the previous game.
15 seconds ago, Piper jump away, but the great pull from Bobby lines it up preemptively. Zar going to be weak here on this left-hand side, but it's not going to matter too much as Angel U is the only one left standing. Bobby, the cleanup crew, coming through, and this one a very decisive stamina win. They will be taking set number 3. It is not the end of the road here yet.
Okay, reverse sweep on the way. Everyone board up on the hype train for STMN, though the battle is not over yet. Hard Rock Mine is coming soon. Look, Hard Rock Mine, Pinhole Punt, I think that these maps definitely favor the kind of reverse sweep action. STMN, I think that a lot of their confidence lies in their mechanical abilities, and Hard Rock Mine certainly lends itself to that. And I think Shooting Star is, once more, a perfect example of that. And I also want to talk about Nando Levers a little bit, but not unfortunately in a positive light. I was not a fan of the Leon, unfortunately. I think Angel Yu, of all people, probably aside Min Woong here in NA, is going to be one of your best candidates for playing that kind of brawler on a map like Shooting Star, but it just wasn't it for me. I think mostly because we never saw that lollipop drop combined with a sharpshooter, and I think that was the only saving grace that could have possibly presented itself for a Leon pick here.
Yeah, and a lot going down there, and taking a look deeper into that game. Bobby with 7 kills in 1. That KD is huge, and not to mention, too, he had over twice the kills that anybody on the side of Nando Lovers had total. And I think that's a crazy stat. He had 7 by himself, and that wasn't even enough for all 3 brawlers combined on the other side. I think this is a stamina specialty right here. Shooting Star certainly trends in the way of the kind of specialty brawlers that stamina can play. And additionally, too, I mean, not the best draft in my opinion. I feel like leaving Nani on the board, like you mentioned, wasn't the wisest choice. Look, Piper is a great brawler. It's one that if STMN got in their hands, they would be doing great at it too, but at least you would have the Nani to counter it on your side. And I feel like they ended up going Nani Jean, and that was just a double counter immediately. Piper is not out of play by any means, but certainly in a much more troublesome spot just after that entire draft.
Yeah, I just want to kind of maybe optimistically assume that, oh, maybe he just didn't have Nanny unlocked or something like that and wasn't able to pick Nanny. That's the only thing that I could possibly think of, because I don't know why else you would not pick Nanny as first pick, especially considering that Piper is countered by Nanny. But really only because Nanny has slightly longer range, but also because Nanny has the Peep. We did see that there were fairly good responses to the Peep from the side of from Nando Lovers, especially with the lollipop drop, you know, getting rid of those, disposing of them, preventing them from having any utility. But look, every single kill matters, and if you mess that up, I just don't know why you'd risk it, giving Nanny to the enemy team. But we're finished with that kind of action. It's on to Hard Rock Mine for some gem grab, and I think we'll get to see some of these players play their specialties once again. I think we'll see some OG Spike, especially if Angel U hops on the stew, and then either some Bob Marley or some Zar Rico action.
Definitely think Rico is a very solid brawler on this map. We'll see what the bans end up coming in as in just a moment. 8-Bit, Spike, and Leon on our left-hand side. On the right, we have Eve, Squeak, and Byron. I think these are all very eligible bans. However, I do notice that Rico was left on the board. That's definitely somebody that I'm thinking about with this first overall pick, and the Doggo on the other side. I've mentioned it before on broadcast too, but I know from talking to Sword in the past, they are a big fan of this brawler. I know that they love taking it as a first overall pick, especially on modes like this. It's a very safe one, very hard to counter him. He's got the sandbags for some nice utility, can power up teammates, and he's got the bounce shot function just like Rico too. Certainly leaves on the board for Nando Lovers, but I absolutely do not blame them for a first pick roughs.
Yeah, and I feel like a brawler that we don't see on the screen right now that has a lot of influence on the Ruff's first pick. Okay, actually, we do get to see the Rico from Nando, but one of the brawlers that is great on this map that does have kind of a rough time versus Rico is Rosa. Now, don't call me out yet. When she runs straight up mid, when she goes for the bushes at mid, it can be really great for helping out like an 8-bit or any other sort of mid brawler that benefits from that invisibility. And I think Colonel Ruffs with the wall break completely shuts down that possibility, and Nando lovers are just gonna kind of try and win the lane matchup with Rico. So I'd say expect a lot of lane switch ups here. We'll see what STMN decides to do to go for mid here. I would say Jean could be pretty safe, but actually it's going to be Czar on the Piper. He's going to try and diff the Bell matchup, which I definitely like. It also provides a little bit more wall break options for STMN.
I love this choice. I think it's one that they obviously love playing, and generally have multiple people that are excellent at Piper. Like you mentioned, the Piper diff into Bell. Once I saw that Bell was drafted, I was thinking, I've seen it a little bit more than usual in the current meta. 8-bits off the board. It just seems like to me that was a direction they wanted to go. I think Bell's very solid, of course, for the overall utility, but there is a faster reload speed, and Piper does more damage from a distance. I think it makes a lot of sense. And to finish things off, they are going to go with Stu. However, great response, in my opinion, with the Mr. P. That's going to do really well into both Stu and into Piper. I definitely think there are win conditions for both sides now that we have finished off this draft.
Yeah, I think, though, that Nando Lovers is going to have to go for very specific lane matchups. They're going to have Toji on OG's lane, right? Yeah, I think that could actually work out pretty well. The thing is, another thing, that Bobby is going to be pretty vulnerable to Mr. P's attacks. Another thing to consider is that OG does have a lot of different matchups that he can succeed in. It's just that Mr. P is not really one of them. We'll see Zara actually go for the matchup versus Nando. If Zara is able to get that first super, he can start breaking through the, or rather he won't be breaking through the walls. In fact, he's running speed zone to help out Bobby here. So who knows? This might be a tough matchup for Czar. He's pretty much going to have to try Nando's patience and see if he can bank on Nando stepping out of those bushes so he can take full advantage of the positioning.
Bobby with a clean kill on the Togi there. Got dangerously close too, as Angel was making some nice shots as a Mr. P. All works out though. Power up coming in too. Air supply drop going to be in Bobby's hands now. It's going to lead to a little bit of extra HP and damage for the remainder of his life here. Czar on this right-hand side, just trying to deal with Nando. I think doing a good job of not getting overly aggressive here, just trying to find a super at this point so that he can aggress forward. And Bobby doing a good job in the middle, just trying to help out on either side and when he can. And for now, side of STMN with a nice 7-1 lead as the damage amplifier connects onto Bobby.
Well, definitely a good look, but Bobby isn't going to be tapped by any kind of homemade recipe at this point, right? He's the one wielding that power over Toji. Toji does have to stay at range. Bobby also needs to kind of stay out of the action for a little bit as he is on very low health. And is also going to be looking for an angle to potentially deal some damage. Bobby narrowly avoids those attacks. Also, we saw the countdown interrupted. Bobby erupts into a fountain of gems, and OG needs to play defense around these. It doesn't look like Angel U's planning on making any moves onto that pile, though. It's all about setting up at mid and maintaining control here. Czar moves forward onto the Stu lane. It is a tall order for Czar, and he's also getting countered out by Toji as well. There's a kill on Czar. Bobby also needs to jump out here. Perfect timing. He was almost too late. And STMN just needs one gem here. Looks like Czar is going to be tasked with gem fetching duty. And now STMN needs to go for a slow and steady retreat. Czar might not be able to do it, though. Nope, he's not able to get out of range. But there's a kill on Toji. It is back and forth, but Bobby gets countered out by the porters from Angel U for the time being. And now we might actually see a counter, or rather a countdown on the side of Nando Lovers. It's all going to come down to who picks up the gem. So many gems on the ground and no countdown for either team.
And I'm sure STMN will be very disappointed if that tiny Mr. P just gets the end of them here. Nice, a couple gems drop there. And now they're going to be trying to pick them up again, though. The connection between Bell and the Porter is going to do the job. They've now got 14 to their name, 2 seconds to go. It's not going to be enough time. Togi going to walk away with them. And a nice game stolen there. I really feel like that one could have been in STMN's hands. But Angel U and the squad hang in there. And now they find themselves on their first match point.
Oh my gosh, that's so tragic for STMN, and I gotta say, especially for Bobby, because it seems like everywhere he was needed, there was a Mr. P turret. Not even just a Mr. P porter, a turret, and a new porter spawned just as he closed in. And there was also Choji waiting for Bobby as soon as he was trying to make a move onto that pile of gems. Definitely a smart pick of the Mr. P. I really like this counter from Nando lovers. And I think that maybe STMN was just hoping that they wouldn't play versus a Mr. P and just decide, you know what, if they pick it, we're going to have to deal with it. And so far, they're doing a fairly good job of dealing with it. OG, never mind, he goes down very quickly. And there is the porter station up for Angel U. And the momentum is only ramping up even more for Nando lovers as they are about to be holding 8 gems on their team.
Phenomenal start here, especially when you can establish Mr. P's porters. You got Bell charging in the mid. It's giving Bobby a lot of trouble here. And now, not to mention Nando on this right-hand side with a super. Zar gonna trip over a nest egg 2 super going through 2, and Bobby just continually forced away. OG doing his best to hold some position here. Nice connection. They do get the takedown. However, Angel U is there to the rescue. Gonna pick up as many gems as he can. Gonna come up with 8 of them and a takedown as well. OG gonna fall too due to a nest egg plus connection. Zar very weak as well. And now 10 gems on the side of Nando lovers. They are moments away from possibly moving on to our finals.
Let's see if they're able to keep a handle on it. Zara has to push forward. He goes down. It's all up to OG, but the spins and the pins are already out. Nando lovers has knocked out STMN in a total upset. The odds were 88% to 12%, at least according to you guys on the event website. But Nando lovers had other plans, and Angel U shows his first bit of emotion for the broadcast. And Bobby, yeah, definitely not pleased with this one, but STMN, this roster, I mean, they have been through so many trials and tribulations that led up to qualifying for Worlds last year, and I don't think they're any stranger to having to take a step back, right? Realizing defeat and completely channeling that into the following month. They're still going to the MSI, and they get to show us what they're made of next month. But for now, Nando Lever steals the show, and they're heading on to the grand finals.
Yeah, excellent job overall. STMN is still somebody that, of course, should have something to celebrate today with, you know, MSI and moving forward in that sense. But in terms of points, this is a really big opportunity for other teams, right? Especially looking at Tribe right now, who are about to play momentarily. And I think a very, very solid job overall for Nando lovers. Outside of Shooting Star, really, they did a great job. I think every single set that they played, a lot of the times were in their favor. Look, game number 1 of Gym Grab was pretty close overall, came down to the final moments, but game number 2, they really established themselves, and I think that is definitely shown in our story here as Nando has 7, Angel U has 8, Togi has 8, just a lot of takedowns throughout both those games, and overall going to lead to a Nando lovers 3-1 victory.
Yeah, and another thing that I want to point out is, I mean, I think the MVP from the side of STMN is pretty clear, but it's all about Angel U for the time being. I mean, look, literally from set number 1, he had my attention. Just the Stu gameplay was all I really needed in order to become Angel U's #1 fan for the time being, and no one can even come close, so don't even try. But yes, Angel U, phenomenal player. I definitely have my eyes on him for the grand finals because that's where we'll be finding them up next.
Yeah, big shout out to them. I mean, that's a huge accomplishment. Nice upset going against STMN too. They've had a tough road to get here. Speaking of road to get here, let's talk about how we got here exactly and where we will be going momentarily. Next up, we have Tribe Gaming NA facing up against Vatra Gaming. It's another semifinal too. Look, Nando were tested with STMN. This is a similar aspect for the side of Vatra Gaming. Tribe Gaming currently on the leaderboard as #1 for this region. They fought closely against Chasmic Gaming, ended up getting a 2-1 victory. Vatra, of course, also in similar fashion with a 2-1 win. Both these teams showing off some strong stuff here. Reddy, how are you feeling about this matchup we're about to head into?
Look, I feel like there's a clear favorite, and I think the entire audience knows as well. And we'll just get a glimpse of how favorite that matchup is in a moment here once you guys have all submitted your votes personally. But I think as far as Vatra Gaming, they definitely have a chance, and I'm going to stand by what I said earlier. I think they will probably take at least a set off of Tribe Gaming NA. That I think absolutely for sure. No doubt though, Tribe Gaming NA, they're an absolute powerhouse with as Livy, Zulon, Tyrant on their side, and already qualified for the MSI as well. I think a lot of people expect to see them in the grand finals.
For sure, I think they should be favorites here. And taking a look at our Vatra Gaming roster, we've got Payne, Juan Carlos, and RBM, some very solid players overall. I think they definitely have a chance here. You know, maybe today's the day of just upsets. If Nando lovers can do it, maybe they can too. Taking a look at Payne here, nice little room setup too. I love the Brawl Stars background there, little Mario in the mix too, and he's looking jazzed up. Probably talking to teammates right now about what's about to go down, but I certainly think they have a chance here. But I'm with you. I'm going with Tribe as well here. I think they should be favorites just considering what they've accomplished, not only this year, but historically as well.
Yeah, I mean, Zulon, Tyrant, these guys have a whole lot of history, as Livy, kind of history in the making as well. You saw them at the World Finals last year, and they're really gunning for that position once again this year. And I mean, their plan is not to let Vatra Gaming get in their way. They got to get as many points as possible. Points are doubling after the MSI, but the points for right now definitely matter a lot as well. Here we see Zulon, the team captain and the hype man for the team. Got to put some respect on that name as well before we head into it. Good stuff, and I have high expectations for Tribe.
I think a lot of people do. I'm curious to see what the people at home are thinking here. And overall, again, I think Tribe should be favorites here, right? MSI first, but definitely don't feel like Vatra Gaming's out of the question, especially what we've seen here today. It seems like every single match has been very competitive. Crazy enough, the semifinals one was the biggest gap in my opinion in terms of matchups. I mean, quarterfinals, every single one of them 2-1 across the board. Felt like a lot of them came down to the final moments. Vatra Gaming, of course, already has a pretty good win for themselves today too against Vanguard, who are one of the up and coming teams in the region. I certainly don't think it's unquestionable if they can beat somebody like that. Certainly anything is possible here. However, 90% of you all at home going to be riding with Tribe Gaming, and again, can't say I blame you here. Doesn't always indicate what the percentage odds are they're going to win. However, I do think Tribe should be a favorite. Not sure about 90-10 though.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about 90-10 either. I'm going to say it's 70-30, which I believe is pretty optimistic in favor of Vatra Gaming, actually. So we'll see what they're able to do versus Tribe Gaming. I'm a strong believer in Vatra when it comes to the draft, actually. And I think that Tribe Gaming isn't necessarily prepared for that. Look at that. Tribe Gaming are banning out Ash and Pam here, which are not usually your go-to bans on, I think, any map. But when you're faced versus Vatra, they absolutely should be. And you can see the smile on iPaint's face saying, really, guys? Did you really just ban Ash? I mean, like, you just say that you're scared of me, dude. I'm sure is what's going through his head. They get a couple of picks on their side. We see Tribe Gaming lock down the Sprout as well. I don't know if Vatra is particularly partial to the Grom, but it wouldn't be a bad option for them.
Certainly something I think you have to consider. Again, I've mentioned in the past too, and I think it's just kind of a consensus that Sprout and Tick are definitely the top two throwers for this map if you absolutely have to. Sometimes Grom can work. I think it's more of a Bell's Rock kind of brawler too. I think that's where it shines the most, but certainly something to consider, I think, if they really need a thrower, if it feels like there's a good opportunity for it. That's something I think I'm looking for them maybe more towards Pixik if they're going to do it. I love the first two they've got though. They go with Piper and Lola. Sprout can do pretty well into sharpshooter brawlers just like Piper. I think you can hide behind those walls. However, still another pick here for Vatra Gaming. I want to see what Tribe Gaming does as well here too, but I think Sprout overall makes complete sense as a first pick. I am starting to become more and more of a fan of Lola too. Not too often I necessarily see it in knockout, but I definitely see the potential for it to certainly work here.
Yeah, and I think Lola appears pretty much anytime the mentality is we need to have high damage output where there are no walls. And I think that, well, I mean, this is pretty much a fact that Sprout relies heavily on walls. And I think it's pretty wise by Tribe Gaming to be picking up the Colonel Ruffs here. in a way to deny it to Vatra, but also to have this really powerful brawler on this side. We'll see what they go for the final pick, though. Anything that can help them survive at mid as things close in? Yeah, I definitely agree with the bow pick here. Now, Vatra Gaming have to respond. They don't really have a whole lot of wall break on their side, so they're going to have to play cautiously.
I definitely am a big fan of this Colonel Ruff's pick here too. I think overall a very solid option, and now that I see it there, I am a little bit surprised it passed Vatra Gaming. I still think Piper can do really well. However, that's now 2 brawlers at least that the side of Tribe Gaming has that does really well into that. If the walls stay up, of course, Sprout going to be a great candidate to deal with Piper. The Colonel Ruff sandbag's an excellent way to try and deal with single shot brawlers too. And at pick 6, we're going to be rolling with a Bell. So some sharpshooters, a little mid-range, high DPS action coming in for Vatra Gaming. I will say Bell is a long-range brawler, does really well into the sandbag, so I can see that. However, I do like that Tribe Gaming's comp is more well-rounded. I know Bo is a little fresher in people's minds, and it seems like this region's really valuing him, so I will give Bo a lot of respect here, just in the sense that a lot of teams have played him today. So I definitely think Tribe Gaming with a solid roster overall, and I think I'm slightly leaning towards that one.
Now, I got a question for Vatra. Who is going to lane Sprout? I assume that they're going to ideally have Juan Carlos lane Sprout. He's going to go for the reflected shot immediately. It almost gets as Livy basically grazes him, and here's some damage rolling in on the guy as well. What they're going to try and do is keep as Livy from using those walls to his advantage by going for pinch opportunities instead. And so far, it's going to work okay. We see the super totem go down, but it's not going to be getting any supercharge for Tyrant nor as Livy, and no damage rolling in onto Juan Carlos either. No super actually for as Livy, and he's reduced to very low health. I like this playstyle from Vatra Gaming. They are denying this positioning to as Livy, and it's working beautifully as they've already reduced the 3v3 to a 3v2.
And Juan Carlos, a big part of that, does escape as Livy in his pursuit. Goes around the long way and now repositioning himself on this right-hand side. Great connection, though. Now a 3v1 Tyrant left all alone. And Juan Carlos flanking on the right. Tyrant forced to back away and just going to call it for this round. Doesn't want to charge up any of those supers. Round number 1 going to Vatra Gaming.
Okay, let's see. Payne's got to flex that Thorn pin real quick. If you're betting on Tribe, then you're certainly hoping they'll take the victory, so it'll get you a little bit closer to getting that Thorn pin for yourself. We'll see if Vatra Gaming is going to stymie that plan, though. Of course, already the mark has hit as Livy as well. Juan Carlos, I think, is out of gadgets as well. Might be a little bit tricky to get some of those shots onto as Livy, but still, Vatra Gaming has been doing a good job at keeping as Livy at range. They pretty much all outrange him, and the other thing is that they've consistently kept Payne on the top lane instead of versus as Livy, who would most certainly counter him. Big damage, actually, from as Livy. RBM is trying to bait out some shots from Zulon too, I believe, healing up all the way. But for the time being, I would definitely say the advantage is in the hands of Tribe Gaming in A, as Livy has a super and is a 3v3 still, and the poison is starting to close in, as Livy will be able to lock people out of mid if he's cautious about using his super.
Juan Carlos certainly in a tough spot here. Zulon and Tyrant hugging the edge at the top here. A good little pushback. Remember, as Livy does have that damage amplifier too, they're actually going to cut themselves off here. This could actually be catastrophic. They're going to trip up that mine.
No.
Damage coming in per person.
No.
And Zulon, it's getting close here. Will the wall come down in time?
No.
No. 0. The Sprout wall actually ends up costing them there. Very close. They had the numbers. It came down to the wire, but what looked like they were trying to cut either, I'm assuming, their opponents out, ends up being the cause of their own downfall.
I feel like we all have been thinking to ourselves, it's bound to happen eventually. I don't think anyone expected it to happen to Tribe, but oh no. Yeah, that definitely has to hurt, especially when Zulon was actually quite close to outliving Juan Carlos at the end there. He does have more health, but Juan Carlos had the positioning, and that's what it's all about when it comes to whether you're in the poison or not, whether you are dying or whether you are winning the round. Crazy stuff. I think that this has got to take a mental toll on the Sprout gameplay. This was an insta-lock for Tribe Gaming in A, and in round number 1, it was really countered. In round number 2, it lost them the game. How will they come back from this?
Well, it's a strong start here as Pain, Juan Carlos, and RBM are in a very tough position. Pain actually tripping over the mine. RBM very close to another one. And now Juan Carlos going to fall too. RBM very weak as well. And in response, Tribe Gaming doing Tribe Gaming things. You got to have a very short mindset in this game if you want to keep pressing forward. Mistakes were made, but now they're moving on. They find themselves with the first round of game number 2.
Okay, as Livy starting things off strong on the right side, throwing it down a wall as well, getting some good damage versus RBM with the overgrowth as well. There's a little bit of wall break. No bush for you, RBM, says Zulon. And hopefully, Vatra Gaming has effectively communicated the position of those mines, because I think that they are going to be staying there for a while. Unless RBM decides to trip them right now. On the top side, though, iPain has his super ready. Probably going to be waiting till that poison starts closing in to make use of it, as Livy also going to use another gadget here. Probably only has about 1 gadget left, so he's going to have to be conservative with it. The next wall that he uses is going to be impossible to recover after his next gadget.
All right, 3v3 scenario here. Juan Carlos going to be forced away, and I feel like this side of Vatra doing a great job of keeping their maximum range. A good wall break coming in. RBM finessing that one, landing just inside. This zone dwindling forward. Juan Carlos going to be weak. A lot going down in the top as well. A little back and forth. It's going to lead to a Tribe 2v1. Pain now cut off from the wall, and the connection from as Livy making up for that last round. Now things are going to be all tied up. It's 1-1.
That's what we call redemption, folks. I think that as Livy absolutely redeems himself here, and what a way to do it as well. I think Tribe Gaming had a very effective reset mentally after game number 1. Let's talk about Vatra, though. I think that they are kind of struggling on the matchups that were working really well for them in game number 1. In fact, they're going to be switching it up, too. It's not going to be lending itself to success, though, as iPain is taking so much damage. In fact, an early takedown for the combo of Zulon and as Livy Tyrant also holding down the fort on the top side. Juan Carlos is going to have to try and navigate around Tyrant reflecting these projectiles around. We'll see actually the shot onto the sandbags, and Tyrant is going to get hit as well. Not quite taken down, but very close to it too. I think this is a much more ideal matchup for Juan Carlos versus the Colonel Ruffs than it was versus as Livy.
In a very favorable 3v2 situation, Tyrant, Zulon, as Livy playing it slow and cautious. Gadget coming in for RBM. Don't know about that call there, especially with the sandbags down. Trying to thread that needle, very tough to get it through. And this wall cutting them off as well. Nice connections from as Livy. RBM with only 1,000 HP roughly, and that's going to be a swift movement there. And now, what looked very bleak for Tribe Gaming early on, now they are the ones that find themselves on set point.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a bit of a warm-up, and if that ends up giving the first game to the enemy team, then so be it. You can still come back within the first set. Tribe Gaming, by the looks of things, are doing just that. They are going to be getting a little bit of explosives on the bottom left side. There's still one more left, smack dab at middle. I don't think that's going to be disarmed anytime soon, and here is the super totem as well, so as Livy can get his super for free. There it is, in fact, and he'll start to counter out to RBM and Juan Carlos here, in fact, blocking off a whole area, and I don't think Juan Carlos and RBM are going to be getting any pinches here as Livy gets to move the ramparts a little bit further forward, and there's a supply drop as well. Juan Carlos goes down. RBM could be next. Here's the offensive wall once again from his Livy, and a takedown on a Tyrant. It's a 2v2 once more.
Great walls coming in from as Livy too, who's really just shepherding where exactly Vatra can go. Nice tag there too. Now a 2v1 scenario. Pain gonna be very weak. One connection from Bo is all it takes, and that one going to go to Tribe Gaming. Zulon looks like he was a little shaken there, probably relieved at how close that was. Really good job overall though. They stayed disciplined. They did what Tribe Gaming does the best, one single round at a time, and it led to them ending up making a comeback there. The well-rounded composition that we mentioned before does come through.
In fact, it does, and I like it, right? I think that you can outplay mechanically your enemy in that first game, right? But given another chance, you can absolutely identify what you did wrong and mechanically fix your comp, especially when you have the upper hand as far as the actual composition. Vatra Gaming came out the gates with the counterplay, and Tribe Gaming NA had the counterplay to the counterplay, right? And once you level the playing field, I think that they just had the better brawlers for the job. And I think especially as Livy, not only did he have a very solid performance on Sprout, but in some ways he completely turned around the game for a victory for Tribe Gaming NA. And we can see it reflected in the stats as well, as Livy getting 6 kills more than his comrades as well. Vatra Gaming not looking too shabby either, but certainly not taking the W.
I'm sure Corey would be very proud of his teammates' gameplay on the Sprouted Brawler. He's absolutely known for it too, maybe even receiving some coaching to do as well as he did. 51%, a huge number for somebody that's on a thrower. Not too often you really see stats like that. And at the end of the day, even though they did take game number 1, it really is showing here 6-4-4. I mean, Zulon and Tyrant were tied for second on their team and had more than first for Vatra Gaming. I think overall, very solid performance for Tribe Gaming. They came through after the mishap really early. Way to stay disciplined, way to come through, and we'll be moving on to set number 2 and seeing what they can do here on Parallel Plays.
All right, it's time for some Parallel Plays, everyone's favorite hot zone map, and I say that sarcastically because it's not everyone's. In fact, I think it is among the lower ranked in terms of popularity, but I love it, and I love the diversity of gameplay that we get to see on it, especially because we get to see a little bit of Jessie action. She's one of my favorite brawlers to see in competitive, partially because of how rare she is, but also because I just like seeing how people play it specifically as a counter, and it works very effectively. Though, we'll see what the bans and the picks are as well. I think that Pam is going to be a pretty strong brawler unless it is banned out. We did see it banned already by Tribe Gaming. We see the Gale ban, Mr. P ban, and the Ruffs taken out of the equation as well. And the first pick goes over to Vatra.
I was going to say already, I want to know who's talking jive about my favorite hot zone map. Parallel Plays a big one for me too. 2 hot zone. It's really unique. I think there's just so many strategies that can work, and I think that's shown in kind of the bans from Vatra Gaming here as we get a Gale, who's a very defensive brawler. We get Mr. P, who's banned. We get Ruffs, who's just very solid overall in the meta. I mean, those are 3 very different brawlers getting banned. On the other side, we do get to see that Squeak and Eve getting banned too. I'm not messing with Eve here. Can't blame them at all. And there's the Pam you were talking about. First pick overall. I don't think this is bad. I'm sure this is something we would see in other regions like EMEA as well. I think Pam can be really offensive or defensive depending on how you use her. The healing station, of course, can zone off enemies, especially in hot zone. Having a nice tanky brawler to either aggress or defend your zone is very, very helpful.
Okay, we see Tribe Gaming picking up the Lola. I don't think we saw Lola being the star of the show, even though she would certainly like herself to be in set number 1. But still, Tribe Gaming is going to be picking her up. I think she is actually a pretty solid mid here. And that, I think, is going to be probably the strong position for her. We'll see what Tribe Gaming does to accent her. Byron's not necessarily out of the equation. We won't see him from Tribe Gaming. In fact, it's going to be Bell instead. And look, I mentioned this with FDOT when we were doing Parallel Plays as well, is that your enemy is not going to get a whole lot of chances at making a move for the nearest hot zone to your spawn. So if you're able to disrupt all 3 of them, should that be how many there are, then yeah, that's a huge plus as far as gameplay for you.
I am a big fan of the Lola. Yeah, I think this is overall very solid to also take Bell and Lola combined as well. Of course, the bounce shot from Bell can really disrupt things like the ego. There's the man himself. I'm sure all the fans at home are very excited to see our good friend Ash here. And I think on this map, it certainly works. I will remind the audience at home too, Byron is still available here too, not being banned out yet, could synergize really well. You got the double healers coming in alongside the aggressive Ash. I think that could make a nasty combo, but they're going to go with Leon.
Yeah, nasty. I would even go further as to say filthy, right? Because I think Ash can completely dominate. Now, Tribe Gaming, though, are going to follow up with a counter. Now, I don't really like Colette as a hot zone brawler, but I like her as a Ash, please do not step on her point brawler, or else. Brawler. And I think that Tribe Gaming has already proven that they're very effective with the Colette when it comes to countering out a tank, no matter what the situation is. And Vatra Gaming most certainly are going to be thinking of that very carefully. I think Juan Carlos is going to struggle a little bit into Bell as well. And I think he knows full well that that's going to happen. Yeah, there are the shots at RBM as well. We see his speed as he advances up the right lane. He is going to basically be the shock troop that makes his way towards the enemy side. His main objective, is to stay safe and sound on the other side of an obstacle. And here come the rats to counter out the Bell as well. And already Vatra Gaming playing defense. Tyrant's going to be kind of pesky here. Pain getting ready for the pinch. But still, we get to see Vatra Gaming get a little bit of capture. And Tribe Gaming in A needs to get a pinch in order to deal with RBM, but he just won't leave.
RBM holding down the fort on the top right-hand side. Zulon and as Livy are going to have a collective effort here to get that takedown. Pain, 240 HP, backed away. Lollipop drop going down as well. Nice damage amplifier onto Juan Carlos too. Tyrant now parading back down this left-hand side. And dash forward from Zulon. RBM, though, dropping the super, which definitely could frustrate a Colette as a single-shot brawler. And so far, Vatra with a lot of offense going down. Pain even going to go invisible here, drop a Lollipop drop to tank a shot too, and they've already finished off this top right-hand zone. Now all they have to do is play defense on their home base, and they're only 10% away from getting that job done.
Okay, Zulon with a whole lot of damage in, but Vatra Gaming will not be leaving this point. Juan Carlos needs to get pinched out here, but yeah, Tribe Gaming in A show no signs of doing so. Yeah, I would definitely be feeling good. You can see Pain is definitely jamming to something here, and you just gotta let the music move you as that Ashe moves in on the enemy point and refuses to go. Look, I understand where the Colette is coming from. Tribe has shown good stuff in the past. Here's why Parallel plays is different. The position that Ashe is gonna be in does not give you the chance at having a 1v1. It's got to be a 2v1. You have to pinch Ashe to get him out of there. With as Livy going down kind early, now Zulon has to fight through some of these mice, some of RBM's friends, if you will. And it looks like Vatra Gaming are doing a phenomenal job already of attacking Tribe Gaming in A's hot zone right away, just like last time. I don't think that really Tribe Gaming in A can do a whole lot different from last game unless they are much more prepared to have that pinch on defense than in game number 1.
I think they have to be very prepared to deal with RBM, right? If he gets on to that zone, it is just so tough to get him off, even with 2 brawlers, as we see there, as Livy gonna fall, and now the super going through too. Zulon surrounded, Pain swooping in as well. And even though they're down for now, they have 2 zones to themselves in terms of area control. Pain still causing a lot of chaos on this top right-hand side. Nice game awareness, though, from Zulon and as Livy still making connections despite the invisibility. RBM going to be very weak here, too. That damage amplifier is certainly going to help out. And now Tribe reclaiming their own territory. It's only a 1% difference right now as Tyrant approaches the left-hand side.
Oh, Tyrant is out of position. He won't leave without taking down Juan Carlos first, though. RBM, though, marches over to the enemy side. Damage amp, don't care. I'm still going to walk all over your point. Yeah, take me down. It's whatever. Now my teammates are at mid, and you're going to have to fight my friends as well. iPain gets to cap the rest of his point as well, and I don't think Vatra Gaming are going to be super focused on defending their own point once they have it all capped up, and I think that that's going to be the win condition for them, especially as Livy goes down. Zulon's gonna have to fight this fight solo, but Juan Carlos isn't going anywhere. Bonus damage from Colette on his special targets doesn't even matter. Juan Carlos gets to hide behind this obstacle. Maybe he'll get taken down by the pinch. No, doesn't look like it, and Vatra Gaming will be taking this set.
I think overall they did a really good job. They put Ashe to work, and I think the Colette that you mentioned is something that I'm gonna reconsider a little bit. I think overall, to me, if you're gonna go a tank counter there, I'm not sure why they didn't go something like Ems. That was one that I was thinking in my mind that they would likely go. Maybe they wanted to double dip a little bit, try and deal with Pam at least a little bit better, but like you mentioned, the Ashe super deals really well with single shot brawlers. That's not the easiest thing in the world for Colette, even though she is a really great tank counter. Ems is somebody that can kind of deal with that a little bit better, somebody who's more known in hot zone. I'm just a little bit surprised they didn't go that route. Of course, Gale was banned, or else Gale would have been a great candidate too. But overall, RBM just putting in work. I think overall a great collective effort from Vatra Gaming. They had some great offense, and Pam, of course, a huge factor on the defensive end between the scrap suckers, the healing station. She was just able to get a lot of control on that left-hand side too.
Yeah, I think really, though, I mean, bringing it back to the Ashe stuff here, the big kicker for Tribe Gaming NA was they weren't able to get that pinch on RBM. The thing is, RBM, all he has to do is walk through the bush. He gets a whole lot of speed. He's also Ash, so he gets a whole lot of speed from playing that brawler. And boom, now he's at your save. You have to have 2 brawlers there ready to take him down. And that is really crippling, I think, for Tribe Gaming NA. And the thing is that the brawlers that were banned included pretty much any brawler who was up for that task, who could get the wall break and can also pump out consistent damage. I think Colonel Ruffs is really the big one. And just look at Vatra Gaming here. So many kills for RVM. Definitely stealing the show. Capturing most of the enemy point, but also I think Juan Carlos and Payne did a phenomenal job, more so Juan Carlos though, because of his defensive capabilities and his ability to flex onto the enemy side when it was needed.
And a big stat that stands out to me there too, Ash had 10 kills by himself. That was as many as the entire side of Tribe had combined, obviously showing that is a big factor. And I think Leon being a nice flex pick there too is a good way to say it, kind of helping out wherever was needed. Sometimes it was being the aggro, sometimes it was getting those pinches in there. I think overall just a very solid collective effort from their team, a nice well-rounded composition. And now they put themselves with a very much fighting chance here as they are 1-1 overall. We're hopping into Pinhole Punt. I'm going to mention it ready. This is a map where I feel like even before the buff, Squeak was viable. What are you thinking here? Are you banning this for sure if you're on the side of Vatra? And if you're Tribe, are you putting our good man as Livy on the Squeak here if you can?
Ooh, I don't really know, because, I mean, where there's an Ez Livy, there's also an M's Livy, so that's another brawler that I would want to be thinking of banning out. But yeah, Squeak, I would definitely say is on my radar. Crow, also one of the primary brawlers out here. We'll see. You know, there's a Squeak ban from Tribe. Okay, you know, do your thing, Tribe. They have refused to pick the Squeak in the past. I wonder if they're just trying to be defiant here and say like, what? You thought you knew as Livy? You think, oh, he's a Squeak man. Yeah, well, you're wrong. So no as Livy Squeak play today, but we could see the M's come out here. It really is going to rely on, I think, what Vatra picks here, because they can always outrange M's. Another thing to consider is that Crow is taken down here, so is Colonel Ruffs. I think if we see any tanks from Vatra, then Tribe has the ability to counter pick for number 6 with some kind of tank counter.
I definitely think banning Squeak here makes a little more sense to me, though. They didn't have the first pick. It clearly shows to me that they probably value Squeak as a very good first overall pick, and it's, you know, something they would rather just take off the board than chance it. Obviously, if it's still on the board, I'm sure they're strongly considering it, but they've made some great picks so far, too. I definitely think given the bans as well, Byron at one of those very safe picks. You know, typically we could see things like Colonel Ruffs, but that's banned here. We could see Crow be a first pick banned. So I think Byron overall, very safe, long-range brawler, a lot of versatility. I love the response with Lola. This is a brawler growing across maps and modes, and I definitely think Pinhole Punt is a great one for these mid-range kind of engagements. And of course, Spike, despite the nerf, I still think a very solid one on this map, can definitely do a great job at the lane. However, Payne going with a Max here. We're going to see a little Max combo action here. I'm curious to see what they pair it with. Historically, a lot of the times we'll see some Taras, some Sandys, some M's get combined here with Max, all 3 of those still being on the board. I'm very, very interested of what this Vatra Gaming roster is doing.
Daryl, that's my personal prediction. I don't really see any other possibility. I mean, if you're going to be picking Max and you're going to be picking, oh, never mind. What? That is a weird Max comp, dude. I was not expecting that at all. I think that Leon, yeah, he's going to be more effective if he closed the distance between himself and enemies, but he still does just fine damage at mid-range. I don't really understand it. I'll leave it to Vatra to show us why it works. Certainly their confidence has not been misplaced in the past. It could be this time, and Tribe Gaming is going to go for the Sandy. And see, that is the max comp combo that makes a lot more sense to me. If anything, I think that Vatra Gaming was kind of hard pressed to find a brawler that wouldn't get countered out too hard. And when you talk about countering Leon, I don't really think any brawlers come to mind for many people unless those are brawlers that like have spawnables that can tank a lot of the shots, like Colonel Ruffs. Obviously, out of the question here. We're going to be seeing the Sandy up in here as well. It's definitely a good scoring combo as well. But I think as far as the positioning goes, Vatra is going to have the upper hand when it comes to getting really aggressive and going for those goals. As far as range, things are pretty similar as well. I don't anticipate Juan Carlos is going to be going for a whole lot of DPS. Going to be more of a supplemental role to help out RBM, get that Invisi-Heal, and get that tankiness rolling so they can get some quick goals.
And Payne now coming in with the speed, goes down very quickly though. Could have been very scary, just moments away from getting around that corner. Now Tyrant and Zulon looking to pinch RBM here. I think overall some very interesting comps from both these teams too, Reddy. I just feel like both sides have good brawlers. None of them super stand out to me as synergies though. I think they're just trying to play the map and very interestingly doing that. I'm very surprised M survived the draft as well. Nice connections on the Payne too. He's going to be weak. RBM going to be forced to go invisible as Livy kicking the ball towards this right-hand side, right into RBM's hands. Pass to the left, a little speed for Juan Carlos too. Now is Livy and Zulon trying to hold down the fort in the mid. A lot of back and forth right now. Both teams trying to establish a little control.
Oh, Tyrant has the kill combo. He's able to put that one in the goal. I saw it coming from a mile away. You see a Sandy approaching the ball, and there's only one defender. That is going to happen. Ah, man. I mean, look, that's just the reality of Sandy. That's why you got to keep him at range. Tyrant might even try to... No, wait, that would be absolutely filthy. Oh. No, it got caught on the corner. Oh, and that actually probably would have been a play of the day in a way if he were able to generate 2 goals just like that back-to-back with little to no resistance. We'll see if he's able to pull it off. Oh no, here's a pre-fire. And look, we already know what's happening. Yeah, it doesn't get caught on the corner. How tragic. Every single one of those gadgets was dedicated to making a goal here. I feel like if I asked Tyrant to describe that last match, he would say word for word, piece of cake, man. Because Tyrant made it look easy.
Yeah, they put that Sandy gadget to work. That was super impressive. Anytime you see the Sandy very close to the goal, ball in hand, and just defenders sitting there, and you've got a gadget, it is a very likely opportunity, and they're making it look so easy at that too. We'd love to see Tyrant getting really aggressive, going to be choosing to use a gadget there as they secure a kill into RBM. However, Zulon very close to going down, forced to use a life plant there to stay up, and now they have a very good opportunity to press forward, pass over to Tyrant, who for now is just going to lay the ball comfortably more towards the side of Vatra Gaming's goal. Payne going to pick this up, pass over to the right. Spike Super coming in too, and RBM just trying to tread lightly and deal with both Tyrant and Zulon. Take down to Payne on this left-hand side. Vatra once again being pressed and in a very tough position as they are playing some defense.
Okay, Juan Carlos getting some good healing on RBM on the right side. Similarly, as Livy and Tyrant getting good damage onto RBM, he's not able to put up a fight versus all of that firepower. And as Livy and Tyrant continue to suppress these guys, it is suffocation. Do we see enough from RBM? Yes, in fact, he's able to get the defense, but it might be short-lived as Livy and Zulon actually decide to forfeit their position a little bit, fall back to mid, and here's the speed on RBM. Now Vatra Gaming can finally push up to mid once more as Livy also down to his last gadget. Minute left on the clock, no goal scored just yet, but the positioning from Vatra is still suboptimal and they're on very low health. Almost a kill confirmed by his Livy. And there's the last bit of damage on the Juan Carlos. Vatra Gaming are gonna have to clutch up once more, but it might be impossible.
And Tyrant very close to this. RBM grabs the ball. That'll kick to the right. It's going to be pocketed once again. Tyrant all by himself too. And Gadget's not going to be enough to get him a goal. 180 HP being the difference maker. A nice connection from Leon. Speed coming forward. And this is the most positioning we've seen Vatra have this entire game. Finally, an opportunity to breathe and make their own opportunity to try and score a goal. Not going to be any easier though with some Sandy invisibility coming through this sandstorm.
Yeah, they might have to forfeit this position, cut their losses and back away. Here's a big super in, and down goes as Livy. That's one major issue taken care of. Tyrant, though, popped his last sweet dreams, and nothing came of it. Payne is going to be able to almost get this one to the goal. Do we see a pass to RBM? He might be able to take it enough. Will he? Oh! Yes, in fact. And Vatra Gaming are able to get this goal in the last couple of seconds, and that's the game going to Vatra. We're all tied up in set number 3.
I couldn't help but just exclaim there. I mean, that was just a crazy game overall. Vatra had their backs against the wall more than any team we'd probably seen today in that moment. I mean, absolutely insane defense there. They stuck with it. I think one thing that goes very slept on in moments like that, something you're going to see at a pro level, but not necessarily a casual level, lots of calculated passes. just trying to get the ball out of their way, passing it to teammates, putting it in a new positioning. I mean, overall, very solid performance. Now 2 brawlers for Tribe going down. RBM going to be going down the field here. 1700 HP, pass to Pain, and they can't get it quite through. Was worried that Tyrant would get the takedown. I believe that definitely could have been a goal for them, but unfortunately, a little miscommunication, maybe a not HP go around. Pain now going to be making another continuous effort here. Phase shift not going to be enough, though. RBM invisibility going to catch them off guard. Tyrant going down, 1v1 scenario. RBM just charging towards this ball, and as Livy with 1900 HP, I don't think this is going to be enough. For now, Vatra are going to have to retreat. Tribe Gaming continuing to be on defense.
All right, Vatra Gaming gonna get a big speed in. RBM gonna feel the brunt of that force. In fact, he doubled back a little bit, which caused him to exit the AoE healing from Juan Carlos, which is only gonna hinder their charge just a little bit. Zulon's still playing defense on the right side. Juan Carlos getting a few of the spikes in his face. Not gonna be too much of an issue though. Continues to back up. Still good connections from Zulon. Big Invisi heal from RBM. Also on the left side, iPain looking for his next super. Minute and 10 left on the clock. Tribe Gaming gradually pushing up, but they're gonna have to fall back once more as iPain gets his next super. As Livy and Zulon are the only visible targets, Tyrant is the silent killer. Of course, he has to get a kill here, but he hasn't really managed to get any damage. In fact, here's the damage coming in from Juan Carlos and RBM. Will Tyrant be able to get the kill? Looks like he will, in fact. Tyrant also healing up from the life plan as well. And Tribe Gaming NA has effectively won back mid. And with Zulon having to stick around, lock down the left side, and now get to hammer down on the right side if they want to get this goal. But they're already falling back once again. If Vatra Gaming loses even one member here, this could be a goal for Tribe Gaming.
And they're not just going to lose one, it's going to be 2 here. Zulon pass over to Tyrant. He's not able to quite grab the ball, though. Pain going to be returning just in time, grabbing that ball. Kick to the left, Juan Carlos pocketing into the bottom left-hand side. And just a continuous effort for Tribe here. 15 seconds to go. And we're approaching overtime as Levy trying to get in some very aggressive positioning here. He's going to move forward with this ego as Livy with some nice connections on the Juan Carlos. Pain left to the only one standing. 4 seconds to go. Kick over Zulon with ball in hand. And they walk it in right as overtime kicks in. Tribe Gaming in a close set going to be taking pinhole punt.
All in a day's work, says Zulon. Just gotta keep on grinding. Good stuff for the boys in red, white, and black. Certainly came close though, Vatra Gaming. I mean, so far, my personal prediction has been all but correct, right? We have seen a single set go the way of Vatra, but after seeing how the sets won by Tribe have gone, I think we might even get to see another victory for Vatra. We've seen 1-2 on every single set that that Tribe has taken. And Brawl Ball is no different, but I think really when it mattered the most, Tribe Gaming, look, they started off with what appeared to be pretty much a free victory, right? Tyrant got 2 goals off of the dirty Sandy Sweet Dreams combo, and Vatra Gaming had to fight really hard to bring things back with a clutch overtime goal, or rather near overtime goal, but you get the point. Tribe Gaming NA, though, follow up with the good wrest back of control right before those walls break down as well. I hand it to Zulon with the spike play. I think he very effectively locked down the lanes when it came time to use that stick around.
And KD certainly isn't everything in Brawl Stars, especially on a mode like, you know, Brawl Ball, where the opportunity to win is through goals. However, if you're getting 3 times as many kills as you are death, you're definitely putting on a show for your team. Overall, just a very consistent player for this roster, putting Spike to work, even with the nerf to the life plan, still showing off why that can be such a successful strategy to implement onto any map and mode. And I definitely think both teams made a handful of mistakes throughout those games. We saw, even though in game number 1, Tyrant excelled with those Sandy gadgets, definitely off and on missed a few there in game number 2, some misconnections on game 3, but even without the Sandy gadgets, it wasn't the reason that they ended up losing this. They continued to press forward. I do think in the replay we saw for a moment a missed opportunity there for a goal for Vatra too. I really think this can go either way as we approach Hard Rock Mine. I'm certainly not counting Vatra out of the picture here.
No, not at all. Not at all. When it comes to Hard Rock Mine, though, I think that this map is very heavy on fundamentals, and I think that Tribe Gaming absolutely excels here. I think Brawl Ball is kind of a difficult one to, draw a whole lot of assumptions from, or at least accurate assumptions, because it's a mix of control and offense, and knowing when you can play offense and when you can play defense. Similar to Heist, it's just one of those kind of deeply mental game modes, and I think Tribe Gaming NA might have got lost a little bit along the way, but they were able to clutch it up in the end. Vatra Gaming, once again, I mean, I completely agree with you here, did definitely stumble a little bit along the way. We'll see if we can get back to fundamentals on Hard Rock Mine. Tribe Gaming NA is pretty much going to enforce the normalcy of this map by already banning out Rosa and Ash. But that's not going to deter Vatra Gaming from picking Rico first. He's a good all-around brawler, even if you're not specifically facing up versus tanks.
I feel like some very specific bans for both sides. Colonel Ruff's a very general one. Eve, of course, just never want that on the board, especially when a team has first pick. Makes a lot of sense that Tribe gets rid of that, but implementing no Rosa and Ash clearly shows that they fear the tanks being implemented. However, Gale got banned for the side of Vatra Gaming. 8-Bit has me a little curious here too, if they're looking to do something like Piper here. We saw earlier be a solid mid. 8-Bit, of course, one of the most popular ones in NA, and even got a lot of love across the world in previous qualifiers. And it looks like this side of Tribe going to be going with Gene and Leon. I think Gene's actually a very good pick here. They may have been thinking similarly to my mindset of maybe the side of Vatra Gaming wants to go with Piper, and if they do, we're going to have a counter ready for it. I also think, of course, Gene with the pull, a very long time, great gym grab brawler. I think pairing it with something like Leon is very safe overall.
Yeah, and I think it's basically going to allow Tyrant to farm up his super for free, and that plus a lollipop drop, well, not only is that going to allow Tyrant to farm up his super for free, but it's going to give him a bit of longer effective range of influence with his super, right? Because you want to stay a specific distance away from Gene at minimum so you don't get pulled. And if you don't know where he is within that lollipop drop, you're just going to assume that the extended radius of that lollipop drop is a pull zone. And Vatra Gaming, they're not going to be going anything necessarily, at least with Juan Carlos and RBM, that checks out that that lollipop drop. But iPain picking up the Mr. P is certainly going to be handy for sniffing out that turret. The porters can go in, get some attacks in on the turret, and also his suitcases, when they bounce, are going to be good at getting over walls and locating that lollipop drop. We'll see as Livy finish things off with a Sprout, which we saw good stuff from in set number 1. I'm definitely hopeful for it. I'm not really sure how it's going to fare versus Pain, but I can guarantee you that it's going to be a more than adequate matchup for RBM. So now I think overall looking at things, this begs the question, what is going to be the mid from Vatra Gaming? I think Pain could do pretty well on lane, but he's probably going to be playing mid, and he's going to be slightly outranged by Tyrant, so he's going to have to play carefully.
Yeah, I think Gene going mid forces them to go with something like Mr. P in mid, but they're actually going to change it up. I really think that's a favorable matchup for them. They might be trusting in Pain here, but is Livy going to be kind of hugging this mid area too? Not really your traditional one on the left, one in the mid, one on the right kind of approach from Tribe here. Actually, some really good bounce shots coming in too, as Livy holding down the left-hand side here. Juan Carlos does not escape Tyrant, though. A little trade going down there, as Livy with the bounce shots actually forms a really nice little shot angle there. Can do a lot of different things on these lanes with someone like Sprout that bounces off. Not quite as easily as somebody say like Rico, but certainly can cut some people off there, especially with the wall. However, RBM squeaking by here, 1,000 HP, and a team effort there does take him down. Very strong start here for Tribe, as they have 5 gyms to their name.
Once more, I think Vatra find themselves in a situation where they just don't really have a response to as Livy on the Sprout, but in all fairness, they couldn't respond. So the Sprout was the 6th pick. It was a counter pick. And I think there are so many viable options on the table for Tribe Gaming NA. And I think Sprout absolutely had to be the best one. Look how well as Livy is doing here. As Zealon also handily picking up that 10th gem. Not a single one going to the side of Vatra Gaming. Not even the one that is spawned afterwards. Okay, RBM. Nope, not even going to pick that one up. So decisive from Tribe Gaming NA to come back from almost going down in the previous set to going to the match point. This is a good bit of momentum for Tribe.
Absolutely. I think a really solid game overall. They're never really questioned Tribe being in the lead. They held positioning, nice cycle of takedowns. I think overall a strong start and showing off why this comp can work really well. tried and true brawler like Gene still continuing to do well. Juan Carlos, though, charging down the left-hand side here. Zulon going to flip on over to this. Vengeful Spirits coming in too to help them get that job done. And now is Livy going to have a little more domain on this left-hand side. RBM going to be trading out there as well. Juan Carlos returning into action. It's going to be a 3v2 for now. Zulon going to be forced away for a moment as Pain going forward, plumbing this mid area and attempting to grab some more gems.
Better start for Vatra Gaming than in the previous one. We'll see if Tribe Gaming NA has anything to say about it. Zulon gets his super, and now he's going to be hanging out in those bushes. Now, Pain is acutely aware of his positioning, but now with the lollipop drop down, he's going to be a little bit more careful. Zulon also looking to take down Juan Carlos. He knows that he can't really pull Pain into his Livy. That would just be asking to lose both his own life and the life of his Livy. Zulon is going to get to pick up this one. No way! Max range pull! And down goes iPain. A total theft and a total reversal as well. Zulon's going to get to run this one back with 10 gems and 15 seconds remain for Vatra to interrupt this, lest they want the semi-final win and the grand final spot to go to Tribe Gaming.
And with 4 seconds to go, Zulon sitting comfortably for now, and that will do the trick. Tribe Gaming returning for another finals appearance. Very good job to them. I definitely think we gotta give credit to their opponent, though. Overall, super well played throughout that entire match. That was the most dominant set, I would say. However, I am still really impressed with what I saw from Vatra Gaming. I think overall they should be very proud of their performances today.
Absolutely the same here. I think Vatra should absolutely be proud of their performance, just like you said, because they took 1, 2, 3, 4 games off of Tribe Gaming in the semifinals. That, and they already beat the odds versus their previous matchup. I mean, so many underdog matches have led up to this, and the odds of them making it onto the grand finals were pretty slim as soon as they were slated to face Tribe Gaming, and I think they rocked it. I can't wait to see what they have to say in the coming months, because there's no doubt in my mind that they will be gracing our screens once again.
For sure. I think today, if we've learned anything, there are a lot of teams that maybe not at the point level of Tribe Gaming or STMN, at least at the current moment, but certainly have the potential to get there. We've seen a lot of different teams in our quarterfinals put up great efforts. Obviously, STMN being upset earlier. I mean, there's just so many teams that are trying to contest for only 3 spots in NA, and there are the stats there. This time, though, a very one-sided set. 6 kills for Tyrant, 3 for Zulon, 2 for his Livy, and only 4 for the entire side of Vatra Gaming. Jim Grab just really went on towards the side of Tribe Gaming and secured them this spot for a finals appearance.
Yeah, I mean, as far as damage, right, I'm definitely looking at as Livy, but in terms of players that were at the center of it all, gotta hand it to the man Zulon himself. Look, it's all about the KDR. Is it really? No, not really. I mean, every single one of those 3 kills was absolutely vital. Each one of them was a total heist of gems, bringing the game complete 180 every single time. And Zulon, it just doesn't seem like he misses his pulls, and he could go for pulls all the time, but he waits just a little bit longer to make sure he doesn't whiff that super. And I think that some people could take note of that. You just gotta have 100% accuracy and wait for the exact right timing to make sure that you can't possibly fail.
All right, well, that's going to conclude our semi-finals. But before we hop into our finals, if you've tuned into East Asia and EMEA, you've seen the awesome video already. But we are about to show the Rise Up to the Top music video, the full edition, in just a moment. Stick with us, and we'll be back in just a few short moments.
We fell down from the top, but we wouldn't let it stop us. Felt my heart drop, but I picked myself up and didn't let it show. And I knew I had to go. Be resilient, I'm never one to quit. Yeah, perseverance is my one-word story. You'll never see me back down from the glory. But in time, I would take what's mine. They try to sucker punch me, knock me out, never see me backing down. We're gonna put up a fight, believe it's our time to break out and rise, achieve whatever we choose. They know it's our time, they know it's our time to rise up to the top like we always do. We're gonna take back what's ours, we're the champions. Break out, they'll never get the best of us. 'Cause they know it's our time, they know it's our time to rise up to the top like we always do. to stand back up and show them what we are all capable of. I'll play Edgar like Stampo. You can play rough like the choppy. Let's go just like inside. They'll say goodbye. You'll be a mystery like my Messi. We won't give up. We're gonna put up a fight. Believe it's our time to break out and rise, achieve whatever we choose. Right now is our time. Right now is our time to rise up to the top like we always do. We're gonna take back what's ours. We're the champions. Make sure they don't forget our names because right now is our time. Right now is our time to rise up to the top like we always do. To the top.
What's good and welcome back, friends. It is finals time. It's your boy F. Dot back here with Kenny and Reddy. All of us are here to welcome you back and get ready for finals because it's been a crazy day, Reddy, honestly. Looking at all the upsets that we've had has been really, really fun and kind of exciting to really get into it. By the way, before I get too ahead of myself, shout outs to the trailer. Real cool stuff coming out as we take a look towards our large esports season. But yeah, Reddy, Nando lovers and Tribe Gaming NA here in the finals. Little bit surprising, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wanted some surprises here, but I didn't want to lose my main men at STMN. But look, Nando lovers, they won their match fair in Square, and they're heading on to the grand finals. Tribe Gaming NA also. I mean, look, good all-around performance today. They did drop a few sets here and there to some really formidable opponents. I think, honestly, I'm pretty happy with how today has gone. Were my predictions all correct?
Yeah.
No. Was my one kind of iffy prediction correct? Yeah, and that is going to give me enough motivation to get through the next month while we wait for MSI. but of course, I mean, I'm happy with the upsets that we got. I think that we got to see real good competitive gameplay from all sides of the arena.
Absolutely. You know, Nando taking down Stamina, a little bit of an upset, but these are definitely strong players. Let's take a look at the roster here and say hello to the Nando lovers. It is Angel, Nando, and Togi. And these guys looked real strong earlier today. We got a chance to see Angel on camera, Kenny, and he is an animated player for sure.
Yeah, I'm loving what this team's doing here today. Look, if they can beat the team of STMN, they can certainly have an opportunity to beat Tribe here. I definitely think it's not out of the picture. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tribe Gaming be a favorite for many here. Obviously, they've gotten to the monthly finals many times before and won them, even a world's caliber roster. I definitely think, though, if on today they can beat STMN, it is certainly possible they can do it to another highly calibered team like Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I think this one will be a little bit more difficult, I think, for Nando to do. But like you said, it's not outside of the realm of possibility. These guys are strong. They earned their way here. You know, the victory against Stamina was not just oopsie daisy. And, you know, there's a hat guy. Look, Angel, I told you, he's a character. And that's not even a dab. That's like it's like a superhero pose. So I'm here for it, Angel you. Angel me. Fun stuff, guys. This, of course, is their opponent, Zulon and Tyrant, combining with Eslivy out here. And yeah, it's Tribe Gaming. I mean, Reddy, it's Tribe Gaming. What do you got to say about the red and black?
Well, I mean, it's Tribe Gaming, but of course, let's talk real here. I mean, I think the gameplay speaks for itself from Tribe. Another thing is, as far as players that we've been seeing a whole lot of special stuff from today, I want to focus on Eslivy especially. I think he's been a great addition to the roster. He meshes really, really well. And also the Sprout play from him has been off the charts, no doubt getting coached by the Sprout King Corey himself. We see Zulon making some plays here as well. Always the centerpiece of the team, and a Tyrant always picking up some very reliable wins on the lane. That's what it's all about. It's about consistency, and Tribe does not disappoint on that front.
Not at all. Also, extra shout out to Zulon here. Those aren't Tribe Gaming brand glasses, but they are red and black. Like my homie, he did this from the ground up. He really is about his team. And so I always think that's extra special there. Shout outs to Tribe Gaming, though, as they continue to push forward, and their opponents will be Nando lovers. So our grand finals is set up and we're ready to go. Unfortunately, Reddy, you did a great job during the semis, but I think me and Kenny are going to hold down the grand finals if you don't mind. So hasta luego. Ready? We'll say goodbye. And hello there, Kenny. You ready for this one?
Hello. I'm super excited. I think there's a lot of potential. I am originally from Kentucky, and the Kentucky Derby had an insane dark horse win today. So maybe we'll see some crazy things happen here today too.
Did you have a funny hat? Are you a hat guy, or is that all Angel?
It's all Angel here today, although the Kentucky Derby also has some pretty crazy hats out there too. Again, not trying to speak into existence, but I mean, it may line up perfectly. I don't know.
It would be cool. I mean, the Kentucky Derby is all about the long shots, and Nando lovers absolutely made them being here by themselves is not the longest of shots, but definitely, I think, an upset for sure. We had an upset earlier in the evening as well, and now grand finals. Like I said, upsetting the Tribe Gaming will be a tall task, but it's not impossible. So I am excited to kind of get into this one and see where we're going to be headed. Of course, it all starts out with Brawl Ball, Sneaky Fields, and we'll dive down into that in a matter of moments. But I wanted to talk to you about this change to the 3-ban system. And Reddy was talking about how it opens up that first pick a little bit more. We've seen some oddball selections as well. And so what do you think the results of, what do you think the overall impact has been now that we have 6 bans instead of just 4?
Yeah, I think 6 bans instead of 1 per individual team, it leads to a lot more potential, right? We've seen some pretty off-meta comps here and there, and actually did some digging too. Frank made a tweet again sometime yesterday, and it was about 70% of the brawlers being played for both EMEA and East Asia this weekend as well. So I think it's really refreshing. I think it's awesome to see so many different brawlers get an opportunity to show what they've got, and it allows for, you know, a lot of different teams to show, hey, maybe there's some brawlers out there that we could utilize well. I mean, we've seen Buzz today, we've seen Lou today. Those are some brawlers that I certainly wasn't expecting to see, and even on maps that I wasn't expecting to see too. I definitely think it allows opportunities to really show what you've got, show your big brain in Brawl Stars, and then implement it on the field with some very much unexpected picks. I think we've seen a lot of teams catch people off guard too, and I'm kind of loving it. I think it's awesome. I was somebody that was a little skeptical with having up to 6 bans, but to be honest with you, I love it. I think it's made it very enjoyable to watch. So many great opportunities here as we hop into Sneaky Fields too.
You get to ban out some of the crazy stuff. No Squeak this time around. You know, you get to ban out some of the stuff you just don't want to play against. Byron, he's a staple of every pick, so Nando lovers wants Tribe to be a little bit more creative. Although it's Brawl Ball, so that's a different story. But then also, you get to ban out counters to the weird stuff you want to play, which I think is also a very interesting thought process. Right away, though, we've got the M's coming out from Zulon, and M's is one of my favorite characters elsewhere. Brawl Ball, she still does what she does, but I feel like it's harder to execute. However, that's just me. A lot of players really like the way that she impacts the field here.
I think M's for Sneaky Fields is honestly a great choice. I really like this.
That's a big point.
Yeah, it's just a lot of bushes. It makes a lot of sense. You know, on other maps, on, you know, say something like Super Stadium, not necessarily the standout brawler for me, but I think on this map, it does make a lot of sense just given so much coverage. You like the area control here too. I think in general, she can do pretty well on this map. However, they did take 2 tanks off the field, which is something Ems does counter really well. So maybe not as optimistic about that pick, but overall, I think for a first pick, Ems is somebody that's very safe and could do quite well just about anybody if you're nice and careful with it. Leon and the range of Lola might be a little bit of tougher opponents, but still another pick in the tank here for the Nando lovers, and we'll see what Tribe end up pairing it with. I think there's a few different directions they can go. I think Sandy's a good choice. They could pair with something like Max too and really bring back a tried and true combo. This is something Tribe Gaming's honestly used for this map a couple times now in the past monthlies, so wouldn't be surprised to see this one be a Max, but still plenty of other opportunity too.
I'm not very quiet about my love for Sandy and how well this brawler just it's such like an exclamation point, right? Like your play's going out good and then the sandstorm comes down and nothing you can do about it. We've seen the gadget as well. Just I think it was Reddy who was just like, if it's just you versus Sandy and you're on defense, you've already lost. Like you're just gonna go to sleep. So you know, Tyrant here, great pick. The Crow though, not exactly the max you were looking for.
No, it wasn't, but I definitely think Crow is a great pick on this map too. There's a few different directions you can go on Sneaky Fields in general. You could go for a B at mid if you want something safe against tanks. The side of Nando lovers are going with Lola with some high DPS, Leon, who's very consistent, Rico, who definitely works here, but we don't see too often. On the side of Tribe Gaming, they're going to go for a lot of area control, which is what Sneaky Fields has turned into. I definitely think it can work out really well. There's not necessarily any wall break here. I certainly like this combination from Tribe Gaming. I think safe's a good word for it. They can really play a very passive-aggressive kind of way. And I think with Sandy having that gadget, we saw it earlier from Tyrant too, like you mentioned, they certainly got opportunities for some nice goals to come through. Zulon going to be taking off in the mid here and kick things off as we start game number 1.
Excited to watch this one work on out. And right away we see Nando pushing Tribe Gaming way out of the way. Really good play here from Togi. And Tyrant lives with 9 HP. But Angel, the staggered deaths here from Tribe Gaming, or rather Tribe forcing the staggered deaths onto Nando, means defenders are always going to be able to respawn. So not really a great push after the kills that Tribe Gaming were able to kind of get. So Nando going to shove the ball in the corner, but Tyrant's able to open up the door for one. Now making the wraparound. Nando knows exactly where Tyrant is, and down he goes. Tried to use the Sandstorm as cover, but Nando said, bro, you have to walk in a straight line, and just took care of business.
Yeah, I really like the play there from Nando, using the ego to scout out a lot of that Sandstorm. And Tyrant, gotta respect it though, getting really aggressive, knowing that if they can just pop one single gadget, it can really lead to an open goal. Zulon also with the super now too, and the lollipop drop going down, trying to bring up some invisibility of their own. Now Nando lovers just trying to claim this mid area. Tribe hasn't done a great job though of getting those staggered kills that you mentioned before, but this is the first opportunity we've seen a little light from the side of Nando lovers. A couple good takedowns here. Zulon left all alone, and now I imagine they're retrieving this ball on the bottom left hand side as Tribe now is on the defensive.
There we are. The ball's right in the mid. Zulon reads it, jumps forward, trades out. Angel goes down, but so does Crow. 2-on-2 here, and Tribe Gaming back off. Not really confident enough to go ahead and take this one directly to the forehead. But there's a kill from M's on the right to the left. And with the door open diagonally, oh, Tyrant on a different level. No, it's a bigger bait. Great play there. Will they be able to score is the question. Tyrant gets a little cute. And honestly, that might, they're not able to score after that because Tyrant, I think, was expecting to not have the ball, but attack instead.
Yeah, I think a very close call here. However, this Livy's going to walk it on in after a Tyrant stun. Nicely done there. 5 seconds to go. It's going to be Tribe Gaming taking game number 1. Overall, very solid. I think Nando lovers hung in there a decent bit. However, I felt like probably about 60 to 70% of that match was really Tribe in control. There are a lot of defensive efforts there from Nando lovers. And at the end of the day, Tribe's going to punish them for it. They're going to get the job done. Nice late goal there.
I really enjoyed that play there. You saw the ball was tossed to the left side over here in mid, and I wanted Tyrant to go for it. And that's kind of what Nando lovers expected him to do as well. But instead, he loops around and just winds up turning that into a giant trap. Oh, man. Very, very cool play. But here, it's going the other way. Angel backs up to grab the ball. Tyrant gets in front of it. And a nice defensive stop there winds up in a kill as well. And so a respawn from Tribe Gaming's players, and we're back to full strength. 3-on-3. Togi right side, tussles, gets one down, and here comes the push. Nando looking to drop down. Not enough space. Tribe Gaming take control.
Is Livy with a super 2, another reason why Ems does so well. No wall breaks available, so she can get tags even through these boxes placed around the field. Now 3 brawlers for Tribe moving forward. Nando forced away. Angel U returning into action though. Zulon picking up this ball. They're going to try and plant it right against this wall in front of the goal of Nando lovers. However, Angel U, some really aggressive positioning. This could pay off for them. A super going through. No connection, though, and his Livy super. That's going to be a tough one there for them to swallow. Now Zulon with ball in hand. However, Nando does do a lot of damage. However, Tyrant going to tank for them. It should be enough. Zulon with a goal. 1-0 lead with a minute approaching.
Love the way he walks in there with the riot shield of a teammate, right? Just, hey, bro, they can't kill us both. Just walk in front of me, and I'll follow up and put it in the goal. Really just, you know, we talked about brute force and Brawl Ball earlier. That might be the definition of it. Just walk behind someone else. Tribe Gaming up 1-0 here with 45 seconds to go. The shot's good. I expected the defense to step up, but nope. Zulon, me too, dude. Me too, dude. Craziness out of that last one. 2 goals go in, and that's that.
I actually made the exact same pose, to be honest with you. I don't blame him at all. He squeezed that on by. I was thinking maybe they pop a gadget, but I believe he was out of them at that point. I mean, he threaded the needle so well there. Sometimes you're just on fire, and that is exactly what Tribe was with that shot. A very convincing 2-0 win there. As we get into the replays too, it really did feel like for the most part, Tribe was just maintaining positioning. They didn't get super early goals or anything like that in game 1, but they stuck to what they do best. Just a very nice safe composition, like I meant before. It's not meant to be an overly aggressive one, I don't feel like. It's just a lot of area control, making sure that they're owning their lane, keeping control of the map, and it pays off there. I mean, look at that beauty from Tyrant.
Yeah, you know, the Leon Lollipop was a big deal of what Nando lovers wanted to do. And 2 things. 1, I just don't think it's as impactful as they wanted it to be. And secondarily, I don't think that they found the optimal place to drop it to get to that point anyway. And so part of that was, you know, it's not that they just don't know where to put it. Tribe Gaming didn't allow them to get in a good position to leverage the Lollipop. And I think that Leon pick just wound up being, you know, a little, there was a little left to be desired there from Togi, because what they wanted to do with the composition just never came to fruition. This is one of those comps where I look at it, I'm like, they had that character? Like, I'm just remembering the winners. That was what was impactful in this map. So Nando lovers definitely have to change the channel as we jump into set number 2 if they want to find the victory.
Yeah, I do feel like their composition was solid brawlers individually. Again, this is something that I didn't feel like necessarily synergized particularly well. Lola, somebody I really like on this map too. Leon can be solid as well, but I feel like there was a clear composition from the side of Tribe where I didn't feel that as much from Nando lovers. You know, they really went for this composition that was going to allow them to get a lot of space, control a lot of different areas of the map, and especially when there's no wall break and there's no particularly insanely aggressive brawlers that can just get to them quickly. I think overall it just worked out really well for Tribe there. Tribe doing Tribe things. Nice start here. Flaring Phoenix though can absolutely turn this around. I believe this will take some very different brawlers. I don't imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of what Tribe ran last time on this map. Definitely not necessarily an area control kind of mode. This is going to be really aggressive. This is where kills mean everything. 1 life every single round, and certainly an opportunity here for Nando to turn things around.
This is where we get a chance to see. And so it's interesting. When you were saying, you know, the lack of composition synergy in Brawl Ball, it's different types of synergy that you look for in different game modes. And Brawl Ball is much more like big picture synergy, right? And so I almost buy that you could take a composition with 0 synergy to Brawl Ball and just be able to do it off of individual prowess alone. But Knockout, I think, might be the #1 mode to just pick 3-player good stuff. Like, what are you best at? Pick your best character and just play safe and kill the other guy. This might be the game mode that is most open to specialty picks, I think.
I can definitely see that starting off too. They're going to be going with Gene here. I think a very solid one overall, very safe pick. However, I always like having somebody like Tick on my side. Mentioning area control, this is a good one for it. He's a thrower that can get those nice chip shots in long range, going to pair it with a bell too. So already they've got their sharpshooter, they've got their thrower. However, Tribe is going to match with a Sprout of their own. I think getting that is very important for them, just so they can match what Tick's putting down. I think Gene's going to do really well into sharpshooters. I think overall, pretty solid drafts for both these sides, and I definitely feel you. I think you can somewhat pick brawlers that are just very strong for knockout. Going to be some good, I guess, killers in the heart of things, but I definitely like having a nice balanced comp. I definitely appreciate that both these sides are choosing 2 different brawlers so far to fill in different roles.
Gene here going to be paired up with the bow, and very important that the bow comes through, because Gene, I think, can be scary in Knockout if you don't have high burst DPS characters, right? And Bow's recent buff just increases his burst damage, right? How quick his projectiles go. And so, like, Gene here, We've all seen the Gene pull where Gene dies, and that's not great, Bob. I think you need to pair him in Knockout with a character, I guess I'm gonna say like Bo, who has this like large burst, so there are no, oops, you killed my Gene, despite that I was the one that pulled you. So that's gonna be a big part of this Tribe Gaming roster draft for sure. And the last pick here for Togi is Mr. P. The mysterious penguin. Probably a good look considering the Sprout on the other side.
Yeah, I definitely think Mr. P is going to serve well going against Gene. Can definitely mess with Sprout, who's a single shot brawler too. And I do like that you mentioned, you know, thankfully for the side of Tribe Gaming, they didn't have anybody on the Nando lovers side with a lot of HP. So even thinking a Gene pool can probably hold their own, but it's not an insta-kill like you mentioned. It can be a little tough.
Yeah.
So making sure that you have that quick damage, that heavy hitting in a very rapid pace is important. I think this is a good brawler overall right now. Clearly from what we've seen today, a lot of teams are liking it. I think overall, two really well thought out comps from both sides. Very balanced for both. I think this should be a fun one to watch.
Really good draft for sure. Both teams kind of paying attention to both their game and their opponents. So now we're into it. Let's see how the cookie crumbles. Nando getting 2v1'd. Able to back up, no problem. But Tyrant dropping those mines and really pushing Nando out of the way. And so Tyrant and Zulon looking to combine, making big moves. But Sprout's soloing Angel over here by themselves. And there's the push as Libby gets one down. Togi's the second one to fall. Angel, 1-2, tres. And just like that, Tribe Gaming take round one.
And Tribe turned it on from 0 to 100 very quickly. That was really well executed. I do agree, as Livy on this right-hand side was just going to town. Nice connections. However, this time, Togi, strong start. However, as Livy with a couple shots now makes things very close. 90 HP for Togi as Livy pursuing. However, powering up this nice little porter right here should do the trick to get them away. Does allow as Livy an opportunity to use his super if he wishes. Tyrant going to be taking his time now too, and Zulon not over-aggressing yet. Does have a pull, and that's something that Nando lovers is going to have to respect and watch out for as this match continues.
Trouble on the right side. Nope, never mind. Nando literally dodged every shot from Bo. I expected Tyrant and Zulon to make it happen. Instead, Zulon makes that happen, pulls Togi, and dunks him down. Shot from Zulon, stuck in the mine there in the mid. Unable to wiggle on out. The kill on the other side. Oh, that was fast acting. And just like that, Tribe Gaming again take the round. Zulon, game mode. He is locked in. Doesn't want to lose here.
Great game one. I definitely think Tribe came out swinging there. Really strong start in round one. Gets the job done round two. We'll see if anything changes up here for Nando lovers. They did try a little bit of a lane swap here. They're going to be trying Mr. P on this right-hand side again. Nando, of course, being the long-range brawler. Makes a lot of sense that they go mid. However, as Livy with a quick takedown. Going to be healing up as well. Not quite enough, though. Togi going to be able to get that takedown. Now a 2v1 scenario. Going to go down for tick 2. 1v1 overall. Zulon facing off against a really nice counter with porters on the ground. It's going to get powered up too. Togi now has an opportunity to close this out. However, not the easiest when you're playing Zulon on any brawler.
Zulon getting out of the 2v1 was really strong. It had a lot to do with positioning more so than, like, you know, ultimate gamer stuff. And you want to talk about positioning, getting stuck in the corner. That's not the great look, Zulon. Oh no. Oh, man, he had set himself up for victory there before. But great play by Togi to make sure that Zulon got stuck in the corner. So, Tribe Gaming now down a round. An interesting change of pace for them, Kenny.
And Angel U was dangerously close to going down there. About 50 HP on that left-hand side to start things off. Super close. But I do think that last round, not too often you see a 1v1 that early on with no real storm closing in, but it really does go to show why Mr. P is so good into Gene. Just a couple gadgets, and Gene doesn't have the fastest reload speed, not the highest DPS. Really has to take the time to mess with the porter as well, and Togi was able to just close the gap there. Angel U with the super going down too, as Livy gonna be in trouble here. Gonna fall. No more as Livy on the map, as now Tyrant and Zulon going to be holding down the fort, though. 2v1 situation, and now it's left to Nando to try and defend.
Rough stuff for Nando. See, that was one of those situations where if Nando gets that kill on Zulon right there, he's got a chance for the 2v1. But because of the missed shots, the whole thing goes awry, and they find themselves on round 3 here. Tribe Gaming is stuck in the left corner. Some decent aggression coming out. Look at Gene. Look at Gene. He's playing with the super button. You can see. He's just like threatening, you know? Like I said, the threat of activation is sometimes more scary or devastating than the actual ability. And Zulon here just playing with his enemies like, hey, I'm gonna pull, I'm gonna pull, I'm gonna pull, I'm gonna pull.
I think that's very true, especially with Gene and modes like Gym Grab and like this, where you only get 1 life per round. Really got to make it count.
Yup.
And I will say too, things working out so far. Tyrant was very passive off the start, using the nice totem to charge up his super a little bit, and that does run the risk of losing positioning for your teammates. And right now, a lot of back and forth. Wall coming through too. Nando gonna be pushed on this left-hand side. The double though, a 2-for-1 trade, and Tyrant finishes off on the right-hand side. Tribe Gaming 2-0 win there. Well executed. That wall really gave them nowhere to go. That narrow little lane, and Sprout was able to do the 2v1 work on the left-hand side. Love to see Zulon's face there, just a little icky of a face. He knows they did good there for sure.
Yeah, just like, that was nasty. Like, that, like, yeah, man. Sometimes you just do it to him. And ooh. All right, so 2-0. Will they get the 2-0? Crystal Arcade comes up next, but we'll take a look at the rearview mirror real quick, as this knockout was. Knockout I find interesting. Knockout is, I really like game modes like this across gaming, but I find the highs, like the cool moments in Knockout, are really cool. And then like sometimes you just get like, yeah, okay, you guys won. And I feel like that's what happened here with Tribe Gaming. Like Nando kind of stood up a little bit, but realistically, yeah, Tribe Gaming just sort of won. And so I'm really hoping that this gem grab on Arcade is a little bit more exciting. But anytime we shout out Sprout, I get excited. So shout out Sprout, 42% of team damage. Heck yeah.
As a thrower too, I mean, really good job. Having a positive KD matters a little more in a mode like Knockout too. 6 and 3, very solid.
Oh, yeah.
And like you mentioned, team damage very high. And as a thrower, it's not necessarily easy to always do that. Overall, great effort from his Livy. He's really making the Sprout plays work here today. This is now multiple times we've seen him shine in this brawler.
Super fun watching Strong Sprout play. I think that there's different types of gameplay that Sprout bring. You know, sharpshooters generally play the same, tanks generally play the same, but a little bit different. And then honestly, to be fair, a lot of the other brawlers have a myriad of different play styles, but I find that Sprout so unique in the way that he, you know, throws down walls, changes the way you have to play around Sprout, more so than other characters, more so than most of the other cast. And so, yeah, I'm a Sprout fanboy. It is what it is. As we jump into Crystal Arcade here, gem grab working out. And I want to go here. I'm enjoying the map fly through. I want to go to the Crystal Arcade. All of those places look very cool. But let's get down to business. This is finals, folks. And this one could be for all the marbles. Tribe Gaming, of course, have to win the best of, you know, the round and the match. But like this set is match point. So right away, we see first pick Colonel Ruffs, and then an M's pick to respond. First pick Colonel Ruffs, I think, is really strong. You can pick anything with the dog.
That's right. I think it's absolutely a great pick too, especially with all the things off the board. I've seen a lot of different combinations here when casting East Asia. We saw Byron Ash, we saw Max combos, and I think there's a lot of different directions you can go. I've even seen Piper a decent bit in NA in particular as well, just because of the wall break capability. It's a brawler that this region more particularly likes as well. I think M's, of course, going to be one of the most popular picks even before the 3-ban rule, so the fact that she slides through here makes a lot of sense to me. Togi gonna be going with the Gene as well. Very safe option as well. Piper off the board, but could get anything like an 8-bit as a mid here. We have Byron off the board, so it kind of limits a little more what you can do. I am curious to see what Tribe Gaming tries to pair this with here.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting look for sure. So right now, I guess you're looking for just straight damage, right? Somebody to take the upgrades, and there it is. Lola will be the pick here. Let Tyrant put everybody to sleep. Control mid. Let Zulon control mid, and Libby shoots things. Got it. Across the way, we've got Nando and Togi, and they're probably looking for the same thing. Nando has the area control. Togi's going to be that utility character, right, with the pull. And now they're looking for, just a slayer, a bruiser, an enforcer for my 7 hockey fans out there. That's what they're doing here for pick 6. I think they want to find a high DPS, maybe burst character. And they, go Gale. I actually really like the idea, but it is absolutely not what I set up. They are not looking for a similar comp as Tribe. They're just looking to maintain mid control and kind of, in Gale's case, literally push players away from mid.
Yeah, a couple of brawlers that came to mind. One was Gale, one was Rosa. I wouldn't have even been surprised maybe if they run a Max or something like that too, as it's a pretty strong combination. But Gale in particular doesn't necessarily address any of the opponent's brawlers specifically. I think it's just a really strong map for him. There's no wall break coming in outside of possibly Colonel Ruffs and maybe a lucky gene pool through a wall or something. But I think overall this is one of Gale's stronger maps, with the lanes lining up with a lot of walls to work with, and Tribe actually going to be deciding to go 2 brawlers on this left-hand side, and it's going to force Nando lovers to be corralled onto the right. Togi trying to deal with Zulon. Nando with a nice takedown now. They needed that. And another gadget being popped. Unfortunately, not going to get as much value since Colonel Ruffs got taken down. However, Nando lovers are really weak here. Tyrant, if wants to, can get aggressive. However, Angel U, having that super really does threaten away the team. It's similar to how Jean's functions. You really got to be careful. And sometimes the threat matters more, like you mentioned earlier, for Jean than actually having the super.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Threat of activation. Not my own word. Shout out to Marshall Sutcliffe, who uses it all the time in his commentary. But yeah, threat of activation is so real. Sometimes you don't even have to push the button, just have to threat. Big push coming out here from Tribe Gaming as they take down the opposition and get mid control at the same time. But a big play from Santa Claus comes through, and Angel dies out, but stuns Tribe for the entire time his team needed to respawn. That said, awesome play doesn't matter. That's the question. 12 seconds to go. Nando pushing from the right. Togi and Angel pushing from the left. 8, 7, 6. One player down. Second player barely alive. They get the gems. They get the reset. They get their own countdown, and they're running back home.
And a cutoff coming in for the Twister too. Nando with less options he has to shoot at. 6 seconds to go. Can Tyrant get in here? No stuns available at this point. The stun coming in from Angel U as well. 2000 HP will make the difference. Very well done there. Angel U with a huge smile on his face, as he should. Those gems were very fought over. Even before that, Tribe barely squeaked by with grabbing them themselves. So overall, a lot of back and forth there. Heavy hitting action to start things off for set number 3.
Bro, Angel was like, dodging bullets is cool. We've seen it all the time. Angel was outranging. He was dodging in a straight line. He was outrunning the bullets from his right side and then wrapping around the left. That last bit, yeah, you're just staring at the clock like, guys, I can't do this for like the whole time. Woo! I'm giddy after that one. All right, Tyrant's gonna snap us back into action, putting one down. Togi responds though. So a nice look. I mentioned this before, how teams switched up the map on one of our other maps here, and we see the same thing. So the grass and the barriers to the side, right? Teams love when that's north and south, because it provides you a fallback spot as opposed to these 4 corners that surround the gem grab circle. And so we see teams opt to play horizontally, as I said, instead of, vertically, top down, because you want that spot to fall back on. As Libby and the right side, Tribe Gaming's they got rid of the bushes, so they can't even use that, but do they need it? Big ultimate there, and with the super in tow, Tribe Gaming lead 9-2.
Very different story here so far for game number 2. Tyrant actually ends up popping a gadget here, still possibly able to get some good use out of it. 12 seconds to go. Nando lover's going to need to charge forward, but it's going to be very difficult, as now Angel U on the top left is really their last hope. 5 seconds to go. Tribe Gaming sitting comfortably in game 2, all in favor of Tribe. They have now tied things up, which means we have a set point and a match point on our hands.
That one, it's very cool to kind of see you know, how a pro player's mind works, because they literally just won the game, or the round rather, by finding that comeback potential. And then as soon as Tribe started the countdown, the Gale player didn't even move. He was like, all right, we lose. Okay, go again. Like, go next, right? So they can identify when there's a chance to come back and when there isn't. His teammates way behind him, not gonna happen. Shake the Etch-a-Sketch though. New game here. 3 minutes on the clock. Tribe Gaming lead 3-1 and have mid control. They've shoved Nando Lovers into the corner. Togi barely alive, but will heal up in the grass here. And just an excellent job of Tribe Gaming providing, I guess, suppressive fire. Nando Lovers couldn't leave that corner for like 20 seconds, and it resulted in 5 gems in the pocket here for Tribe Gaming.
And if you're going to be corralled into a corner, it is nice to have a Gene on your side, that passive heal coming through to keep the teammates alive. They were patient, though. They never gave up. And a nice pull, plus the stun now coming in from Angel U. This actually will allow for Nando Lovers to be the ones in control of the mid area. Still down in gyms. They need to hold on as now one of their brawlers has fallen. But things looking on the up for them, as now they have 4 gyms into the 6 of Tribe Gaming.
Nice back and forth here, as opposed to the dominance that we've seen in game number 2. Nando sneaks up, snipes down Livy. Actually, the opposite of a snipe. He was like 2 meters away, so kind of a shotgun blast there. But Tribe Gaming now 9 gems in the pocket. Mid control belongs to kinda nobody. And that's a good thing for Nando Lovers, as they're going to be able to pick up gems 6 and 7 if they win the fight. Looks like they do. 6, 7, 8. And now we're tied up. Momentum in favor of the blue team.
Very true. They've held on this long. They now pick up a 9th gym too. And Zulon going to use this invisibility to try and get some mid control once again. Tyrant really aggressive. However, the pull gets a takedown there. 9-9 overall, though. Nando Lovers still need to claim a couple here. And a couple added bonus here. Even though the countdown has begun, there's an opportunity for Tribe here, either through a takedown or through grabbing a gym of their own to tie things up. That was a great one there. Very pivotal moment, as now it's a 3v2. Tribe, if anything, might even be favored here. Angel U does have the super, but it's not going to get a lot of value there. No connection to a wall. However, great value at a Togi's pull. 10-10 overall. Both sides looking to start a countdown. It's going to be very close here as the Lola Ego goes through. Angel picking them up, and a couple more too. He's now got 12. Already falls. Tyrant and Zula able to pick up the rest, and now they're going to be chasing down the enemy. This is going to be nearly impossible to come back from.
Yeah, no, that's game. Let's move on. Go next. Incredible play by Tribe Gaming. I need to point out Livy again here. So Angel was dodging the shots before by running away from it. Feliz Dia de la Madre. Happy Mother's Day. And I love you, Mom. Zulon, a family man for sure. There it is. There it is. Repping where he's from, repping where he came from, both nation and person. Real talk, love to see the real people behind the players. So that's very, very cool. We love to see it. And again, if you didn't hear us earlier, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. And if you have a mom, shout outs to your mom. That's what we do here. Very, very cool stuff. I'm visiting my mom, so I'm very excited. That's why I'm not in my usual spot. So happy Mother's Day. But we'll see if Nando Lovers can complete the reverse sweep. It's a big one. We start there, though. We have one more in front of us. Tribe Gaming.
Actually, yeah, it's going to be 3-0, though. Tribe Gaming are actually going to come away with it and celebrate there. Some replays going through, too. Very close overall. If anything, I think that has an argument to be play of the game there. And just at the end of the day, Tribe Gaming stayed disciplined, but 3 sets and a clean sweep. Even though Nando Lovers did a really good job into STMN, to no avail against Tribe. I think overall, really strong performance. Definitely Nando Lovers should be proud of themselves, though. I think they had a strong showing here today. They're definitely going to escalate in the leaderboards, too. You got to think with a nice 70 points going their way.
Oh, yeah. It's funny, you know, with the performance that Nando Lovers gave us in that game number 2, I got so ahead of myself. I was like, oh, can they do it? But no, it's already done. Sorry, folks. So apologies for my misspeaking. Tribe Gaming are your monthly champions here for the NA and Latam North region, as Livy, Tyrant, and Zulon played out of their minds today And, you know, the last point I wanted to bring up before Zulon came on the camera, I was laughing at Livy. He was dodging Nando's shots from M's, just playing perfect footsies. The exact difference between Tyrant and Nando, distance between Tyrant and Nando, was Nando's basic ability +1. Like, as Livy dodged it all by one, you know, Brawl Stars unit, whatever it's called. Very, very impressive character knowledge. Understood exactly how to deal with, like literally exactly. So very, very cool stuff. A big part of what earns Tribe Gaming their victory one more time. Again, they locked in for MSI, been done, said that, but a win still feels good for these folks. And of course, with finals on the horizon, you've got to keep racking up the points. But hey, shout out to my man Zulon out there. 6 kills, 1 death, Kenny. This guy, MVP.
I think he easily deserves it too. I think any of them, of course, were contributors for this win, but when you're 6-1, 214 DPS, makes a lot of sense to me that Zulon gets it for that one as well. I think very strong performance overall, and you know, maybe the dodging of the M's comes from the praise that Reddy always gives him, calling him M's Livy from time to time. So I think overall, very impressive with Tribe. So far, first half of the year, the most consistent team, I would say. 2 monthly finals out of 3, pretty solid. And again, this isn't just having ramifications for MSI. Huge deal going into the World Finals too.
Zulon, also a huge deal, and we've got him hanging out right here, get a chance to talk to him. Hey, my man, good to catch up with you as usual. There it is, rep the set, bro. Congratulations on the dub. How's it feel?
Thank you. I thought it feels amazing to be back here in the interview. I remember we did one last year, I believe. I don't remember when. And it feels great to be back here and winning. It just feels great, honestly.
So I got a real talk question, because I'll be honest, when I win, I just like to chill. But you guys, you're on top. You're already qualified for MSI. How do you stay locked in, continuing to like bring the victories?
Well, I would like to say that my team, we're a very motivated team. Great staff. We got a new coach this year, Roll. He's honestly amazing. One of the best staffs, coaches in the game, and I just love my team. They love scrimming. They love putting the time in, even when they have no time. They have stuff to do. There's always they always take time out of their day to play Brawl Stars, and I just love my team.
That's awesome. I think a lot of people hearing that question might have been like, well, you know, we got to get the win or whatever. I love that your answer is, I just love my homies. Like, you can't like let them down. I think that's really cool, and pretty much why Tribe finds up winning a lot of the time. Talk to me about the new coach. Who's Rule? Talk to us. Tell us. Introduce us.
Well, he was his coach. He was coach for AQM last year. Guille, Chaos, Yoshi, and Lane, and he made Worlds, and he was free agent this year, and we were like, hey man, you're really good. We reached out to him, and ever since that first tryout that we did with him, few scrims, we've been in love with his work. He's very hardworking, and I love Roll, man. He's insane. Very good coach.
Sounds like a match made in heaven for sure. You know, everybody on the same page, approaching the same way. Now, you know, I got to ask you about MSI. You guys are locked in. You know who's going with you from North America, but you know, what's the views here looking at MSI, and how does the team feel going into it? You know, all the questions I'm supposed to ask you. The floor is yours. Talk to us about the Mid-Season Invitational.
Well, honestly, very excited that this is the first mid-season LAN ever in Brawl, and I think I speak for most regions that we want revenge on East Asia. They put on a show at Worlds, and I think people just want their revenge and like compete at the same level of Zeta.
It will be super fun. You know, hopefully you guys have what it takes. I think that a lot of work has been done during the off season, like you said, adding the coach there. Super sick. Love to watch Tribe Gaming, and it's just continuing, man. Congratulations on the dubs. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Mami, te amo. Gracias por siempre apoyarme. Te amo, mamá. That's to my mom. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Zulon. Appreciate your time. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, F.
Awesome stuff there. Welcome back to the desk. It is Kenny and Reddy. And yeah, dude, I just, what a nice guy. I mean, it's just, Zulon is just such a good dude. I'm so glad he's in the scene. Listen, not every esport player that winds up being that good is that nice. So we got lucky here, having a Brawl community be this so dope. So awesome. Shout out to Zulon and all the mothers out there, like he said, for sure. But Reddy, glad to have you back, bro. What a finals, huh?
Yeah, really had me on the edge of my seat during those last couple of games, seeing the reversal, but really, in the end, my faith was 100% in Tribe, and I'm glad to see them come out on top at this time, and I can't wait to see how they expand that performance into the MSI that's coming up.
Play of the day coming at you real quick here. Some extravagant, extraordinary plays all throughout. Reddy, why don't you walk us through this one?
Oh man, we find ourselves embroiled in the match point. Angel U has that push ready to go. Zulon keeping him at bay, of course, with the ego. Has the shield on it as well. Tie up on the countdown as well. Back and forth go the gems. And Tribe Gaming in the end is able to pick all of these up. Great stuff. I mean, look, it got so close there at the end. I thought halfway we were going to see a repeat of the previous game, and I was a little bit worried for the mental state of Tribe Gaming in a mental reset after that would definitely be difficult. But look, you got to hand it to those guys. You have the leadership. They're all homies, and they get it done in the end. A clean 3-0 after some 3-1s along the way. Definitely found their footing, and I'm really happy for them.
Nando Lovers taking down Stamina, I think, surprised a lot of fans at home. Nando Lovers taking down Obey Alliance might have surprised a lot of fans at home as well, to be honest with you. With Stamina's victory above Blood Diamond, that does take Chasmic Gaming out of MSI contention, and so there's that. We congratulate Stamina. They punched their ticket. But Kenny, Vatra versus Vanguard. Again, Vanguard, the team formerly known as Avengers. Vatra over Vanguard was an upset. Not the most overwhelming upset, I would say, statistically, but a lot of people were riding for this Avengers team, and seeing Vatra come through was a surprise for a lot of people.
I would say so too. I think today was a really good test for Vanguard Gaming. They got, second in the first month, last month, an early exit to STMN in the first round. A very reasonable loss, of course, STMN being a great team and very likely still sitting at number 2 on our leaderboard for the region. But Vatra Gaming, I think, was a really good test for them. I think it goes to show that they're strong, and Vanguard still has an opportunity to claim that 3rd spot, but with an early takedown again here today, it does just make things more difficult. I think they don't really set themselves apart from some of these teams outside of, say, Stamina and Tribe Gaming right now that have a ton of points on their side. I think we can still look forward to them in future months. A lot of growth to come, but I think today, if anything, we've learned so many teams out here today can really perform. They're an opportunity for any team on any given day on this region to take a win.
Well, as I said, not a lot of people predicted Vatra, but all right, Kenny, we got to deal with it. Reddy, you got your prediction right for for quarterfinals number 3 here with Vatra over Avengers, or Vanguard rather. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm proud of it. It's a minor victory, but it's a victory nonetheless. But really, this is the reasoning for my prediction, and it's deeply intertwined with synergy. Vanguard, they said goodbye to one of their key members, Poyo, and Poyo's my guy. I love watching the guy play, and I feel like it's indicative of some things going on within the team if you say goodbye to one of your members. And don't get me wrong, Luffy is a fantastic player, and it was a really close match between them and Vatra. It went to a double match point, but I'm going to place my faith in synergy above basically anything else. Like I always say, you can have a lot of good pieces and not make a good puzzle. And I think Vatra makes a good puzzle, and I can't wait to see how their synergies continue to blossom over the coming months.
Well, let's also take a picture of what's going on here. As we said, Stamina punching their ticket to MSI, but you'll notice there are 3 noted sections here. So finals at the end of the year has 3 slots available from NA and Latam North, and we're still in contention. Tribe Gaming 303, maybe they just lose every single month from now until finals and they don't go. Now, that's not really gonna happen, but maybe it does. So a lot of other teams on the line and able to really shoot for the moon when it comes down to finals. This is how the rest of the world looks like. EMEA, by the way, gets 5 slots. East Asia, which I casted last month, was that'll be 2 slots, just like EECA. Latam South gets 2 slots. And then we've got SESA and ANZ with a single slot there. So right now, this is what it would look like if we ended it all and went to finals right now. These are the squads that we would see, with the exception of the ECA for sure. But I'm telling you, I know for a fact, things will change. Things will change. There's far too much Brawl Stars to be played than to lock this in for sure. So will we see Tribe and some of these expecteds? Yeah, I don't expect some of these teams to leave, but when it comes to those extra seats down at the bottom, you know, number 5 for EU, number 3 for NA, that's really where things get interesting. We just don't know who's going to be showing up. Besides Chatampo and friends, we know they're going to show up. So, like, there it is. But what a fantastic day so far, Kenny. You know, closing things out, really, really cool as far as some of the upsets that we got to see, and just strong Brawl overall, especially with the change to 3 bans per team.
Yeah, after this month, I can definitely say I'm a fan of the 3 bans per side. It's been really entertaining to watch a huge variety of brawlers being played, and I can't wait to see what NA is going to do in MSI. Of course, this is where we all reside. It's always nice to see our teams perform super well, but I think MSI is going to be super entertaining. Everybody should definitely be on watch for that. I'm sure a lot of people will be anticipating, you know, Shitampo and friends from East Asia doing a really good job in this, as they should. They're reigning champions right now, a very strong caliber team, but I definitely think there is a lot of potential for some good teams to show up. Tribe Gaming's been very consistent. There's teams from other regions that have also done super well. I'm super excited to see how it all plays out in MSI, and been a great day with you all, of course, too.
Hey, Reddy, we've got MSI on the horizon, and you know, today saw some interesting things. Any what are you expecting to see at the Mid-Season Invitational?
Look, I mean, I think the debate will finally be settled as far as, is East Asia really on top? I think they flew under the radar for a while, and now players are really honing in on what they got cooking over in East Asia. So we'll see, with adequate preparation, can the other regions really take on East Asia, or are they just going to diff everyone? Time will tell, but we got a whole month between then and now, so you got to make sure that you stay tuned what those players are coming up to. Surely they're not going to share their secret sauce out willingly, but if you scout around and you look closely enough, you might be able to catch them.
All right, well, I have the info regarding MSI right here. So everything about MSI can be found on the Twitter account at Brawl_esports, and they'll be announcing it within the next couple of days. Debated. Gotcha, folks. Real talk, though. Follow us on Twitter at Brawl_esports, and in the next couple of days, MSI info will be revealed. You're not getting it from me. Sorry. You got to blame the social media guy. It's all their fault. So take a look at that. Get excited, because this is going to be a cool LAN. I'm excited. Also, I'm F-Dot. That's Kenny and Reddy. We've got a bunch of people in the back making sure the show stays on. And of course, chat. You guys are the most important. Without you, we'd just be us. So that's it for Brawl Stars Championship of the month of May. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. We appreciate you. We'll see you next time. Peace and much love to you.
2v2 scenario. Alec now all
Angel!
You very weak, though. Could be closer. He actually can get this takedown if he lands the connection here. A miss there, though. Nando recharging, hits the side. Smiles coming out from Nando. A little spinning, a little dance move coming in, too. And nicely done to Nando lovers.
Chasmic's just like, me tank, me run fast.
Just a few seconds left. It's looking almost impossible. Minwoon can get in here and get a kill versus his Livy, but it won't get him the Blaze Star. And that is going to be Tribe Gaming heading on to the semifinals. It's all up to OG, but the spins and the pins are already out. Nando Lovers has knocked out STMN in a total upset.
A good little pushback. Remember, this Livy does have that damage amplifier too. They're actually going to cut themselves off here. This could actually be catastrophic. They're going to trip up that mine.
No.
Damage coming in per person.
No.
And Zulon, it's getting close here. Will the wall come down in time?
No. That would just be asking to lose both his own life and the life of his Livy. Zulon is going to get to pick up this one. No way. Max range pull, and down goes iPain.
10-10 overall. Both sides looking to start a countdown. It's going to be very close here as the Lola Ego goes through. Angel picking them up, and a couple more too. He's now got 12. Hurry, falls.
Incredible play by Tribe Gaming. I need to point out Livy again here. So Angel was dodging the shots before by running away from it. Feliz Dia de la Madre. Happy Mother's Day. And I love you, Mom. Zulon, a family man for sure. There it is.
Happy Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Mami, te amo. Gracias por siempre.